Good morning, everyone. Mr. Loffer, are we ready to begin?
Yes, we have a quorum of the board, and it looks like we have everything working fine on both the Cali PA and YouTube platforms.
Great, thank you. Well, good morning again, everyone. I'm Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, February 16th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues here with me today. With me is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Tam Doduck, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and joining us today is also Executive Director Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board, Janine Townsend, and assisting her is Courtney Tyler. Due to COVID restrictions, we don't have a physical meeting room, and in order to abide by and through the governor's orders, we're actually here on these digital platforms. So you are either watching currently live streaming from our YouTube live feed or from the Cali PA website. But if you intend to comment on any of the items today before the board, you should be here on the Zoom platform with us, and that includes public forum, I should add. And if you are not, please do email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov in order to receive the link and to the Zoom meeting platform and password. And while you're on here, your camera will be muted and your microphone muted. That is, your camera will be off and your microphone muted until it is your turn to speak on the pending item. And with that, I think we can actually move on to public forum. And so today I'll note, I believe we have about 10 commenters for public forum. And so we can begin here with, I believe, hold on one moment, let me make sure and refresh my card so I have the right individual appear up on top. And we have Evan.
Yeah, and I will just point out while we get Evan admitted into the meeting that there's a little bit of a problem with the timer today, and I'm not quite sure why it's not displaying properly on the Zoom platform. So Chair Esquivel, I don't know if you would like to just work off the Excel spreadsheet we maintain, or if you would like to go ahead and have Janine or I announce folks as we're prepared to call them up.
I'll just make sure to be refreshing the Excel spreadsheet and I'll just work off of that. Thank you, Mr. Loffer. And yes, next up we have, first up we have Evan Fern, and for sake of preparation for folks, after that will be Nicholas Aramosa, Rosemina, and then Carolyn Belly. Good morning, Mr. Fern.
Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Evan Fern. I was raised in Stockton and currently live in Stockton, and I'm a California Climate Action Corps Fellow with Little Manila Rising. We're asking that you please move forward with finishing the Bay Delta plan. We have to stop waiting for people who don't live in the Delta to make decisions about our water quality. Our fisheries are suffering. 120 years ago, millions of pounds of salmon were canned every year in the Delta. And 120 years ago, redlining practices began in Stockton. There's a clear parallel. Redlining has caused about a third of the people living in our city to be at the bottom 95th percentile for environmental health. Water management practices have decimated our salmon runs. This is a part of the environmental legacy of the Delta that should still be there for our communities. Fish need cold, clean water, as do the people who live here, so we're not living surrounded by toxic algal blooms. 2 years ago, this board voted to improve water conditions in the Delta, but those who want to take our water are controlling the process, just like poor environmental health conditions continue as a result of redlining. Our community deserves a healthy environment and fisheries, just like communities have in other parts of the state and other parts of the country. It's not okay for us to have less. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you as well, Mr. Evans. Really appreciate you taking the time today to join the board. Next up on public forum, we have Nicholas Rosemina.
Hi.
Good morning.
What was that?
I said good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. So my name is Nicholas Rosemina. I am I'm a college student. I'm originally from Stockton, though and I'm here right now because of COVID-19 and everything. And I'm also here asking all of you to move forward with finishing the Bay Delta plan so we can improve those water flows for the Delta. Like this summer, the harmful algal blooms started earlier than ever in last May. And I'm like, still pretty young, but I can definitely remember a time when they were not as prevalent as they were now. Like when people would be able to use those little paddle boats in the water, like, down on the waterfront and like, have be able to enjoy the Delta that Stockton is known for. And these harmful algal blooms make a lot of that enjoyment very difficult. Like they are, well, one, it makes it harder for um, people to even be in the area because of the way they smell. Makes it really hard to use the Delta, especially for the people who live close to the waterfront. Sometimes it makes it difficult, even if you're not interacting directly with water, even if you just want to go on runs. The idea is that like the people in South Stockton that live near the waterfront also have some of the highest asthma rates in the country, and these harmful algal blooms only exacerbate those effects. And we just need your help. So thank you.
Thank you for taking the time this morning and addressing the board and sharing your advocacy here. Thank you. Next, we have Eugene Albatry. Or I'm sorry, it may be Carolyn Belly. It is. I apologize. It's Carolyn Belly.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Carolyn Belli. I am the president of the Kern River Corridor Endowment, a 501c3 public benefit nonprofit organization who owns and manages the Panorama Vista Preserve in Bakersfield. I'm before you today regarding the relocation of approximately 50,000 acre feet of Kern River water that has been ruled unappropriated. The Panorama Vista Preserve is a 951 acre open space preserve located in the city of Bakersfield below the Panorama Bluffs. It comprises over 2 3/4 miles on both sides of the Kern River. We are within the Kern River Parkway, which consists of 32 miles of trails along the Kern River from the mouth of the canyon to Highway I-5. We focus on habitat restoration and education outreach. We have thus far restored 250 acres of the preserve with 56,000 native drought-resistant trees, shrubs, and vines, which have been grown from seeds and cuttings taken from the preserve and many grown out in our on-site nursery. The preserve and the Kern River Parkway are home to some state and federal endangered species. The Kern fan element, the historic alluvial delta of the Kern River that once fed Buena Vista Lake, is a critical component of the endangered species recovery strategies of Kern County. This according to a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services 1998 report. The Kern River Parkway is the longest and widest protection movement corridor in the Kern fan element. The preserve is a keystone piece of the Kern River Parkway. Establishment of the riparian habitat where perennial water rights are secured is critical to the recovery of these endangered species and plants. Sorry. We have received grants from the California Natural Resources Agency, Proposition 68 River Parkways Grant, and the Proposition 1 Urban Rivers Grant. The California Wildlife Conservation Board, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, and others. The trees planted on the preserve help support the California Central Valley Reforestation, accelerating riparian carbon sequestration. We depend on the river for the continuation of our program. Trees contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas. They create shade, they lower the temperature and reduce intensity of the leaves. The leaves absorb the sun's radiant energy, leaving the land cooler. The trees filter air and absorb carbon dioxide, which is the air we breathe out, and then release oxygen into the air, without which we could not survive. Trees provide breeding ground and habitat for increased bird and animal population and the protection of endangered species. Trees are aesthetically pleasing and improve our air quality. Without water, restoration plans would need to be canceled on the preserve, resulting in a potential reduction or loss of trees and shrubs and endangered species, potential loss of an important link in the Pacific Flyway, and reduced recreational, environmental, scientific, and cultural activity. The City of Bakersfield has applied for the unappropriated water, and we support its application. We feel the city can best manage the water for the betterment of the community and the parkway. Water from the river would improve the groundwater aquifers and would help the trees and plants grow along the river. The people of Bakersfield and surrounding areas deserve a river running through town as it once did. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for taking the time and addressing the board this morning, Ms. Belli. Thank you. Next, we have Eugene Albatray.
Are you ready?
Yes, good morning.
Greetings. How you doing this morning? My name is Gene Albatray. I am a Native American Degüeño. I was born in Bakersfield and active in the Native American culture for almost all of my adult life. Was president of the Native American Heritage Preservation Council for 19 years, on the board of the Bakersfield American Indian Health Project, promoting, organizing, teaching Native American events, history, arts, culture, and ceremonies. I am currently the Native American spiritual leader for North Kern State Prison. Before the 1900s, there were over 50,000 Yokuts who lived, traded, and had a great life in this area, in the valley. Before man-made Lake Isabella, there were lush waterways and lakes. This water was the lifeblood of so many, all life. The trees, the water, the plants, everything that lived. The Kern River flowed through the Great Canyon, through Bakersfield, and into the now dried up Kern Lake, then into the now dried, much smaller Buena Vista Lake, up Goose Lake Slough, and into the reduced size of, or dried up, Tulare Lake, which was at one time 35 miles by 35 miles big, and then north. Even today, those dried up lakes give back to our community through great fertilizer around, but so much has been impacted by the loss of so much water. The need to keep the lifeblood of this community alive, not have it dried up. This would further devastate the already natural channel of life in this valley. We need the water. This 50 acre feet of unclaimed water needs to be put back in the Kern River where it once was. Thank you for this opportunity.
You as well, Mr. Albatray. Thank you for your time this morning and advocacy. Thank you. Next, we have Jay Smith. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Jay Smith. I am a student who recently moved to the state of Oregon for school, but was raised living in the heart of Stockton. Living in Stockton during high school, I saw firsthand how trashed and polluted the Delta was, and how much work needed to be put into replenishing the Delta. I am now a climate water intern with Restore the Delta, where I will be working long hours throughout the week to strategize and implement necessary changes and restoring the water quality for our Delta for the safety of our community and the people who surround our community. We are asking you, please move forward with finishing the the Bay Delta Plan and push the extra mile for others who don't live in the Delta to also make decisions about the Delta's water quality and where the direction it takes place. And one of the main long-term issues we have with the Delta is habitat loss, which takes into effect towards many of the fish population, and it's pushing our ecosystems away, forcing them to find a new home, or they completely die off from the quality of the water. And 120 years ago, millions of pounds of salmon were canned every year in the Delta. And 120 years ago, redlining practices began in Stockton. Redlining has led to about 1/3 of the people living in our city at the bottom 95 percentile for environmental health. And water management practices have decimated our summer runs by marathon, part of the environmental legacy of the Delta that should still be there for our communities. And we're struggling right now with fish needing cold water and water that they are adapted to and can survive in, clean water and less polluted water. And we expect the people of the community to respond the same and respond and sustain our Delta so they are not living in a community surrounded by toxic wastewater. And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning and addressing the board here, and for entering into what is an incredibly needed line of work, environmental restoration, the challenges we face in our water. Welcome. So thank you this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we have Natalia Barraza.
And Chair Esquivel, we do not appear to have Natalia in the Zoom platform yet. However, we do have at least one individual whose name we cannot account for. So if you happen to be Natalia, use the raise hand feature on the Zoom application, and we will put you back in the speaker queue and rename you as quickly as possible.
Thank you for that, Mr. Loffer. We'll move on then to Willie Whittlesey. Good morning. You should be invited to unmute here in a second.
Yeah, good morning. I'd like to ask Ms. Townsend to put up an infographic that we provided. Excellent, thank you. I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of the Yuba Water Agency, and in December of last year, you may recall, I provided our general concerns with the State Water Board's water quality certification issued in July of last year for the Yuba River Development Project. At that meeting and since that time, Yuba Water has raised a number of serious legal, policy, and procedural concerns with that certification. During the December meeting, other local and elected officials from Yuba County also presented important concerns regarding the social, economic, and public safety impacts that would occur to the people of Yuba County if we are required to implement that certification. However, I'm not here to focus on the certification for the Yuba River Development Project. I would like to discuss the State Board's water quality certification issued for the Drum Spalding Hydroelectric Project on the South Yuba River on February 3rd. This certification raises a serious policy question. As background, there are dozens of facilities that divert water in the Yuba River watershed. While there are many characteristics unique to the Yuba River watershed, two of them stand out. First, there are large and small dams in the watershed, but they are located far upstream, unlike many main stem Central Valley dams, Shasta, Oroville, or Folsom. Second, several of these facilities in the Yuba River watershed export vast amounts of water out of the watershed. As an example, the Drum Spalding project exports hundreds of thousands of acre-feet of water each year from the Yuba River watershed. Yet the water quality certification for this project does not consider the beneficial uses of the lower Yuba River, which include listed salmon and steelhead. My question is this: why is the State Board seeking to impose 100% of the responsibility to improve fish and wildlife conditions in the lower Yuba River on Yuba Water Agency when our agency only uses 11% of the water in the watershed? The Drum Spalding project diverts about 50% of the South Yuba River's runoff to other watersheds, primarily in the spring and early summer, and has for decades. Those exports can reach 400,000 acre-feet a year and average about 16% of the Yuba watershed's total unimpaired flow. This is shown on the map you're now seeing. In contrast, Yuba Water diverts only 11% of the watershed's unimpaired flow and does not export any of it outside the watershed. For example, our agricultural deliveries have allowed the South Yuba groundwater basin to remedy a historic overdraft so that the basin is now at historic highs and is sustainable. The State Board's environmental review and certification for the Drum Spalding project effectively finds there is no relationship between that project's exports from the watershed and the beneficial uses of the lower Yuba River below Englebright Dam. In fact, the certification does not even discuss the beneficial uses of the lower Yuba River as anything that is of concern in relation to the Drum Spalding project. While this is just one example, we can't understand the disparity in the State Board's treatment of the Drum Spalding project and other projects. As the State Board members are well aware, in our case, the State Board is seeking to require new open-ended flow and restoration actions on the lower Yuba River. But there are no measures like this required of the Drum Spalding project. The question I would leave you with today is this: why is the State Board seeking to impose 100% of the responsibility for fish and wildlife habitat in the lower Yuba watershed on one agency, rather than a responsible, equitable allocation upon all of the diverters in the watershed? Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Wilsey. I appreciate your time this morning and addressing the board. Do know my door is always open as well, and look forward to chatting with you further. Thank you.
Chairman.
Next, we have Barbara Berrigan-Perea.
Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta. Just a couple of things this morning. Last board meeting, I came to urge you to move forward with the Bay Delta Plan. And today I want to raise an issue. While flow standards are not set for management of harmful algal blooms, there's plenty of new research showing that HABs have a terrible impact on fisheries. Yesterday, we caught note of a press release by Eureka Alert. They're an organization up in Oregon that explained how studies from King Abdullah University of the Red Sea are showing not just a direct impact on the quality of fisheries, but on the productivity of fish catches. So we're really growing concerned that to not manage flows in a way to mitigate harmful algal blooms is not fulfilling the board's duties to protect flows as a way to protect fisheries. So we just want to make note of that. Also, we wanted to raise an idea possibly with the board. Today we have young representatives, mostly college students from different organizations, joining in the board meeting. We have been doing a lot of work in the Delta with social justice groups, equity groups, youth interested in science, and we are interacting with dozens of people who can't really get to State Water Board meetings on Tuesday morning. They're students. With COVID, their schedules have just absolutely worsened. We're living through it in our house. You have two working adults, you have someone in university. Someone doesn't get to do their work during the day. And it's usually the student, and it's the student who's up doing their classwork all night. We're interested in seeing if the board would consider doing a one-time possible evening event or workshop with Delta social justice groups, much in the same way that we did a recent event with the Delta Stewardship Council. We would be able to bring out partners from a number of organizations, people you normally don't see show up for events with water in California, but people who feel that they have a real stake in the Delta and they would like to participate in processes. We think it would be good for you to hear what is weighing on people's minds. Also, another reason for doing this is we're noticing a bit of a problematic trend around types of blogs and questionable news sites starting to raise questions about Delta water quality, kind of through fake social media accounts. And what's happening is they're directing their complaints at cities, counties, elected officials, and frankly, groups that don't have the regulatory authority to do much about setting water quality standards or managing managing practices for the Delta. So this is frustrating for us, despite our years of work in the region. We think this is happening because still to this day, I think a number of Californians don't really understand how water boards work, what their responsibilities are. So we believe that perhaps if we were to work together in joint and really plan it and do a meaningful community event, we could actually have youth from all these various groups present to you about their concerns and their research about what's happening with the Delta on the ground. It would solve a lot of issues. It would help highlight the work of the board, and I think it would give you a better understanding of what's happening in the community rather than hearing from me and the usual players. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barragan-Faria. I appreciate the offer, and what I encourage you to do is reach out to our Office of Public Participation, Adriana Renteria particularly, and offer up the suggestion. I know that there have been a number of evening events that we have put forward as part of either workshops around what comes to mind as the Salton Sea or other specific projects, but one specific in Stockton with the community, I think is a good suggestion. I appreciate it. So
great, thank you so much.
Great. Next we have Tim Stroshane.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Tim Stroshane, policy analyst with Restore the Delta. Phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan is overdue. In December 2018, the Phase 1 San Joaquin River amendments to the plan were approved. That day, the audience was waded through a lengthy presentation from the Departments of Water Resources and Fish and Wildlife that promised voluntary agreements very soon, and requested that you at least delay Phase 2 Sacramento River amendments for several months. During these months of delay, the departments and their water user partners would negotiate new voluntary agreements that would serve as alternatives to water board flow and operational objectives for the rest of the Bay Delta Plan update. It's now been over 2 years, 26 months, since these voluntary agreements were promised, and they are now long overdue. The Sacramento River side of the Bay Delta Plan update has waited long enough. While we've waited a long time, the delay has made us realize that as our climate has changed, the threat of harmful algal blooms means that less flows in the Delta will result in not just water quality degradation from these blooms, but would add air quality degradation for Stockton and other communities to the picture. The Sacramento River provides normally about 80% of all flows to and through the Delta. Its flows from this river will be crucial to protecting what native fish remain, as well as preventing further water quality degradation that warming temperatures and longer lasting algal blooms otherwise portend. Please set a timetable by which Phase 2 amendments to the Bay Delta Plan update will be addressed. Time is of the essence. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Stroshane. Next, we have Gloria Alonso.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Gloria Alonso. I am a student at Sacramento State University studying geography with a focus on metropolitan area planning. And I live and belong to the Stockton community. Today, I am speaking with my community in the heart as a climate intern with Restore the Delta. I am asking you to move forward with finishing the Bay Delta Plan so we can improve water flows for the Delta. This summer, the harmful algal blooms, also called as HABs, started earlier than ever in last May. This environmental condition has become a growing alarm for the Stockton community and its most vulnerable populations, since our poor city is one of the most affected by the conditions of the Delta, as it is also identified in the Delta Adapts Vulnerability Assessment. With climate change signs telling us that it will be warmer earlier each spring, having enough cool water flows for as long as possible will help delay their formation around the Stockton waterfront. This is important because Stockton is an AB 617 community and HABs contribute to the air pollution. The people in South Stockton, families like mine, whose parents work in the fields around Stockton and are linguistically isolated with already low chances of truly enjoying their environment, or those that live near the waterfront and other slots, have some of the highest asthma rates, and sometimes they're not even aware about what worsens this condition, which is bad because they breathe in a lot of particulate matter daily. HABs makes this worse, and HABs smell. We can't even enjoy the few recreation facility sites that the waterfront parks offer because the smell can be overpowering for weeks, for months, for the entire summer when you must need them. And the sufficient water flows are a step forward for solving this problem, according to the recent research papers. We need your help, and thank you very much for providing the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your time this morning, Ms. Alonso. I believe that concludes our public forum.
Escobar, we have one more speaker, Mr. Cooper.
I see that now. Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Yes, Mr. Cooper.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Bill Cooper. I'm president of the Kern River Parkway Foundation in Bakersfield. I'm a lifelong resident here. Our group was formed about 40 years ago. We've been active for over 45 years in local issues regarding our urban Kern River. I'm here to talk about the issue regarding the reassignment of the approximately 50,000 acre feet of Kern River water that's before your board. It seems to have come to the forefront in recent weeks, and this is a good thing, we think. However, we're somewhat concerned by what's been described in our local media as confidential and secret mediations between the State Water Resources Control Board and various applicants for that water. We view this as public water, and we feel that the process of reallocating that water should be made very public, and the public should be updated on what's going on a regular basis. Deciding the future of the state's water resources through such mediations and seemingly endless lawsuits. It seems to me this has to end. It's been going on for decades throughout my lifetime. Water policy by lawsuit just doesn't seem to be a very wise way to proceed any longer. The case in point is playing out right now in Kern County. The Kern County Water Agency and the city of Bakersfield have initiated legal action regarding a plan by a local water storage district to store and manage water locally for a large Southern California development corporation. And according to the action brought by the agency and the city, this water storage district's plan would, quote, alter and affect the environment in Kern County and threaten, that's a pretty strong word, and threaten a vital source of water for the community. And we want to point out that the local water storage district, I think, is also an applicant for that 50,000 acre feet of water. And we couldn't agree more with the agencies and the city's statement on this. So once again, our Parkway Foundation and our community supporters request that your board really change course on the way these decisions are made with regard to managing our state's water. We ask that you honor the city's application for this water, the only applicant, by the way, which has pledged to move that water through town, and hold it in trust for the entire community. And no single private entity or special interest group is going to manage that water in the best interest of the whole community. I think we all know that by now. So once again, we ask that you support the city's application for this water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Really appreciate your time this morning. We have one more public forum commenter, I believe Mr. Larry Hansen.
Start my video, okay. Great, well, thank you for taking me on. I have to actually leave earlier And so is it okay if I make
Actually, I believe you can't comment on an item that is before the board here in public forum that you were planning on commenting later. Mr. Loffer, is that true, or can Mr. Hanson, if Mr. Hanson, if you were going to propose providing your comment on an item that's later today now, again, I'm not sure. I have to ask Mr. Loffer on that.
Well, my understanding, Mr. Hanson, was that you wanted to speak on some logging issues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
It's appropriate for public forum.
Okay. I apologize. I thought you were looking to comment on an actual item from later today. Mr. Hanson, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And we've had issues with the the wildfires. We all know, creating situations where we've lost many trees, unfortunately, what we have been seeing around here with the emergency fire exemptions and the actions of PG&E and other entities taking out large trees when it is our view and Forest Unlimited and other groups that the mature trees, the larger trees, actually are not the cause of the intense, the high severity wildfires, and we're very concerned that these trees are being logged and used for other issues, whether it's to take them and log them to create lumber, or whether to the new one is using them for biomass and whatnot. So we're very concerned about that. So we just wanted to address the fact that we need to keep as many of our larger mature trees from just being logged via emergency, no public input, and trying to protect that. And it's kind of a workaround aside where many companies and entities have tried to get around the CEQA laws that would otherwise give the little bit more protection for these trees. Anyway, and you'll be discussing this a little bit later, I believe. And I think that's mainly it. I did we're signature toward one of the letters that actually will be that you'll be getting at some point in time, and which will further go into the reasons and the concern. So I appreciate your time, and have a great meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. I appreciate your time this morning. I believe that wraps up public comment, but am I missing anyone, Mr. Loffer? I see Mr. Bill Cooper here, and I don't believe Mr. Cooper has spoken yet.
Yes, Mr. Cooper has had an opportunity to go, so we have finished the public forum at this point in time. And just as a matter of clarity on the points raised just now by Mr. Hanson, there is an uncontested item on the calendar today, item number 3, that has nothing to do from a regulatory perspective with logging. However, it does involve the loaning of some staff pursuant to an interagency agreement to deal with tree hazard removal. And I just wanted to be clear that the comments I heard were not related to that specific function that we're doing in item number 3.
That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Loffer. Okay, then that concludes our public forum now, and thank you everyone who took the time this morning to address the board, again, on an item not pending before the board currently. Next, board meeting minutes. We actually do not have the meetings prepared for adoption, so we will skip over, we will pass on item number 1. Item number 2 as well, I don't believe we have an update to provide at this point on COVID-19 actions and arrearages and survey data, but look forward to following up with folks soon there as well. That does then bring us to items number 3 and 4, which are on the uncontested items list. Is that still the case, Mr. Locker, Ms. Townsend? And so, any reason to pull them off from uncontested from any of the board members?
So for item 4, we do have some staff from the Los Angeles region that are here in case any questions come up. On item 3, we do have one public speaker, and that's Ms. Kimberly Burr. Ms. Burr, I wanted to confirm, because you actually checked 2 items, I'm going to give you the chance to unmute, and if you can confirm that you want to speak on this item, we'll probably go ahead and take a brief staff presentation on it then.
Yes, I would like to speak on it. I'd be happy to wait till the end of the presentation if that's okay.
That sounds great. We just wanted to confirm. So if the board, if it's the board's pleasure, you could still move item 4 on the consent calendar, and then item 3, we could have a brief staff presentation.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Thank you, Mr. Locker. Fellow board colleagues, is there a motion on item number 4?
I'll move to adopt item 4.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo. Vice Chair Diadamo. Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Michael, can we take the vote as is?
Yes, there's a quorum to move it, and I'm not sure if Ms. Diadamo is having technical issues or had to step away for a bit, but.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The vote carries, and item number 4 is passed. And thank you for the regional board staff for being available to answer questions and for my discussion with them in my briefing as well. That brings us back to item number 3, which is consideration of a proposed resolution authorizing the executive director or designee to enter into and amend interagency agreements for mission task debris and hazard tree removal activities. And I would like to invite staff to do a short presentation. You're on mute, Mr. Nachbauer.
Yes. Good morning, board members. This is James Nachbauer. I'm the director of our Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. As you mentioned, this is related to fire debris cleanup. The State Water Resources Control Board was mission tasked by the Governor's Office of Emergency Services in December of 2020 to provide staff to CalRecycle to support structural debris and hazard tree removal projects. In order for that agreement to take place, or for that, for our supplying staff to that effort, we need to enter into an agreement with CalRecycle. And this resolution before you is something that is required for that agreement to take place. My colleague, Sarah Reese, who's the chief of our emergency management program, can talk in greater detail about this resolution.
Yeah, thank you, James Nachbauer. My name is Sarah Reese, and I'm the chief of the emergency management program here at the State Board. As James had explained, we've had an unprecedented wildfire season that lasted through January 2021 this year. We are asking the board to sign the resolution so that we can enter into a contract agreement with CalRecycle to supply staff for the hazard tree and debris removals. As mentioned, that effort will entail providing staff for various efforts, including 401 permitting, doing various admin duties that might be needed, and general emergency level support for those efforts. This year's unique. In 2018, we did supply staff for CalRecycle's efforts for the Camp and Woolsey Hill fires. During those efforts, we did not have a contract. One of our lessons learned from that effort was that a contract would improve the process for both agencies and get the work that is badly needed in the field done in a more expedited manner. And on that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. No questions for me. Just, great thanks for the work. When I know it's challenging wildfire season, let alone the other emergencies that come before your office. So just really thank you for your work and leadership and all of that. Any questions from fellow board colleagues before we go to comments? Great. Then Ms. Burr, Kimberly Burr, would like to call up.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for taking my comments. Woo, I'm kind of dark. Basically, I just was kind of wondering about the definition of hazard tree. There's a lot of, I don't know, room for abuse in that definition, and I haven't really seen the definition. And there's a lot of terminology that's thrown around about thinning and, fire safety. So I've joined on to a letter that you may or may not have seen yet, but it's a group of organizations that are very concerned about water quality and the beneficial uses the state's responsible for protecting. And we think you guys are the best state agency out there, and we would really encourage you to do whatever you can to protect the streams and water courses out there from abuses. And so I was kind of encouraging you to look at your resolution to see if there's some way you can condition your participation in this so that you aren't basically permitting the removal of large trees, large mature trees, even if they might have some slight fire damage. The abuses, maybe they wouldn't be considered abuses because they're legal, but we're hoping that the state will take its responsibilities to protect water quality seriously and weigh in on some of these contracts that are let for removing and thinning hazard trees. We're assuming that hazard trees were going to be defined as trees that are out in the middle of the woods, where some people think there's just too many of them. And then there's incentives to take even the large trees that actually mitigate the severity of fire, and they're much needed for climate change. So those are our major concerns. And we think that the state has an important role to play in assisting in this, but we don't want necessarily to just be there to kind of be a part of a long process that really you don't get to exercise your authority and your responsibility. So that's our concern, because we think that your job is too important. And so the people that have signed on to the letter are Conservation Advocacy, Research and Education, Green Valley Creek Restoration Group, that's my group, Town Hall Coalition, Community Clean Water Institute, Forest Unlimited, Sebastopol Water Information Group, and Wine and Water Watch. So a lot of people are watching the effort to thin the forest and are very, very concerned. So we hope that you share our concerns, and we support your work, and thank you very much for all you do to, put water back in our streams and help people and get clean water to drink. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Burke, for your time and comments here. Yes, it is a critical concern at the board, the water quality impacts because of the wildfires, the ongoing degradation that then happens for streams and also drinking water sources, reservoirs. I know that there is a lot of engagement happening on this particular resolution. It is just authorizing, again, our ability to give Cal Recycle staff, when it comes to the protections, how that work is conducted, the permitting process, we'll say, all that is kind of tucked away elsewhere. And so really a lot of, we can follow up with Cal Recycle as well, but know that because you don't see that, again, the sort of protections and permitting in this resolution, that is all still going on, and we'll be consistent as we work with Cal Recycle and all of our partners to respond to these wildfires, to clean up after them, and continue to do our best to look at this comprehensive whole between the impacts to drinking water, environment, our creeks and streams and ecosystems. And so, but just thank you for your comments and your concern there. I don't know if Ms. Rice, you had anything specific further you wanted to follow up on the concerns for Ms. Burr. Again, I think generally, again, the resolution doesn't have definitions for hazardous trees or some of the work, because that's all further defined in the actual contracts and work with Cal Recycle, and is a source for ensuring that those protections are kept there.
Yes, thank you. This is Sarah Reese again. And I just wanted to confirm, Mr. Esquivel, or Chair Esquivel, that your comments are correct. Our goal is water quality for this effort, and providing staff to CalRecycle per CalOS's mission task. The details for how CalRecycle is handling the contracts and the definitions of tree removal and hazardous trees are the domain of CalRecycle. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And again, thank you, Ms. Burke, for your time this morning. Okay. I don't think we have any further public comment on item number 3 here. Fellow board colleagues, any questions or further discussion? And then otherwise would entertain a motion.
No questions for me, but I'd be happy to move to adopt item 3.
Do I have a second?
I can second. I don't know if you caught that.
Okay, great. Thank you for the second. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Dodek,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item carries and is adopted and passed, item number 3. And so now we will move on to item number 5. And I have a bit of a statement here. Let me make sure I properly execute it before moving on. Item number 5 is consideration of adoption of a proposed water quality order concerning ocean discharge permits issued by the San Diego Water Board to the City of Oceanside and Fallbrook Public Utilities District. Marley Wood from the Office of Chief Counsel will present the order, joined by Assistant Chief Counsel Phil Wiles, Deputy Director Karen Mogus, and from her staff, Rebecca Fitzgerald and Renan. After the staff presentation, we will hear from the San Diego Water Board, who have requested 10 minutes. Following that, the petitioners will have 20 minutes. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item should fill out the virtual speaker card if you have not already done so. And with that, staff may proceed to the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Marley Wood with the Office of Chief Counsel. And this morning I'm presenting for your consideration a proposed order in the matter of petitions of the City of Oceanside, the Fallbrook Public Utilities District, and the Southern California Alliance of POTWs. These petitions seek review of NPDES permits authorizing discharges from POTWs to the Oceanside ocean outfall that were reissued by the San Diego Water Board last year. And I would note, before going forward into some of the high points, we did circulate a change sheet late last week, and I will talk about some of those changes once I get through the summary of the order. Petitioners have raised a number of objections to the permits, and these fall into several categories. They include chronic toxicity, monitoring and reporting requirements, and an affluent limitation for flow. The proposed order before you would remand permits to the San Diego Water Board on 2 points and otherwise uphold the requirements set forth in the permits. First, I'm going to talk about chronic toxicity. The petitioners object to the permit's new directive to use the test of significant toxicity, or TST, in regulating chronic toxicity in the discharges. The petitioners raised several contentions here, including that the TST is a non-promulgated test method, and other related arguments about the TST that were raised during this board's recent consideration and approval of the toxicity provisions in December of 2020. Staff are not proposing that the board revisit those issues and contentions since they were thoroughly considered and addressed in that proceeding. However, the proposed order does recognize that the Ocean Plan, which is the applicable water quality control plan regulating discharges to the Pacific Ocean, has clear language requiring the no observed effects level, or NOEL, statistical approach to chronic toxicity. San Diego Water Board, in justifying use of the newer TST approach, points to a provision in the Ocean Plan allowing for more restrictive objectives and limitations as necessary for the protection of beneficial uses of ocean waters. The proposed order would remand the permit back to the regional board in order to evaluate whether there's a site-specific basis for departing from the clear requirement in the ocean plan. The permits as adopted don't provide a site-specific basis for using the TST. The second issue here is a new effluent limitation for chronic toxicity in the oceanside permit. The San Diego Water Board used best professional judgment in a finding of reasonable potential to cause or contribute to an exceedance for chronic toxicity. The order would remand the permit back to the regional board for further consideration and evaluation, including any facility or discharge specific information to conduct its reasonable potential analysis. Next, I'm going to talk about the monitoring and reporting requirements. Petitioners raised objections to a whole series of monitoring and reporting requirements in the permits. These include increased sampling frequencies for some constituents, a special plume tracking study, and new sampling in order to gather more information about bacteria exceedances in recent years, as well as a range of other reports that include some work plans, a pollutant minimization plan, a climate change action plan, and a state of the ocean report. And I can go into more detail regarding any of these if board members have questions, but I would note that the two biggest items here are the plume tracking study, which is a monitoring program to assess dispersion and fate of the wastewater plume discharged from the outfall to check whether the plume is heading toward the shore and could affect beach recreation. And then the other is a new HF 183 or human marker HF 183 requirement to help determine whether the bacteria exceedances are from human origin. Generally speaking, however, the petitioners claim that the San Diego Water Board violated the requirements of Water Code Section 13267, which directs a consideration of whether the burden of requiring monitoring and reporting bears a reasonable relationship to the benefits to be obtained, and the burden is usually thought of in terms of cost. Importantly, the proposed order would make clear that the applicable statute authorizing the monitoring here is Water Code Section 13383, not 13267. 13383 is a more specific section providing independent authority to establish these requirements, and it doesn't include that benefit burden analysis language. However, the proposed order would emphasize the importance of ensuring that monitoring and reporting requirements are reasonable, that the data generated are useful, and as part of that encourages an inquiry into a reasonable range of costs. With that in mind, the proposed order would nonetheless find that the record indicates the San Diego Water Board did take cost considerations very seriously and appropriately considered the need for the reports. The final area addressed by the proposed order is a new effluent limitation for flow, which petitioners contend was improper on the basis that flow is not a pollutant. The proposed order would find that the new limitation is appropriate. It's essentially a different expression of what had previously been a prohibition on discharges above design capacity. Now, the flow limitation serves to ensure adequate treatment of the wastewater by requiring that flows don't exceed the maximum level that the facility is effectively designed to handle. So as stated, the order would uphold that requirement. We did receive 5 timely comment letters from the San Diego Water Board, from the petitioners, from the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, or CASA, from the Marine Corps Base, Camp Pendleton, and Genentech. These latter two are also dischargers to the oceanside ocean outfall. We do propose some edits to the proposed order that are contained in the change sheet I mentioned earlier. So I'm going to go over those first. To start, Marine Corps Base, Camp Pendleton, and Genentech both asked that the San Diego Water Board orders adopted upon remand ensure consistency with their permits for discharge to the common outfall. In response, we've added language to the proposed order so that you can take these permits up on your own motion and order those appropriate conforming changes on remand. Moving on, the petitioners noted that the toxicity provisions are not yet in effect. They haven't been approved by the Office of Administrative Law, so they're arguing that they should not be relied upon. So the draft has been revised on page 6 just to make clear that this is just a decision of the Water Board not to revisit those issues because they've already been thoroughly vetted. Petitioners have commented that use of the TST is not more stringent or more restrictive, just a different requirement, which would be in contrast to that ocean plan provision that's in question. So we've drafted some language in a footnote on page 7 to explain that the higher level of confidence in the statistical approach can be interpreted to be more restrictive insofar as it can help provide more certain protection of the beneficial uses. We got extensive comments on the question of 13383 authority. Petitioners are arguing that section 13383 incorporates the requirements of Water Code section 13267 and also Water Code section 13225, which contains some of the similar language on the benefit and burden analysis. First, section 13225 concerns coordination with other agencies. So staff don't view that as applicable when the other agency is a discharger. So we've added language to make that more clear. Next, petitioners argue that section 13383 picks up the requirements of Water Code section 13267 through referencing Water Code section 13377, which governs issuance of NPDES permits and allows requirements as authorized by the Clean Water Act. The revisions on page 12 the revision on page 12 illustrate that section 13383 authorizes the Regional Water Board to establish monitoring and reporting requirements as authorized by several Water Code sections, including 13377, or by subdivisions B or C of this section for any person discharging to navigable waters. And if you look at section 13383 subdivision B, it allows the Regional Board to require any person subject to this section to establish and maintain monitoring equipment or methods, sample effluent as prescribed, and provide other information as may be reasonably required. So staff interpret that to provide separate independent authority to require these monitoring requirements. So petitioners have also cited some case law that involves application of Water Code section 13241, as well as 13263 and 13377. We disagree here as well, so we've added a footnote on page 12 to distinguish those cases. On a perhaps related comment, CASA urges the State Water Board to include a reasonableness framework based upon Water Code section 13241 in order to analyze costs of monitoring and reporting. Section 13241 concerns adoption of water quality objectives, and we believe that the factors set forth there don't make a lot of sense in this context of setting requirements for monitoring, so we don't propose making any changes there. Next, I'm going to respond to some of the other comments we received. The San Diego Water Board and CASA both asked to expand the record by taking notice of additional documents, but staff don't propose adding any new evidence, including any evidence referenced in the comments received. San Diego Water Board requested more specificity regarding the basis for departing from the ocean plan requirements, as well as a softening of that direction that would require a site-specific justification. They'd like to see that justification required only for significant departures from the ocean plan. Petitioners are arguing just the opposite, that allowing for any different requirements would avoid the rulemaking statutes. Staff do not support either of these positions. The ocean plan clearly allows for more restrictive objectives and limitations as necessary for the protection of beneficial uses of ocean waters. So that is the standard to be applied, and we don't believe additional direction on how to apply it is necessary. Petitioners have argued that the order's interpretation of Water Code section 13383 is inconsistent with directives set forth in State Water Board Resolution 2013-0029, which concerns cost of compliance. Staff disagree with this contention. The resolution in question committed to continued stakeholder engagement in identifying and implementing measures to reduce cost of compliance while maintaining water quality protection and improving regulatory outcomes. We don't believe that anything in the order conflicts with or is otherwise inconsistent with the commitments in that resolution to identifying duplicative or unnecessary monitoring, or to documenting the need for and the purpose for the monitoring and reporting. Next, petitioners contend that the order engages in inaccurate or unsupported analysis of the cost estimates that were before the San Diego Water Board. And staff believe this is a misreading of the order. The draft order doesn't take positions on which cost estimates are correct. It simply describes the San Diego Water Board's extensive consideration of the cost and provides examples to illustrate that. Petitioners and CASA contend that the regional water boards should consider the overall or total cost of compliance with monitoring and reporting programs, not just with each itemized list of the individual reports. Staff disagree with adding any language to the order on that point because it could prove unworkable. In many cases, data may not be readily available to make an accurate assessment of the total cost. Next, petitioners and CASA contend that the order should account for previous investments in reduction of wastewater discharges through water recycling. And staff disagree. While the water board certainly supports water recycling, the regional water boards still have a responsibility to protect ocean water quality. And these remain significant discharges. I would also note that previous water recycling upgrades have not prevented those bacteria exceedances in recent years that some of the monitoring is trying to address. Petitioners continue to argue against that effluent limitation for flow on the basis that it's not a pollutant, but they're also arguing that having it as an effluent limitation will subject them to mandatory minimum penalties and also duplicate mass limits in the permits. Petitioners actually prefer the previous permit's use of a prohibition to regulate flow. And I have three things in response to that. First, sewage is a pollutant within the meaning of the Clean Water Act. So the limitation for flow is a limitation on the discharge of sewage. As to the mandatory minimum penalties, the statute clearly defines effluent limitation to include a prohibition. So the result is going to be the same whether the limit is framed as a prohibition or as an effluent limitation. And then finally, many of the limitations in the permit are concentration based. So those would not in any way duplicate the flow limitation. And then finally, CASA raised some additional issues and arguments about that HF 183 sampling requirement. But because these were not previously raised in the petitions, staff does not propose addressing these in the order. Now, that concludes my presentation. I would note that I do have staff from the Division of Water Quality who can answer any technical questions you may have, but I'm happy to answer any other questions you have about the order.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wood, for the very succinct summary of and responses to the concerns that were brought in through the comment process. I don't have anything further currently. I don't know if any board members do, not seeing. And so we can move on to the San Diego Water Board presentation. And please do introduce yourselves as you come on. Thank you.
And Janine, I suggest you go ahead and elevate on both panels as they come up, the individual speakers to co-hosts.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Kelly Dorsey. I'm the Assistant Executive.
Good morning, Ms. Dorsey. I apologize. If you can maybe get closer to your mic or speak louder, you're a bit soft.
Okay. How about now? Is that better?
A bit better, but it's still a bit soft. I'm seeing from some of the board members.
Let me turn off my headset. Hang on just
okay.
1 second. Best laid plans. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. That sounds well. Thank you. You sound well. Thank you.
Turn it up here. I can't hear you, but I'm just going to go ahead. So, good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Kelly Dorsey. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer at the San Diego Water Board. I'm here today to just introduce my team that's here today to support this item. We have David Barker, supervising Water Resource Control Engineer, Brandy Outwin-Beals, Senior Water Resource Control Engineer, Keith Yeager, Environmental Scientist, Joanne Lim, Water Resource Control Engineer, and Vincent Vu, attorney from the Office of Chief Counsel. We appreciate your time and your attention today. And with that, we'll move right into our first speaker, which is Keith Yeager. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darcy.
Hi, I'm Keith Yeager with the San Diego Water Board. The San Diego Water Board appreciates the opportunity to comment on the proposed order. As stated in our comment letter, the San Diego Water Board believes there's substantial evidence in the record to uphold the challenge permits. However, we recognize that the permit fact sheets could be revised to state the reasoning for the various permit requirements more clearly. We do not have anything to add to our comment letter at this time, but we'd like to take this opportunity to address some of the other comments that have been raised. In regards to HF 183, the permits require the petitioners to collect HF 183 samples concurrently with fecal coliform samples once per quarter. However, they are only required to analyze the HF 183 samples if a result for fecal coliform exceeds the single sample maximum receiving water limitation. The monitoring for HF 183 is used to confirm the presence of human fecal material
Bring me a napkin.
when the fecal coliform limitation is exceeded. Results for HF 183 are used for informational purposes only. There is no receiving water limitation for HF 183. This requirement was included due to the approximately 73 exceedances of bacteria receiving water limitations between the years 2011 through 2019 at the offshore monitoring locations located near the outfall, compared to only 6 exceedances at the reference stations. In the petitioner's comments, they say that adequate budgeting requires them to assume all samples will need to be tested. Contrary to their assumption, the petitioners have had 0 fecal coliform receiving water exceedances after the permits were adopted. And thus, they have not had to analyze any HF 183 samples. Their cost estimates assume the unlikely worst case scenario whereas the regional boards considered reasonable cost based on its knowledge and expertise regulating publicly owned treatment works in the San Diego region. The petitioner's comments also noted that they intend to upgrade their facilities, which will result in increased water recycling and decreased discharges of effluent through the outfall. They argue that these upgrades are not considered in the cost analysis and support a reduced monitoring program. To clarify, NPDES permits are not drafted based on future actions, which may or may not occur. Effluent limitations and monitoring requirements are based on the report of waste discharge and past permit compliance to ensure ongoing compliance of current permitted facilities and operations. Future plant upgrades may be considered in future permit reissuances, or if the petitioners notify the San Diego Water Board of changes to their facilities that warrant a reopening of the permit. However, it would be improper for the San Diego Water Board to place significant weight on future plant upgrades and long-term projects because they do not reflect the facility at the time of permit reissuance. Further, decreasing discharges to the outfall from increased water recycling may lead to new water quality challenges. The amount of brine concentrate produced by increased water recycling for potable use and other regulatory driving brine concentrate management needs, including emerging constituents of concern, could ultimately require substantial expansion to the scope of the current Oceanside Ocean Outfall Monitoring Program. Generally speaking, with climate change expected to bring hotter, drier conditions, a conservation water ethic is taking hold throughout Southern California. There are increased demands for greater resiliency and sustainability of future drinking water supplies. Recycled water use efforts have long targeted mainly non-potable uses, primarily irrigation for agricultural lands, golf courses, and other landscapes. With water supplies growing scarcer, the focus on water use is currently shifting now to both direct and indirect potable use applications, such as proposed by the City of Oceanside and Fallbrook Public Utilities District. At the same time, we are also anticipating a shift away from the historical practice of constructing and operating separate non-potable water distribution networks, also known as purple pipe systems, towards potable recycled water distribution systems, which do not involve separate purple pipes. Development of recycled water for potable uses often requires the use of membrane or other treatment technologies that produce brine or concentrate waste streams. Currently, the most common practice for disposal of brine waste through the use of brine lines and ocean outfalls. Reductions in wastewater flows due to water conservation efforts and increasing in water recycling for potable use can result in challenges of blending and dilution of brine concentrate inflows to wastewater treatment plants and ocean outfalls. Such increased concentration levels can result in potential impacts to marine habitat and other beneficial uses. To assess these impacts, the monitoring program for ocean waters receiving the discharge may need to be increased. The San Diego would like to note that some of the comment letters attempt to introduce, and I think that's actually it. Thank you for all that. Thank you. Those are all of our comments at this time. The San Diego Water Board will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager. Appreciate your comments and presentation here. Any questions from fellow board colleagues? And if not, moving on then to the second panel.
So I'm not sure if you were going to put our slides up. This is Jack Beebe, General Manager at Fallbrook Public Utility District.
Good morning, Mr. Beebe. Yes, Ms. Townsend should be able to pull those up if they were provided to the clerk.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, and first, I do really want to appreciate the board and the chair for taking the time to listen to our concerns, also the staff for the effort they put in, both the state board and regional board staff. So I'm not going to reference water code sections. I just want to give you sort of an overview of why we're raising this issue to the state board and why we're going through this effort. So if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to speak primarily on the behalf of Fallbrook Public Utility District, but also give some background on what Oceanside's been doing. We're a very small district, so our wastewater population is about 23,000 people. We've been doing tertiary treatment since the 1980s, and we've invested a lot of money in building a very robust treatment plant. This isn't a future project. This is a project we've done. And over that period, we talked about the bacterial exceedances. We were actually discharging tertiary disinfected, treated, recycled water to the ocean, right? So we're somewhat confident that those exceedances weren't from Fallbrook Public Utility District. We have asked our rate base to invest about $30 million upgrading our treatment plant, which allows us to produce a very high quality nitrified tertiary effluent. We're also taking aggressive steps. We just initiated a program with Camp Pendleton to look at reusing all of our wastewater between us and Camp Pendleton. So this is about a $1.2 million project we're working on together. Oceanside also, just to be clear, they've broken ground on their project to reuse their Pure Water Oceanside project. So it's not a theoretical project, it is underway. And our recycled customers, we have a large number of recycled customers that are nurseries. So as long as the nursery business doesn't disappear on us, we're hoping to be able to maintain the part of our purple pipe effort. And if we could go to the next slide, please. And so what I wanted to give a little bit of perspective on is when you look at these parties, Oceanside, Fallbrook, Camp Pendleton, we think we've really been a model for meeting what the governor outlined in his water resiliency portfolio, from both the water supply and discharge effort of really looking at how do we decrease our ocean discharges and reuse our wastewater to the extent possible. The project we have going underway with Pendleton is exactly that. It's looking at discharges from Fallbrook Public Utility District and Camp Pendleton and getting those discharges into the ground This would make Pendleton, who's already largely independent of imported water supplies, fully independent even in drought conditions, and get Fallbrook up to potentially about 2/3 of our demands from these local supplies. And so what I want to make clear is it's not about us not wanting to raise rates and pay for these studies, but there are limits and there are priorities we have to decide of where we're going to spend our money. And what our concern is, we've made all these investments to reduce our discharges to the ocean, yet at the same time, it's not that our existing monitoring requirements have been continued, but that we've been added very expensive new monitoring requirements. And if we go to the last slide, really, at this point, we're really focused on two things that in our mind, I understand the regional board's perspective, but these things to us seem that they're going to be incredibly expensive and we're going to get very little information out of them. And really those two items are the human marker sampling. Again, is there human DNA in the ocean? We feel is not going to give you necessarily great information to tie to our discharges or take any actions about. And the plume monitoring at this point, because there's going to be major changes in the plume characteristics, maybe better wait until these projects get done and the plume stabilizes. And just so everyone understands, the way it works for us as districts, the regulatory costs have to get spread evenly across our rate base. Prop 218 cost of service study, these costs that are out there end up hitting all our ratepayers fairly equally. We're seeing a pretty significant uptick in late payments. They've gone up about 3 times recently. And so what this ultimately does when we have to allocate more money for our additional monitoring in the ocean, it's going to inhibit our ability to move forward on some of these other efforts. The regulatory costs are required costs. We're going to pay those. We're going to do it. The expanding our recycled become optional in some cases then, and it sort of enforces more of a status quo when we have to make those decisions between the two. And it's really the additional cost again that is our concern, not the existing cost for the monitoring program. We understand that even though we've taken these steps, that was okay. It's with those steps that additional cost. So I really, I'm hopeful, we're here to speak to you. My hope is, if we don't get it right this time, at least the next time around, we can work a little bit more cooperatively together. We're trying to do the same thing here. It just seems like we really didn't get there in a very cooperative way at this time. So appreciate it. And I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Mr. Beebe, just one quick question on the sort of plume stabilization, just kind of wondering what is the timeline on when you would see sort of it sounding like a series of projects put into place that would be changing that, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, so we've got a groundwater project with Camp Pendleton that's going to be done in about a year. Oceanside can speak to their Pure Water Oceanside project when that's going to stabilize. There was some discussion where we can push it out to the end of the permit period, but my thought is, this is probably something that makes more sense to revisit in the next permit once these projects all get done and are stabilized.
Okay, yeah, so about, yeah, I mean, you had the permits on the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System are renewed every 5 years just for certification. So yeah, that's what you were kind of looking at. Okay, yeah. Thank you. That's helpful just to understand. Thank you, Mr. Beebe.
Thank you.
We should have our next presenter on the panel here invited to share their camera and microphone.
And actually, at this point in time, all of the panelists should have control over their camera and microphone. So,
okay.
Mr. Beebe, do you know who is going to go up after you?
I believe it was Lori.
Yes, I see Miss Rigby here, I think. She's, she needs to be invited to unmute again.
There we go. I just got my, good morning. Just want to say good morning to the board members, and we thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item today. My name is Lori Rigby. I am the compliance officer for the City of Oceanside Water Utilities Department. And I'm going to just be focusing on a couple of items out of our letter for the City of Oceanside. So if you can go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to bring up this slide. I've presented it at the hearing with the regional board previously, and just kind of outlining some of the costs and how we as a district have to plan for these costs. The cost isn't just how many samples we have to analyze. These contracts involve technicians going out on boats, collecting the samples, delivering them, courier. There's a courier that then picks them up, that filters a sample for storage. So just to collect HF 183, it's $1,200 just to collect the sample and handle it. That does not include any other associated costs. So although the cost of analysis might seem, reasonable if it's only a handful of times a year, that's kind of not the bigger picture. A lot of these costs that we quoted were from our current vendors, people who have contracts with the City of Oceanside that meet our insurance requirements, that have professional service agreements with us. So we are using up-to-date invoices, we're using up-to-date cost analysis, and we're including the costs to handle those samples in addition to the analysis. So the cost is a little bit more broad than it might appear at first. Also, the city has a limited amount of resources, just like the state board, the regional board. Sometimes we need to consult out some of these reports, some of the studies, some of the sampling, analysis that is more specialized. So we do have to include consulting costs in our cost analysis and what that's going to cost the city. That's if something is outside of our capability. So it's just a slight review on kind of how we came to our cost analysis. And as Jack mentioned, we can't raise rates at will. We have very specific requirements for how we raise rates, how much we can raise rates, and how those rates are distributed. You can't raise rates just for one permit for one study. It's just for the utility department as a whole and the need of the entire utility. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about the timeline for what reuse projects have been done and what's coming up. The City of Oceanside initiated our brand new tertiary recycled water treatment plant in 2018. So that is tertiary treatment that goes to land disposal. We have 5 recycled water users, and that expansion brought our facility from 0.7 MGD to 3 MGD. And Jack also touched on our Pure Water Oceanside project, which is groundwater recharge, and that is currently under construction to be going online December 2021. So that is this year. And that plant is going to start out at 3 MGD. We do have the option to expand that plant if needed in the future. And we also have an additional recycled water distribution system for our tertiary discharge that is going to be expanded within the next 3 to 5 years. So we have additional reuse upgrades even planned for the next 5 to 7 years to expand our recycle treatment system even further. And that's an additional $20 million spent to reduce our discharge to the Pacific Ocean. So at first, that's going to be approximately 40% of our treated effluent that's going to be reused instead of being discharged to the ocean. And Oceanside is really committed not only to our water resiliency and our local supply, but to removing that from our beaches from the ocean. And in this current draft permit, there were a number of exceedances that the permit really focused on, but the bigger picture with some of these exceedances they were a very specific time period of a couple of months. There were some stuttable solids exceedances that were associated with a specific filamentous bacteria bloom. And this was a few months span over a 9-year permit. So this was not a continuous discharge of settleable solids. I don't know if it took into account the true timeline under the 9-year permit. And we don't feel that it really reflected the overall plant performance under our permit cycle. So I wanted to just note that this is a focused, isolated incident. And a lot of this has really been addressed over the course of the 9 years. So if we could please move on to the next slide. So one of our concerns about the plume tracking monitoring program is, we did touch on how much Oceanside is now recycling, reusing, and taking away from the Oceanside ocean outfall. The implementation of the plume tracking program is based on historic effluent characteristics that are just no longer accurate to a lot of the ocean discharges, especially in our region. And Oceanside's plume will drastically change over the next year, and it will change even more in the future with the expansions and the additional reuse projects that I discussed. The goals set out in the original iteration of the plume tracking program are just no longer consistent, and we really want our resources to be utilized to further expand our reuse projects and reduce our overall discharges to the ocean, rather than track a plume that would fundamentally be changed in less than a year, and it would just render the program just inapplicable. So that's really our primary concern that we wanted to have the state board take into consideration. And with that, I'll let the next speaker continue. So thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your time this morning.
If I could ask a question briefly on that plume tracking item, Ms. Rigby, thank you for your presentation anyway. But it seems to me that if you're moving forward, and I commend you for all your work here with the Pure Water Oceanside project, with expanding recycled water. It's really phenomenal. It's great to hear. But it seems like the plume tracking, you kind of, as you suggest, over the years here, as the discharge decreases over time, the tracking, actually having that data to show perhaps that the plume is inconsequential to conditions in the ocean there near the outfall could actually be helpful to your case. So I'm just, wondering if you have some thoughts as to, maybe this could be a good thing as you look at your next permit cycle.
And Sean, thank you for that comment. And I do see where, that could be considered, but we are doing receiving water monitoring where in this new permit, we're doing the nitrogen and phosphorus samples. We have offshore and nearshore monitoring, and Oceanside participates in the BITE programs, which is, I feel like we are addressing whether the plume could be reaching the shore. We haven't personally seen evidence of that. We rarely have ever seen exceedances in our nearshore samples, and they usually coincide with rain events. So we just really want to focus on how can we protect water quality and maybe not get every single piece of information that may be out there, because you could do studies all the time. We really want to make sure our resources are investing in our infrastructure, improving our facilities, and using the data we have to see if it's really necessary. And we just don't necessarily know how much valuable information it will bring, and that's just our personal interpretation of this. So we definitely have been attending the workshops, and we could continue to have that discussion, but we don't know if now is the right time to implement. So that's at least our interpretation at this time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It definitely gives me something to think about. But generally, I do feel that the region. I understand you went through a fairly extensive process working with the regional board through this last permit iteration, and they took into consideration some of your comments, perhaps not all of them. Obviously, the plume tracking program is still an element there, but they did think through, some of those implications and how useful this data will be, over the coming years as they're looking at bacteria exceedances, what are some of the causes of some of these issues, especially in nearshore areas. So, so thank you though for your input.
Thank you.
Thank you both for the exchange. Mr. Jepson.
Hi, hello, Chair Esquivel, Water Board and Water Board staff. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. This is Steve Jepson with SCAP. SCAP shares the concerns and supports the written and verbal comments from Fallbrook Public Utilities, City of Oceanside, CASA, and Downey Brand. SCAP's comments today focus on the test of significant toxicity, TST requirement, and the HF 183 testing requirement. With regards to the TST, we strongly object to the requirement for TST and therefore appreciate and support the remand. As you know, the TST is an unpromulgated test method not listed in 40 CFR Part 136 as an approved test method, and the TST is not included in the ocean plan. SCAP is seeking judicial review of EPA's unpromulgated TST guidance being allowed for NPDES compliance purposes without undergoing rulemaking requirements. SCAP is also seeking judicial review of the State Water Board's requirement for using the unpromulgated TST in the recently adopted toxicity provisions. Both of these cases are currently active. SCAP supports the State Water Board remand of the TST-based requirements and believes no exceptions from the Ocean Plan's toxicity requirements should be authorized until the Ocean Plan is amended. We also take issue with the regional board's letter alleging that historic suspended solids violations could support finding of reasonable potential for chronic toxicity. As Lori indicated, it's our understanding that these exceedances are historic and have been resolved such that this provides improper basis for finding reasonable potential. The best evidence is that Oceanside has had no toxicity levels approaching the previous permit's performance goal. This excellent performance does not justify an effluent limit for toxicity. Instead, the performance goal should be encouraged as a way to ensure Ocean Plan toxicity requirements are monitored and kept compliant. With regards to HF 183 testing, HF 183 may be one of the better human markers found in science to date, but HF 183 does not discriminate between live and non-live human gut bacteria. This is important to understand. Even tertiary disinfected recycled water can test positive for HF 183, questioning the ability of the marker to be a viable indicator in tracking the plume and true human health risk. Other warm-blooded animals carry HF 183, raccoons, sheep, deer, chickens, even pets. I'm not suggesting that these are out in the vicinity of the ocean outfall, but just pointing out that HF 183 is not an absolute indicator of human gut bacteria. And once again, it doesn't discriminate between live or dead. A recent Santa Barbara study, a $2 million effort, found a significant source of HF 183 in the surf zone was bather shedding, not wastewater or urban runoff. The mouth of the San Luis River is near the ocean outfall with a large watershed from many types of land, including wildlife areas, homeless populations, agriculture, rural areas, urban runoff. Wet weather discharges from the river could confuse the sample signal. Evidence of human marker does not indicate that wastewater is definitively the cause of bacteria exceedances. In other investigations, FIB and HF 183 have been shown not to correlate, which may send a mixed message to the public about the safety of recreational use. In this case, the HF 183 requirement in the permit will not produce useful data and is not a good use of ratepayer funds, as it is not definitively linked to fecal indicator bacteria exceedances. It's not a promulgated method and does not send a clear signal to the public about the ability to recreate at the beach. As you heard, Oceanside and Fallbrook have made significant investments in wastewater treatment plant improvements and recycled water expansions, reducing outfall flow by as much as 40%. With better treatment and reduced flow, the focus on enhanced monitoring such as HF 183 and plume tracking lacks justification when based on past flow characteristics. This information is less valuable when the entire flow regime is changing. We understand and appreciate that the San Diego Regional Board strives to protect water quality, and that data is needed for all of us to understand the effects of the outfall. My son and his loud and messy friends appreciate the San Diego region efforts, as I live in the San Diego region. And we appreciate loading them in the van and recreating at the beach and knowing it's safe. But our statement is that HF 183 is not the right tool in the permit at this time. Our ask is that the HF 183 element be removed and the regional board meet with stakeholders to design a monitoring program that's based on the latest flow characteristics. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. And I turned it over to the next speaker, Melissa Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Jepson. Ms. Thorne.
Hello, I have a presentation as well. Good morning, Chair and board members. Thank you very much for hearing these appeals and for the remand on the chronic toxicity requirements. And also I wanted to thank you for incorporating Camp Pendleton and Genentech into this changes in the late changes on the draft order, as they had similar permit requirements and had petitioned as well, but there needs to probably be a better way to relate petitions because theirs were dismissed when ours were taken up. If I can have the next slide, please. There's two issues I really wanted to focus on today. One is the justification for monitoring, and the other is issues related to toxicity and effluent limits. So the first issue is the interpretation of Water Code Section 13383. So the proposed order essentially interprets this section so broadly that you would never have to take into account the burden or costs for any new monitoring requirement in an MPS permit. And that goes against a lot of the other requirements in the water code and also the requirements in 13383 that talk about reasonableness. 13383 does not provide the water boards with unlimited authority to require monitoring. It's only limited to those monitoring requirements authorized by the Federal Clean Water Act, and specifically lists several sections of the water code for that authority, including section 13160, which gives the board power to exercise authority under the Clean Water Act, section 13376, which talks about reports of waste discharge under Clean Water Act, and 13377, which allows the water boards to issue permits consistent with the Clean Water Act. So all of those are only related to the Clean Water Act. Footnote 31 cites in the changes cites to discharges to navigable waters as somehow providing extra authority, but all discharges to navigable waters are controlled by the Clean Water Act. So that footnote is incorrect and should be removed. For permit provisions that are not required by the Clean Water Act, such as plume tracking, HF 183, climate change reports, state of the ocean reports, those are not included in any authority under either the Clean Water Act or the Water Code. So both sections 13267B and 13225C would remain operative and limit monitoring reports to those that meet the burden analysis, including costs. There were also, as alluded to by Mr. Beebe and Ms. Rigby, there are numerous other monitoring reporting requirements that these petitioners have that were not challenged. It was only the ones that were felt to be very burdensome and costly and not providing information that was helpful. Further, footnote 28, which was added, alludes to Fallbrook and Oceanside as being, quote, dischargers of waste, but they are not. They discharge recycled water, which is created as a result of the treatment of waste, as defined by Clean Water Code section 13050N, and their water is considered a valuable resource. So this footnote is also incorrect and should be removed. If I could have the next slide, please. So on the chronic toxicity provisions, we agree and appreciate the ultimate conclusion to remand the toxicity provisions because the permit should be issued in accordance with the ocean plans provisions that all went through CEQA and the APA requirements to be adopted. The discussion of the site-specific analysis to not follow the ocean plan is beyond the legal authority. If the ocean plan is to be modified, it has to go through a rulemaking process, otherwise it's underground rulemaking. And as the regional board's letter showed, they would rather not do this site-specific process anyway. The late changes to page 7 and footnote 16 need to be removed. The TST has not been proven to be more restrictive. The claims that it has a higher level of confidence is unproven because there are numerous issues with the TST test drive. Therefore, the reference to Ocean Plan Chapter 3, Section F1 is misplaced. This section only allows more restrictive water quality objectives and effluent limits. It does not allow changing the ocean plan's definition of toxicity, chronic toxicity, which is defined as NOEL, or changing the approved tests in table 3-1 or the monitoring requirements. Further, it ignores that section F3 of chapter 3 requires an exception be granted if table 3 water quality objectives are changed from 1 TUC. That would require a CEQA and a hearing by the State Water Board, not just a site-specific analysis as stated in the draft order. And just some other notes on the flow limit. The main concern is the change from a discharge prohibition to an effluent limit made it subject to mandatory minimum penalties. Sewage is not what is limited in the permit, it's treated effluent. So that argument doesn't hold water. And there are also are mass limits in the permit. And anytime you have a mass limit, that is an essential implied cap on flow. So the flow limits are really unnecessary, but we would accept it going back to a discharge prohibition because then there is discretion in enforcement instead of having mandatory minimum penalties. Just to comment on the regional board's letter, which we didn't have a chance to comment because their letter came in after ours. The regional board does not want this detailed site-specific analysis to depart from the ocean plan. And as I said, we don't believe any departure is justified without an exception process. The state board had to comply to have with APA and CEQA to get the regulations in place. And in order to change that unilaterally, it could create new potential impacts that weren't analyzed. The best evidence as far as toxicity goes is the lack of exceedances of the performance goals. And the other factors that were raised in the regional board's letters are indirect and allow limits beyond the scope of the federal regulations. And only a chronic toxicity exceedance is truly relevant for reasonable potential. And on the issue of the reporting, separate reports, the regional board letter did not address the climate change report or any justification for that, and specifically stated that there was no authority for the state of the ocean report, and the draft order recognizes this, but allowed an ex post facto justification, which is legally inaccurate. So we would hope that you would look at some of these comments and potentially make changes. It seemed very quick between the end of the comment period on February 8th and today. I don't know that I recall any hearing coming that quickly on a comment period to allow for thought and changes to be made. So we would hope that, there would be some time set aside to really think about this and potentially remand some of these monitoring things back as well, and to make the changes that we've requested. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Thorne. Much appreciated. Next, we can move to a couple of commenters we have. I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl from the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. Good morning. Should be invited to unmute here. There you are.
Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. We wanted to support Oceanside and Fallbrook this morning, particularly on the HF 183 item. And our request is simply for this to be relaxed for the reasons provided by others today, or in the alternative, at least for the requirement to be remanded for further analysis by the regional board, like other permit requirements are remanded in the draft order. The HF 183 requirement in the draft order is supported by a standard of reasonableness. And so I wanted to weigh in on it. Regarding Ms. Wood's staff presentation, I needed to clarify, and I'm sorry it was not clear in our letter, but our reference to 13241 was not for those factors to be incorporated expressly, but rather our point was that in assessing what is reasonable under 13383, it would not be inappropriate for the factors in 13241 to be included in a broader universe of factors in determining what is reasonable. the regional board justified its requirement for 5 years of monitoring of HF 183 because of occurrences between 2011 and 2019. However, this seemed unreasonable to base future permit requirements on the past, since the circumstances and conditions going forward will be so different from the past, as other presenters have described. We're also concerned with the use of HF 183 as proposed, and we reiterate, as SCAP observed, that HF 183 is not distinct to humans, that it's present in recycled water, and that other multi-year exhaustive studies of all sources in Santa Barbara ultimately concluded that HF 183 there was because of bather shedding, not discharges, which goes to the premise for this permit requirement and why we'd like to see further analysis of it for this specific location. Moreover, for this permit, the type of scientific analysis called for in the permit requirement is not one that distinguishes between live or dead fecal indicator bacteria. And there is a way to assess that scientifically with other tools, but the permit doesn't require those. And so beyond this point, scientists have urged when there are waterways near a discharge point, that decision makers and policymakers must be extra cautious with how HF 183 is used and interpreted. And this is relevant because of the proximity of the ocean outfall to the San Luis Rey River. So with consideration of that, and maybe stepping back from those issues, there is a broader concern I'd like to highlight. Oceanside's estimated that the new permit requirements will cost approximately $1.7 million. And when you add up the regional board's estimate and where they depart from the Oceanside's estimate, by my analysis, even the regional board's estimates for the new cost are still going to exceed $1 million. And this is significant for small agencies and municipalities. And so if we step further away from isolated permits to consider whether such cost increases were more commonplace for other permittees as they're coming up for renewal, all of a sudden this $1 million plus increase becomes much steeper in context on a statewide level. And so we really do desire a stronger factually based justification provided in the permit that looks at current and future circumstances. And so to close, I'd like to reiterate our request that the HF 183 requirement be relaxed, or at least more substantively analyzed and justified by the regional board on remand. I greatly appreciate your consideration of this request and appreciate your time today. Thank you.
You as well for your contributions today, Mr. Voskuhl. And then last we have Andrew Homer. Good morning, Mr. Homer.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Great. Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. Thanks for allowing us to participate. Genentech is a discharger through the Oceanside ocean outfall, and we appreciate the late change to direct the regional board to harmonize the permits if any changes are made to those that are before you. Beyond that, we continue to support Oceanside and Fallbrook and all of their comments and are here just to answer any questions you may have for us.
Thank you, Mr. Homer. And with that, fellow board colleagues, I'd like to just start off by saying, in echoing Board Member McGuire's thanks to the Fallbrook and the petitioners here for what is a good history of leadership to rest on, certainly in the region. And that when it comes to the reasonableness of the regional board's requirements here, I think it doesn't diminish what is that leadership. And I think that ultimately, when it comes to the study on the human markers, and again, what I heard as well was disagreement around some of the science and how a study should be implemented. I think Mr. Voskuhl there for a moment was asking for additional requirements that we put as a requirement on that study. I think that those can be carried out and considered. And I would hope that, again, the good comments from Mr. Jepson and others when it comes to the usefulness and how we ensure that the data that comes out of the study does ultimately improve our understanding of the impact of of these discharges on near ocean conditions is appropriate. I mean, and needs to be contributed to, but I don't think, to my mind, calls into question, again, I think the reasonableness of the study. Likewise with the plume tracking, I acknowledge that through, again, the good leadership on the local level, that the characteristics of the plume themselves are changing. That is something else also that I'm sure can be factored in as the plume study is conducted and executed. And I think as I understand it, all that is still at the forefront of discussion. So I think there are ways that the issues that have been flagged today can, in some part, be addressed insofar as, again, a feeling that these additional requirements are simply unreasonable, unwarranted, and not tied to our further understanding of the impacts of these facilities. And again, on these two studies specifically, which we're really called to say, is this reasonable? I feel they are, and I'll just and can say that as well. What is certainly of concern to this board, and I know to our regional boards, is the cost of compliance. In reading the order, there's quite an overview, and I think, but still yet we can always do better in communicating, our ultimate findings. And I think that's part of the work that the board can do. And I think Mr. Yeager himself acknowledged that in some of the justifications they could have done a bit better. But I think, again, I find myself finding the reasonableness of the two studies, and that they can contribute ultimately to our continued understanding of the impacts of discharges. And as we move toward increased recycling and direct potable reuse and developing the regulations that continue to, with the leadership of the local entities particularly, drive toward greater resiliency in our communities by ensuring that wastewater is continued to be seen as that beneficial use. And so, fellow board members, any thought from you? But I felt again that this was a good discussion. I think there are certainly ways to increase the value of these studies, and some of the criticisms of either the implementation of the HF 183 study or the plume tracking and monitoring. But open it up to other board colleagues. That's just, again, my kind of gloss and opinion. But just want to, again, acknowledge the leadership of the local utilities here. These projects, require, the certainly ratepayer impacts, I'll flag as well, are always of concern, and that goes to the cost of compliance discussion. And here to continue to do better and tracking, understanding, and communicating the value as well, and not just the cost, the economic costs, but the value to all of our decision making here of these requirements here in the monitoring, but also of the projects writ large that we're talking about when we look at the increased recycling that's happening, that needs to continue to happen, and that is the good policy goal we all have still in common, even again with some disagreement here, obviously, between the utilities and what the regional board is setting for monitoring in this 5-year permit for the facilities. I'll stop there. Vice Chair, please. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. I just wanted to jump in and join in your appreciation of the petitioners and other stakeholders in the comments. We take this very seriously, and certainly as Chair Esquivel and Board Member Dodek know, the issue of cost of compliance has been, a top priority for me. And I just really appreciate everyone's comments, in particular on monitoring and review and consideration of cost, and think that staff did a really good job walking through the requirements. But regardless of the various viewpoints of the Clean Water Act and Porter Cologne, I think they did a good job in the draft order discussing that the regional board did review the issue of costs. As you say, Chair Esquivel, there's a difference of opinion, but that review did occur. And from my perspective, as a state board member, it appears that the regional board was reasonable in their analysis. But I still do appreciate staff's discussion of the importance of consideration of costs and expectation of regional boards in that regard. So I just wanted to call that out. I do plan on supporting the order with the change sheet.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Agreed with all the comments regarding cost of compliance, and that question as to where is that reasonableness test. And so I appreciate the comments from Mr. Voskuil and CASA in terms of just suggesting possible factors that could be considered in reasonableness. And I don't think there's anything that needs to happen here today. I do find that these elements of these permits have been thoroughly vetted in terms of the additional monitoring that's required. However, I think going forward, as I had a chance to reflect on the 2013 board resolution that did, emphasize taking these factors into consideration. So, whether it's required or not per statute in water code or through other regulations, for me as a board member, it is something that I find important and will be looking for and would like to see more of going forward, and especially that cumulative cost. So it does matter. Death by 1,000 cuts comes to mind. When we have many different monitoring requirements, they do cumulatively and can add up to a very significant amount of money, as I think we're seeing in this case. And not to, say what is the exact cost. I think it's a little, there's different opinions on this, but these are, the cumulative cost matters. It does affect rates. It could have implications on other projects like we're hearing about with Oceanside and Fallbrook, that they're making significant infrastructure investments, and we would want to see that be derailed. I don't think that's the case here, but just something to keep in mind. As well, I think for me, this is also a reminder about the chronic toxicity testing and the ocean plan review, and the acknowledgement that there is some lack of consistency there in terms of how the ocean plan's been implemented for chronic toxicity. And so I do see this order as a helpful way to clarify that, and also to emphasize that it's a priority project for the state board to look at chronic toxicity, including potentially the use of the TST here, so that all of the ocean discharges have a more clear common expectation for what type of monitoring is required going forward. So don't know what the outcome of that will be. Just for me, this is just a reminder that we need to move forward with that process. And then my last comment, I'm comfortable moving forward today, but I would like to hear back from OCC. A number of stakeholders, Ms. Storm, for example, had a number of suggestions on edits. And I, just acknowledging that this has been a pretty tight window between the close of the comment period and this revised order. So I would just like to hear if OCC has any suggestions or any further changes, or if they're comfortable with the change sheet as it's been proposed.
This is Marley Wood again. Yes, I did listen carefully during Ms. Thorne's presentation, and we actually stand by our statements in the revised change sheet. I did not hear anything that I think would warrant changes. We still do continue to believe that everything in here reflects our interpretation of the law. And I don't know whether Phil Wiles has any additional views on that, but I would invite him to speak if he does.
Thanks, Marley. No, I agree. I think that we either already had or anticipated the comments that we were receiving last week. And so that's why we were able to turn this around quickly. I think the only comment that I heard today that I don't recall hearing in the past was that the discharges to the ocean do not qualify as discharges of waste. And based on a reading of the definition of recycled water, we do disagree with that. This is a discharge of the component of the wastewater that is not recycled and includes, for example, the brine, et cetera, from the treatment processes. So this discharge, the component that does go to the ocean, in our view, clearly is a discharge of waste. And that's, again, I think that's the only new comment that I heard today. So I agree with Ms. Wood that we don't recommend any further changes to the draft order.
Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you, board member. Board members, any further discussion?
If I just might add, I obviously concurred with all the comments that you've made earlier. And I wanted to thank the regional board staff as well as the discharger for the good discussions on cost of compliance. You know, it has been something that I hope would be integrated into our various programs as an important consideration. And I think we heard today that it is something that we're very mindful of. But as we all know, it is still it's a dynamic learning process. And one of the things that when we considered the cost of compliance effort many years ago, we were very careful to emphasize is that while it is an important consideration, it does not supersede our responsibility to protect water quality, to protect public health, to ensure that beneficial use are reasonably protected. It's a balancing, it's a learning process which benefits from the engagement of stakeholders, dischargers, because they have some of that information for us. But at some point, it comes down to the board issuing a judgment call. And I think, again, that's one of the advantages, one of the strengths of this makeup of the board is we have members with different perspectives, all lending our thoughts and opinions together into a decision on behalf of the board. So I concur. I also am supportive of the resolution and the change sheet. I'll go ahead and make the motion now for adoption and thank everyone involved for the hard work and for the very difficult work involved in this.
Here. Thank you, board member. It is, I'm heartened. It takes resources to do cost of compliance as well. I think that's part of the acknowledgement is that we need the staff and the systems in place that do that better. And I would flag that I know that through our training academy, our internal staff resources, there's now the provision of a class around cost of compliance, like the basics 101, and the standardizing of how we do cost of compliance internally, knowing that this impacts our drinking water regulations and setting of maximum contaminant limits and other regs in the drinking water space. Here then water quality and our regional water quality boards work, but also water rights. I mean, the cost that it takes to have clean water, to be able to regulate well, is also a discussion in there, and the resourcing to actually have these activities take place. So just thank you for that. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Dodek?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the vote carries and the item is adopted. And again, thank you everyone for the good discussion here. And it will continue to feed into other permits and other discussions before the board, particularly around this cost of compliance issue. So just thank you. Let's go ahead and take, before we move on to our tranche of informational items, perhaps just a 5-minute break. Maybe come back here at, or should we give ourselves a full 10 minutes? I'm good either way. Let's just say 11:15. I think there's a good amount to get through, and hopefully 5 minutes is enough. I maybe tried to take a quick break there, and maybe you saw any pause. So anyway, hopefully you were all doing the same. But let's go ahead and take 5 minutes, and we'll see you here at 11:15.
a lot quicker for a guy to go to the bathroom than it is a girl. She has to sit down too.
Okay, everyone, I think we can begin to gather back. I hope the 5 minutes was refreshing. Let me go and pull up my, my agenda here, apologies. We will now be moving on to item number 6. And item number 6 is our update on dry year Bay Delta hydrologic and fisheries conditions. And we're joined today and really thankful to have all of our state and federal project and fisheries agency partners. So with that, hand it off for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, great. My name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights. I'm here today to introduce agenda item number 6, which is an update from the Department of Water Resources and U.S. Bureau of Reclamation on current dry year hydrologic conditions in the Bay Delta watershed, and an update from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on relevant fishery conditions. As part of what is known as the Water Operations Management Team, or WOMP, staff from all of these agencies, as well as the State Water Board, meet on a weekly basis to discuss hydrologic and fisheries conditions relevant to State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations. Over the past several months during the WOMP meetings and other planning meetings, we have been coordinating on possible dry year conditions. Today's update is intended to provide the board and the public an update on this information. As the water year evolves, we will also continue to provide these updates with the assistance of our colleagues at the other state and federal agencies as appropriate. Today, we will start with a hydrology and operations update from Molly White with the Department of Water Resources and Kristen White with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Following their update, Garwin Yip with the National Marine Fisheries Service, Crystal Davis-Fadke with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Jana Alfonso with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will provide an update on fisheries conditions. Time permitting, we can also provide an update on other hydrologic conditions throughout the state that we typically provide, but I'll leave that to the board to decide whether you would like that or not. And with that, I will turn it over to Molly, who will start the presentation.
There we go. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo. My name is Molly White. Oh, and good morning, board members as well. My name is Molly White, and I'm with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm a water operations manager with the State Water Project. I'll start off with the hydrology and SWP project operations update, then hand it over to my colleague, Kristen, to discuss CVP operations and so forth. And again, thank you for having us and my WOMP colleagues here to present this informational item. Next slide. So here we are with the standard Northern Sierra precipitation chart. During the last informational update in early November, we were at 0 precipitation for the 8-station index. We're currently at just above, because of the storms over the weekend, just over 17 inches in precip, still well below average for this time of year. We're still about, 53% of average. And coming off water year 2020, which was the 9th driest water year on record, we were in the ballpark of the top 5 of driest October through January, until we saw those rounds of storms at the end of January and into early February. So while we did see some appreciable snowpack and precipitation, we still have quite a deficit in our well below average for this time of year. Next slide, please. Same story there with the San Joaquin precipitation index again. We're at about just under 14 inches again, and percent of average today at about 60%. Next slide. And Tulare Basin is well below average there, 43% of average. We gained a few tenths over the weekend, but still just over 7 inches to date with that basin. Next slide. But with these series of storms, what we have seen, they have been colder. So we've, although the precipitation to date is tracking well with some of the basins under the 14-15 timeline, as well as under the 2019-2020 water year, we are still are accumulating snowpack. So across the state, we are just under 70% of average for this time of year, and tracking well above the 14-15 period, which saw one of our lowest snowpacks on record. So doing better there, I would say, with as far as when it comes to snowpack across the Sierras from north to south, but still below average. Next slide. And again, I believe you saw this plot back in early November. This is a Central Valley Water Supply Index, a snapshot of potential runoff projections for the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems. The shaded pink there is the average to date cumulative, and the dark line there is the runoff accumulation to date. So again, the same story, we are well below average. And then with all those strands, just shows what that probability may be. It's a broad distribution of where we may land at the end of this water year for water year runoff accumulation. It's all trending typically towards below average. It's just a matter of where we land, whether it's on the upper end of below average or down below, tracking with that minimum trace in 1997. Next slide. So as far as the long-term outlook, so this is a map of the long-term outlook for February, March, and April. It's still trending right now. If you look at Northern California, the upper part is equal chance, but more in our neck of the woods is the trend suggesting that anticipate to see below normal or below average conditions for that time period. Next slide. Reservoir conditions, majority of reservoirs across the state are below average. Our CVP and SWP operated reservoirs north of the Delta right now are ranging about 54% of average up to about 60 or 70% average there for Trinity and Lake Shasta. Next slide. And I'll focus here on Lake Oroville, the State Water Project's largest reservoir. Here we did see a little uptick over the weekend with storages. We're at about 1.3 million acre feet, still tracking there. We're tracking along 1314, which is the blue line, and below 1415, which is shown in green. And we're about 54% of historical average. Next slide. So we did last week, we did receive the water supply forecast, February 1st. It's the first forecast that we receive that incorporates actual snowpack measurements. The Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley still remain in the critical water year type classifications. Rainfall, runoff, snowpack, well below average. As far as observed October through January, those first 4 months of the water year, Sac Valley came in at the 8th driest in historical record, and the San Joaquin Valley came in at the 10th driest in the historical record. Next slide, please. So our late winter, early spring, our anticipated operations at this point, Lake Oroville, we are in storage conservation mode. We are releasing at minimum until storage is needed to meet downstream Delta outflow or water quality standards. We, mid-January, the deliveries to our senior water rights holders did cease mid-January for rice stubble decomp. Down in the Delta, governing operations for the state water projects are our incidental take permit issued by CDFW, our federal biological opinions issued by NMFS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and they'll be also speaking today, and as well as our outflow and water quality standards per our water rights permit. So as far as our export operations, we'll just be modifying our exports to maintain sufficient outflow and water quality, and for state and federal fisheries protection while maintaining our minimum deliveries to our South of Delta folks. Next slide. So our state water project planning activities, because of the persistent dry conditions and per the state water project's incidental take permit, DWR was required to submit a drought contingency plan. And this plan was developed jointly with Reclamation. We did submit that early on February 1st. At this point, it was a hydrology conditions overview and update, species status, project areas of concern, and included monitoring efforts in that plan. We will be updating that and we'll be submitting it to CDFW early in March. So between now and then, we are updating our operational forecast for the state water project using that new February runoff forecast and coordinating with Reclamation, and we'll be updating, including those plans within the next version of the drought contingency plan. And next slide. All right, so this, I'm going to stop here for the state water project update and hand it over to Kristen White.
Great, thanks, Molly. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. So we'll carry on the message, unfortunate dry conditions that Molly went over, talk about where some of the Central Valley Project reservoirs are. So on these graphs, I don't know why the colors didn't come out the same as Molly's colors, but on mine, 2014 is in red, 2015 is in the thin light blue line, and then last year is the green line. And hopefully it's consistent on all the graphs. So the Lake Shasta is not great, definitely well below where we were last year, but better than we were in 2014, and starting to be close to where we were in 2015, although 2015 saw a decent jump in February that we're not seeing yet. So next slide, please. Folsom Lake, similar story, better than 2014, pretty far below last year and 2015, saw some decent inflows, but as Molly mentioned, because the storms have been coming in colder, we haven't seen as much inflow coming into some of these reservoirs because we're building snowpack. Next slide. And then New Melones is a little bit of a different story where we're well above where we were in 2014 and 2015, although still pretty far below where we were last year. So this is good news because it's a fairly large reservoir on a fairly small watershed. So we need that water to get us through these dry periods. So, and as you can see, New Melones has gained almost no storage so far this year. Everything has fallen as snow, very little inflow thus far to that reservoir. Next slide. And then finally, San Luis Reservoir, which is our off-stream reservoir down in the Delta. So we pump into it. It doesn't have a natural inflow or much of a natural inflow. That's definitely well below where we were last year, but pretty close to where we were in the 2015 timeframe. That's about 1.1 million acre feet. It's split about 60-40 between the state and federal. So a little over 500,000 on the state and a little under 500,000 on the federal side. Next slide. So our anticipated late winter and early spring operations, and these, it's difficult sometimes to put these in writing because things can change so rapidly, particularly during these winter and spring periods. But what we're seeing right now is our focus is to conserve storage at Shasta, looking at the Sacramento River. We want to hold those minimum flows and build that storage as long as possible. But it is possible that we'll need some of that for our Delta outflow and salinity requirements, or some of the senior water deliveries in the Sacramento Valley. Right now, the deliveries are pretty minimal until the agricultural demands start picking up. It's likely to be in the mid to late March, early April time period. Right now, we do not have a temperature operation, or we're not operating the reservoir for temperature, I should say, because the ambient air temperature is pretty cold, so it's keeping those water temperatures low. But we are building storage. That's our primary temperature operation right now. And as Molly mentioned, we're operating the Delta to meet Delta outflow and salinity requirements primarily.
Sorry to interrupt, but on temperature in Shasta, I know that as the year kind of shapes up, you know, the reservoir stratifies and a clearer picture of the cold water resources and pool kind of come into picture. When is that about? When do you guys usually kind of start to see that?
Yeah, great question. So the reservoir usually stratifies and gives us a picture of how much cold water we have to work with around late April, early May. Can be a little earlier or a little later depending on the conditions and the hydrology, but that's generally the time period. So not yet.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we're still kind of maybe building up, hopefully, what is a deeper, colder reservoir pool here with these ambient temperatures, right? So.
Yes. Let's hope.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Do you think I have a question too. So do you think the better, I think we're looking at reservoir conditions kind of similar to the 13-14 time frame. And so I was just wondering, because we have a better snowpack this year than I think we did then, do you anticipate that conditions will improve somewhat for Shasta, or is it too soon to say?
I think it's probably too soon to say. I will say that reservoir storage at both Shasta and Folsom is better than it was in 2014, which is great. And snowpack is better, which is also great. But the big thing that we're looking at when we think about temperature management on both the Sacramento and the American River is whether or not we can use our highest portion of our temperature control device. It'll take a pretty significant more inflow for us to be able to do that. So that's why I say it's a little bit too soon to know, because if we can get there, which we were able to get there last year, but if we can get there, then we'll definitely be an improvement from what we saw in 2014. But if we can't get there, which we were not able to get there in 2014, we'll still have some pretty major challenges this year.
Thank you so much. No, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Okay, and the American River, pretty much the same story, trying to conserve there, trying to hold minimum flows as long as we can, unless it's needed for our Delta requirements, and building storage. Next slide. On the Stanislaus River, we are releasing minimum flows along with releases for Vernalis salinity, trying to hold salinity at our requirements there. And then moving into the Delta, I think Molly already covered this, I'll be brief. We're basically modifying our exports to meet our Delta requirements, including the fish protection that we coordinate with fishery agencies on, and then export available water beyond that. So right now for water supply, we're aiming to fill San Luis Reservoir as high as we can using the available water in the Delta so that we can conserve our storage to have better cold water pool operations during the summer. And then finally, the dry year planning. So unfortunately, we have to be having dry year planning conversations this year. I know Molly already mentioned the drought contingency plan. I'll touch on a couple other areas. One is our drought toolkit. This is a requirement of the 2019 biological opinions for both NIMS and Fish and Wildlife Service. And the drafting team includes the Department of Water Resources, National Fisheries Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the state board staff. So we're all working to basically develop as many actions as we can that might be helpful, not only in this year, but in any drought year. So trying to do everything we can to kind of get on top of things. The Sacramento River settlement contractors are also engaged. They have played a key part in helping us with temperature management in previous droughts. So they're also engaged looking at actions that they can offer. Our goal right now is to have a draft in the spring with a final in August. Keep in mind that the drought toolkit is a general plan, not just for this year. So actions for this year obviously can't wait till August. We'll be looking at those earlier. So which brings me to the last point. We are starting to discuss potential actions for 2021. It's too early right now to identify specific actions. we are starting to talk about what might be possible. I know that being in mid-February doesn't seem like it's too early, but the change in hydrology that we saw at the end of January into early February has certainly changed some of the conditions. So I think the actions that we might have been looking at in January are different than what we're looking at now. So we're working with the state and federal fishery agencies and with our contractors and trying to identify what we might be looking for 2021. And that's all I have. Any other questions?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. White. So looking at Delta operations, and I recognize that this is all very fluid, but you have here modify exports to meet Delta requirements, fish protection at the same time that you're aiming to fill San Luis Reservoir. Could you talk a little bit about implementation of the new BIOPS and any triggers that you might be looking for? I know in years past, we've heard about the turbidity bridge and other issues through adaptive management. If you could just maybe flag some of the things that you're looking for there. And then the second question has to do with curtailment and term 91 and where that would fit into some of the operations here that you're looking at, and any collaborative discussions that you've been having with our staff and other water agencies along those lines.
Sure, great question. Thank you so much for that. I'll start out and then see if Molly wants to add anything in addition. So first and foremost, as Diane Riddle mentioned in the beginning, we have a water operations management team that meets at least weekly, along with a slew of technical committees and technical teams that are meeting also, most of them weekly, to look at conditions, particularly in the Delta for both Delta smelt, longfin smelt, and the various salmonid species. So our new 2019 biological opinion relies heavily on the outcomes of those meetings and what they're seeing and the different risks that they're looking at within the system, and they provide various information to help outline what operations would be protective. So you mentioned the turbidity bridge in specific. That was something that it looked like we were getting close to. We had our biologists and our hydrologists looking at the conditions, trying to identify whether or not that was forming, and kind of like on standby, waiting to see whether or not there was anything we could do to prevent that. Luckily, the hydrology seemed to freshen things up a little bit and move some of that turbidity and that silt out, so we didn't have to. We didn't have a turbidity bridge form, but we were looking at that almost on a daily basis, trying to determine whether or not we could modify or prevent that from happening. So it's not an exact answer to your question about exactly day to day what we're looking at, but it's kind of we're coordinating with the state and federal fishery agencies on a very regular basis, looking at the conditions for all the species that are within the system, and determining what the appropriate operations are from that. Molly, did you have anything to add to that?
No, thank you. You brought up the turbidity bridge avoidance, so that was it. Thanks.
Thanks. Did that answer that part of the question? Okay, thanks. And then, oh, go ahead. Okay, and then as far as curtailments in term 91, I don't have, I'll leave it to the state board staff to talk about any kind of implementation of that or what that process looks like. But for what it means to us is it means there's more water that's in the system that can meet those Delta requirements, which helps us by, depending on when they're happening, ideally being able to reserve storage and use that storage to support cold water pool operations and various other fishery operations throughout the year. So I think that's a key part to us. Molly, did you want to add anything else to that?
No, I don't, nothing.
Did that answer that question?
Yes, I think mainly what I'm looking for as one of the, along with board member Dodick, one of the veterans from the last cycle of dry years that we had, is just wherever possible to have improved communication and collaboration with all of the agencies, our staff and others. And, it does seem that has occurred, but just, looking for any opportunities for further improvements. So that was the point behind the question. Just wanting to make sure those discussions are occurring, and just really thank you for the report.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for bringing that up. That is something that we're really working on as state and federal agencies. All of us, including state board staff, are really working to improve the communications, ensure that as things are changing and conditions are evolving, that we're talking, saying what we're seeing out there, both from a water operations as well as a water diversions and fishery perspective. So I think I wasn't the operations manager in the last drought, but I hope we're making big improvements on the communication front.
And I do want to thank State Board staff, Diane. I see you there. As far as there's been a lot of outreach from State Board staff, especially around Term 91 over the course of the many, half a year or so. It's been very helpful, and I think there's been very good dialogue going as it relates to that.
Yeah, just huge thanks on that. Later on in our next items, we'll be talking about drought and water rights and some of the lessons we've learned and pulled out, and speaking earlier, often and publicly, transparently, helping invite others into the decision-making process, but particularly, contractors and others on the system, but academic interests and otherwise, continue to open up these discussions earlier. And to your point, Kristen, this toolkit isn't just about this year, but really, how do we have, knowing that we have we've always had such uncertainty in our water years here in the state, and it seems to be getting only more uncertain, that it is month by month and really a matter of being able to adjust accordingly. And it's difficult. As both you and Molly as operators, on a very complex system with a lot of different requirements, it isn't easy. But the more we can open up these conversations, the more we can have them in a way that builds confidence around the decision making, but ultimately just makes us better decision makers. I think, again, is a theme that we saw in the context of water rights and certainly operations. So just thank you for that commitment, and the continued growth that I've seen over the last year and two around just holding those sorts of discussions and being more open to what we all have to do here, which is show our homework and invite others to preview into the decision making and see how we can continue to be better in it all. And we can only be, we benefit ultimately from that transparency and that work. So just thank you for your commitment there.
Thank you. We're all in this together.
If I might just add, I second everything that has been said. I think the Vice Chair mentioned the last drought and the difficulty and challenges we all went through together. And I concur that one of the things that is a takeaway, and we'll hear more about it in the next item, is the need for more communication, for transparency, for making sure that everyone involved understand what we're doing, why we're doing, the rationale behind it, the justification. So, thank you for the report, and I look forward to hearing more from you, and I look forward to ensuring this line of communication and transparency continues throughout the rest of the year. And I think one of the things that was a takeaway from me the last drought was the whole issue of TUC, the temporary urgency change petition. I know it's a tool in the toolbox, but it's one that creates a lot of challenges, especially if we don't provide the level of communication and transparency that the public expects of us. And so I guess just a special request for you, for the agencies, if you are considering TUCPs, please build into the process enough time for us to have that level of communication, to have that transparency, perhaps to have a workshop or a hearing so that we might hear from all the parties that are affected. It's one of the things that I wish we had done previously, and sometimes the timing just gets away from us. And I would hope that we don't have to go through that again. And if we do have to go down that path, that we make sure to keep that line of communication and transparency open to all members of the public.
Thank you. Board Member Dota, good points. And yeah, it's a continuum, I think, from the TUCPs, the drought planning, ultimately all the data and information that justifies all that. So I think really do appreciate that. Well, thank you again. Anything further from fellow board colleagues before we move on to others in the panel here and hear from the fisheries agencies? Well, great. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Hello.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Garwin Yip. I'm going to start off with the Fish Agency panel. Next slide, please. So again, I'm Garwin Yip. I'm with the National Marine Fisheries Service in California Central Valley office in Sacramento. So my presentation is going to focus on Chinook salmon. Next slide. So within our jurisdiction in NIMS, we have these 5 species. Like I said, I'm going to focus on Chinook salmon, and I'll touch on spring run a little later. So if we could go back one slide. Go back 2 now, please. Okay. Next slide. Okay, here we go. So winter run Chinook salmon, historically, there's been 4 let's go back 1.
Actually, let's hold on 1 second. Courtney controlling the presentation, I think it's set up so that it's on a timer. So you're going to need to go into the PowerPoint and turn off the timer settings.
Thanks everyone for bearing for a moment.
Or I can talk really fast.
All right, Mr. Yip, you should be able to start now. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
So going back in history, the last 5 decades from 1970 to the present, we could see the status of winter run Chinook salmon declining. There's some improvements through time. Next slide. And then focusing more. Next slide, please. So this is the status over the last 15 years, zoomed in a bit. So we had a peak in 2016 of 17,000. And last year, brood year 2020, we had 6195 as an estimate for escapement. So I'm going to ask you guys to focus on 2013 and 2020. I'm going to do a little comparison between the two, which are relatively similar escapements. Next slide. So in 2016, and veteran members of the board mentioned the last drought. In general, it was 2012 to 2016 with the height of the drought and drought effects in 2014 and 2015 when we saw considerable declines in winter run Chinook salmon. We started a jump start. The reintroduction in Battle Creek was already in the planning stages, but because we had, in quotes, excess juveniles, we decided to put some of those juveniles in Battle Creek to jumpstart that reintroduction. So that started in 2016. 2019.
How many juveniles was that about? Just out of curiosity.
I don't remember exactly, but now it's around 200,000, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
So in 2019, the adults started coming back, and last year, brood year 2020, we had over 1,000. So that's a big success, and actually natural spawning of winter run Chinook salmon in Battle Creek. There is a rotary screw trap at the base of Battle Creek that we're starting to see, or we started to see, past tense, natural production in Battle Creek. So that's a big promise and towards our recovery plan. Next slide. So this is a very busy graph, but it shows the coordination with our Southwest Fisheries Science Center and also along with the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group. Reclamation and DWR generally issues forecasts in general, but also temperature modeling information at the beginning or near the middle of each month. So we see here every month from March to September, there's typically 2 bullets. That's the 50% exceedance and 90% exceedance estimates of temperature-dependent egg mortality. So Chair Esquivel, you were asking earlier about when stratification starts and sets up in Shasta. So in the beginning of the year, in March, we see at least the projections of high temperature-dependent egg mortality. But as the forecasts start tightening up through time, these mortalities start getting closer and closer, not so much to 0 as we see here, but closer to each other. So the 50 and 90 start being kind of one and the same, like in July, August, September, and October. But as we see the forecast tighten up in April, we're looking at storms that happened in 2020. So that increased the cold water pool and Shasta reservoir volume. So we're seeing a decrease in the estimated temperature-dependent mortality. So we're tracking these things on a monthly basis. Like I said, working closely with our Science Center and the 5 and 6 agencies and others, including tribal representatives of the Sac River Temperature Task Group. Next slide.
Do you have, sorry, on that, maybe on this slide or wherever appropriate, but there's a lot of focus, and rightly so, on temperature mortality. But do you also have estimates of total mortality in the river and how those sort of correlate over time?
Total mortality in the river, we have estimates based on science and studies on egg mortality. We have estimates of survival down to Red Bluff. The Fish and Wildlife Service has estimates through their rotary screw trap of juveniles emigrating past Red Bluff. So we do a calculation that you see here with the juvenile production estimate, working backwards to back calculate the estimate of survival. And then there's studies, especially through the more recent years, acoustic tag of juvenile winter and Chinook salmon from Redding, and we follow them downstream all the way out to the Golden Gate Bridge to provide estimates of survival down the middle Sacramento River and the Delta.
All right, thank you.
So for this slide, earlier I was talking about 2013 and 2020 being similar as far as winter and Chinook salmon escapement. So in the first row, we have these numbers that are relatively similar. So walking through, I'm not going to talk through each row, but importantly, the escapement was relatively the same. And we go down to Red Bluff Diversion Dam, the conversion to fry survival at Red Bluff. We have an estimate in 2013 of 27% survival compared to 2020, we have 11% survival. Next slide. So this is what the 27 and 11 look like going back in time in comparison with the rest of the years in the last 15. So we have 15% survival from 2005 to 2010. That was assumed averages, and same with the 25% in 2011 and 2012. But since then, we've had better and closer calculations and estimates of survival. So that's why we have this fluctuation since then. But in general, on average, we're looking at about a 19% survival over the last 15 years.
What goes into the better estimate? This is all based on model, not actual, right? So what goes into the improvements that you've seen through time here?
Going back, there was a spawning channel in Red Bluff and an estimate of survival of eggs for fall run Chinook salmon, I think. So that's where the 15% comes in. And it was just a standard that we used across time. More recently, and they're not, as far as I understand, the modeling comes to the estimates of emigration past Red Bluff Diversion Dam. So U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service conducts monitoring from their rotary screw traps, and they have modeling to estimate the number of smolt and fry past Red Bluff. But we work backwards from there. We take that estimate of the number of fry past Red Bluff, and we divide that by the number of eggs that we anticipated being laid by the females. So we have a lot of calculations from the escapement estimate to the percentage of females to the fecundity of the females, the number of eggs, to come up with these numbers. And there's also an assumed, oh no, never mind. That's the science center modeling that I'll talk about later. Okay, next slide. So we take the 27% and the 11% in this comparison, and we walk it down from Red Bluff. And I mentioned earlier that we had standard survivals in the past, and more recently we used acoustically tagged winter run juveniles to estimate the survival in the middle of the mid Sacramento River and into the Delta. So in the end, oh, can we go back one? Sorry about this. One more. So we started with similar escapement, and the second to last row, the estimated number of fry in 2013, just eyeballing it, it looks like double the production past Red Bluff as an estimate compared to 2020. So that's one of the key points. Similar escapement, twice the amount of juveniles estimated to pass Red Bluff in 2013 compared to 2020. Okay, now you can.
And do you have any thoughts as to the cause for that significant departure?
There's suspicion, and I would say it's evidence that there's thiamine deficiency. We don't know to what extent that thiamine deficiency resulted in such a drastic reduction in 2020. There's been studies, both injection of thiamine into females at Livingston National Fish Hatchery, thiamine baths of the juveniles and eggs, also studies at Red Bluff or at UC Davis that indicate a significant thiamine deficiency contribution to the mortalities, but we don't know to what extent.
Year to year, what's the range again for egg to fry survival generally?
If I remember correctly, over the last 15 years, it was, so 2014 and 2015 were big hits. 2015 was 4%. 2011, I think it was somewhere around 45%.
Okay, that's helpful.
19.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, I appreciate your helpfulness here, but just going back to the overall survival here, in 2020, you have an estimated survival of 11%. But when you shared the temperature data, I think the survival, the temperature mortality was around, I'm sorry, I don't have the number, 8% or somewhere in that ballpark, less than 10%. So only a fraction actually of that overall mortality is from temperature causes, based on your modeling and best estimates at this point for last year. Only a small portion of that, and it may have been the thiamine issues or other causes, but there's a lot of factors that weigh into overall mortality issues with fry.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's a lot of background mortality that we're not modeling and trying to attribute. We do need to try to figure out the extent of, for example, predation and what the effect of predation is on the juveniles, both the juveniles themselves, but also temperature-related predation and other factors.
Right. Thank you.
Next slide. Okay, so at Red Bluff, we have survival in 2013 approximately double in 2020. So the juvenile production estimate is a calculation that we, being all the agencies, estimate as the number of juvenile winter run that enter the Delta. And so here we have this comparison again. 2013 looks like 3 times as much as in 2020. Now, it could be a couple of factors. One could be just tighter calculations of survival in the Middle River. And another could be that there's something going on in the Middle Sacramento River in 2020 compared to 2013. But in 2020, this is the number that we came up with as an estimate, 330,000 as the GPE. Any questions? Okay, next slide. So this is what the GPs look like across time over the last 15 years. So 2020, it's not the worst, but it's down there. There's 2014 and 2015. And these are numbers, as opposed to earlier, it was percentages. So when you look at this, if you remember escapement was relatively high in 2020 compared to a lot of the other years, but now where it matters is the number of juveniles estimated to enter the delta. So this is relatively in the lower end. Next slide. So one slide, switching over to spring run. A lot of the focus is on winter run just in general for operations, but not to forget spring run. Spring run we've been tracking. There's a lot more populations. There's independent ones and dependent ones. So as far as spatial structure of Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon across the Sacramento River Basin, there's more, they can tolerate more as opposed to one population in the main center of the Sacramento River. But as far as tracking spring run across time, and so this goes back to 2001, so the last 2 decades of monitoring of escapement across 6 tributaries in the basin, it's not that noticeable if we look at it overall, but when we're looking at mill, deer, and there's also Antelope Creek, the spring run Chinook salmon populations are, for us, a watch. They're a threatened species and struggling in these small tributaries. Hot off the press during the break, which I'm glad we had a break. I did hear that last year, and this is anecdotal evidence right now, that the combination of mill deer and Antelope Creeks in combination, I think it's California Department of Fish and Wildlife, saw only 50 females as a total. So CDFW has a program on how to boost the spring run populations in the tributaries. Like I said, they're a threatened species in NIMS jurisdiction, and we have a recovery plan. So we're focused on spring run also. A lot of the focus on operations regarding reclamation and how do we manage Shasta Reservoir and the releases have to do with winter run, but there's definitely effects on spring run depending on the timing, duration, and magnitude of these releases and temperatures. Next slide. So this is my last slide. Kristen touched on a lot of these already, drought planning. 2014, 2015, it kind of hit us, and a lot of the agencies were just scrambling. And what do we do? What can we do? Board Member Dodak mentioned TUCPs that we implemented or proposed to the board in 2014 and 2015. There is no, at least where I sit, there is no low-hanging fruit. Everything that we consider has some ramifications to something or somebody. So the drought toolkit is a good chance for us to sit back and, in quotes, take our time and brainstorm all the ideas that could be considered and further analyzed in the future. And then, as Kristen mentioned, unfortunately in 2021, given the current hydrology, we're thinking hard about what we can consider for this year. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service manages Livingston Stone National Fish Hatchery, which produces hatchery winter run, but it is a conservation hatchery. So a lot of care goes into the genetic composition of the adults and the juveniles that come out of that hatchery. And I don't want to emphasize, just because there's a bullet here, I don't want to emphasize that we have a hatchery and we could just produce more fish, because there's other unintended consequences and side effects of that. But we are taking a look at the contribution of Livingston National Fish Hatchery for this year and whether it would make sense to increase its production or not. You saw in the earlier slides and also presentations from both Molly and Kristen how the hydrology continues, whether it's drier or we get help from Mother Nature. So we're not exactly sure what the whole water year is going to pan out for us. But in the meantime, we need to make decisions as winter run come up, whether we take them into broodstock or not. So these are decisions that we need to make pretty quickly. Kristen mentioned coordinating closely with the Sac River settlement contractors. We have meet and confer as part of the proposed action and biological opinions to coordinate with them on their diversions and timing of those. And then I mentioned spring run. We need to continue tracking the unintended consequences of what we do in Shasta and some of the other reservoirs as far as in-stream requirements and conditions, both temperature and flow for spring run as they come out of the tributaries. And with that, I'll turn it over to Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Yep.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Again, my name is Crystal Davis-Fatke. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And today I'm going to provide you a brief update on the status of Central Valley fall run Chinook salmon and longfin smelt. Next slide, please. While not listed under the Endangered Species Act or California Endangered Species Act, fall run are species of special concern. They are currently the most abundant of the Central Valley salmon races, contributing to large commercial and recreational fisheries in the ocean and popular sport fisheries in freshwater streams. This graphic is from the Pacific Fisheries Management Council Prepared Stock Assessment and Fishery Evaluation for 2019, and it shows returns of Sacramento River adult hatchery and natural area fall run from 1970 to 2019. In 2018, fall run met the criteria for overfished status, and 2019 return numbers indicate this stock is currently rebuilding. Next slide, please. Upcoming considerations for water operations. In the spring, fry and smolts are out migrating, and lower flows may contribute to and exacerbate disease and predation and result in lower survival. Fall run Chinook salmon migrate upstream as adults from July to December and spawn from early October through late December, and then fry emerge from eggs December through March. Stabilizing flows through egg incubation and fry emergence to avoid red dewatering during this critical life stage is one of the best options to minimize impacts to fall run. This requires optimizing the trade-offs between summer temperature and flow actions for listed salmonid species, in-basin requirements, and fall actions for fall run. This trade-off was successfully achieved in this past fall through coordination and collaboration on a stable flow release pattern from Shasta Reservoir, which significantly reduced fall run red dewatering while minimizing impacts to winter run. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move over to longfin smelt. This chart here shows the relative abundance of longfin smelt from 1967 to present, based on the fall midwater trawl index. As you can see, there is great variability in abundance over time, but also a clear trend of decline. For example, you can look at the relative abundance index exceeding 60,000 in 1982, whereas the index for 2020 was 28. Next slide, please. In winter, adult longfin move from marine waters into the upper estuary and delta to spawn in fresh and low salinity waters. Under dry conditions, salinity moves further upstream, resulting in longfin smelt spawning in areas where they are at greater risk to entrainment. And this is because larvae need flow to transport them out of the system, as they are not yet large enough to swim out on their own. In January, there was a detection of longfin smelt as far upstream as the Deep Ship Channel, which demonstrates that longfin smelt are spawning further upstream this year. Next slide. This map shows the distribution of larval longfin smelt. The red bars represent larval detections from the first smelt larva survey in mid-January, and the yellow bars are detections from the second survey at the end of January. As you can see, in 2 weeks, the density of longfin smelt larvae increased in the central delta, putting them at greater risk of entrainment. I want to note here that the second survey did not sample downstream of Chips Island due to weather conditions. However, even absent that data, it's apparent that the density increased further upstream. A key consideration here is balancing conditions in the delta to minimize spawning in the central and south delta. Next slide.
Can I ask a question on that slide actually? Sure. First? Just wondering, I don't really have a benchmark to compare this to. So was this a surprise to see in January? Does this compare well with other, in a wet year, would we see the larva survey more closer out to the bay, or how would we expect to see this?
It was not a surprise, but with dry conditions, they did spawn further upstream than they probably would have in wetter conditions. And then that increases the risk of them being captured into the export facilities. But to kind of counterbalance that, in the next slide, you can see moving 2 weeks forward. There we go. Presented here is a partial data set from the third smart larval survey, which is the last one that's gone out as of yet. And those detections are shown in pink. All the Central and South Delta stations have been processed, which is what you're seeing here. And you can see the distribution shifted downstream. So we are attributing this shift due to increased flow, specifically positive net flow at Jersey Point, which is also called Q West. We know spawning is still occurring. It typically ends in March when temperatures increase. And by May, juveniles are old enough to swim out. And then the high risk decreases from entraining larval and juveniles. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and hand it over to Jana.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mackey.
Thank you.
Thanks, Crystal. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Jana Afonso, and I'm with San Francisco Bay Delta Fish and Wildlife Office in Sacramento of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'll be providing an update on Delta smelt. Next slide. So this slide here talks about the trends. So there's 2 annual Delta-wide surveys, and their relative abundance indices reflect the continued decline of Delta smelt. So on the left there is the fall midwater trawl, which has recorded 0 Delta smelt for the last 3 years. And on the right is the spring Kodiak trawl, which is also recording record low indices of Delta smelt. Notably, as you can see, recent declines intensified following the last drought. Next slide. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife has conducted its spring Kodiak trawl survey since 2002 to characterize the distribution of the adult Delta smelt population in order to inform water operations decisions in near real time. Like other CDFW surveys, the spring Kodiak trawl has recorded Delta smelt's decline over the previous 20 years. This figure shows the Fish and Wildlife Service's Delta smelt abundance estimates derived from the January and February SKT sampling. This year is the first year the catch has been 0 and an estimate cannot be generated. However, it should be noted that just because no Delta smelt were detected in this survey, it does not mean they are not present in the system. Next slide. The Fish and Wildlife Service conducts the Enhanced Delta Smelt Monitoring Program, which is designed to provide high-frequency sampling over a large area of the range of Delta smelt. Recent sampling has been somewhat reduced due to COVID safety measures, as well as recent weather events. The black dots on this diagram show where randomly selected EDSM sampling for Delta smelt has occurred.
Excuse me, Jana, I think we're one slide behind.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Sorry, I've got my notes on another screen, so I couldn't see. Thanks, Diane. So the black dots on this diagram show where randomly selected EDSM sampling for Delta smelt has occurred. The program is currently in its phase 1 sampling, which began on December 1st, 2020. Despite all this sampling, only 2 Delta smelt have been collected in phase 1, both of them near the top of the Sacramento Deepwater Shipping Channel. The blue dots on this map represent single sites where 1 Delta smelt was caught. In addition, EDSM has been assisting the UC Davis Fish Culture and Conservation Laboratory, which houses a refugial population of Delta smelt. They've been assisting them with collecting Delta smelt broodstock. This effort has resulted in 2 additional Delta smelt captured for FCCL. It should be noted that we believe we are nearing the detection threshold for Delta smelt. Next slide.
On that, can I just ask, I know that there are certain technologies out there that have been talked about, like fish DNA, using that sort of monitoring or report. Has that been discussed as a potential here? But I think it's alarming, certainly, that even with enhanced trawling, we're not seeing that. So it's kind of scraping the bottom of our tools there to see if even there's some sign of them through DNA. But is that a potential, or has that been discussed, I guess?
Yes, it's been discussed. I'm not sure the technology is quite there to replace the surveys, but it's certainly something that we're interested in. And given the low population size, it's certainly something that we want to continue to pursue further.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good question. Thank you. Okay. So as far as upcoming considerations for water operations, soon we can expect to have few to zero data points to inform Delta smelt distribution during vulnerable periods in water operations. We have learned some management strategies over the years that are now incorporated into project operations. So environmental surrogates such as turbidity are an important way to help manage the system for smelt survival. So as mentioned earlier, we had a situation earlier in February, late January, where with the possibility of a turbidity bridge formation, and the water agencies and the fish agencies work together to, in real time, to keep an eye on that situation and ensure that if that happened, then appropriate measures would be taken in place to protect Delta smelt. So that's a good example of using that environmental surrogate to help manage the system. So another example is for adults. So yes, I mentioned water operations are managed, which helps to limit fish movement and spawning in areas where they are vulnerable to entrainment. For the larval life stage, it should be noted that earlier warming trends and dry conditions may negatively impact spawning and rearing of Delta smelt. Again, water operations are managed to limit entrainment of this life stage, and frequent communication and coordination amongst the agencies to ensure that happens. So that's it. That's my last slide. Any questions?
None, Ms. Alfonso, just thank you. I think a very certainly sobering presentation, and certainly contrasted with the hydrologic conditions and the challenges just on operations generally. It continues to certainly speak to the challenges we're going to be having, but that it is through increased discussion and coordination here that we can at least unearth, hopefully, continued policy options and discussions that help us here. But Ms. Riddle, did you want to add anything further here?
Just going to offer, we have some additional slides if there are no more questions from the fishery agencies and DWR and reclamation. We have some additional slides on hydrologic conditions in other parts of the state, if you'd like to hear that.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to step through some of that. And certainly project operations in the Delta always front of mind because particularly in dry times, it's where so much of the tension and conflict emerges amongst the very many competing uses. But it would be great to, let's touch on some of the hydrologic conditions throughout the rest of the state. I think certainly what our next item as we talk about water rights and drought, but just generally, I think everyone acknowledging that these the water year is looking very much like 2014, 2015. Last year was already dry, and we're coming into a point here where conditions are going to be such that it's going to be difficult in many watersheds, not just the Delta. So thank you. We can move on to some general hydrology update then.
Okay, great. I will turn it over to Matt. Matt, are you still on?
I am. I'm here.
Okay, great.
Hi, this is Matt Holland, the program manager for the Bay Delta section. Just going to give you some additional brief updates. So on the other reservoirs that we typically update you on, Kachuma is at about 124,000 acre feet out of 193
1,000 acre foot capacity, which is 64% of capacity and 77% of average. Diamond Valley Lake is close to 702,000 acre feet out of 810, which is 87% of capacity. And San Luis, as Kristen previously mentioned, is around 1.1 million acre feet out of approximately 2 million acre feet capacity, which is 55% of capacity and 67% of average for this time. Next slide, please. So term 91, which board member Diadamo asked about, is currently not in effect. We lifted the curtailment most recently on Christmas Eve, and there's remained enough additional water in the system to keep term 91 out of effect since then. Obviously, with if the pattern continues to be dry, then we will, be looking at possibly reimposing term 91. Yeah, that's it for term 91, unless there are any questions. Next slide. The drought monitor, as you can see, almost 100% of the state is in some form of drought. There's a little tiny blip at the extreme northwest corner of the state that's not currently in drought, but the rest of the state is in at least abnormally dry condition, and the vast majority of the state is in at least moderate drought. So yeah, although we have seen some moisture lately, we're still seeing this general pattern of drought. Next slide, please. Colorado Basin is also in drought, and this is important for some of the water supplies to Southern California. So we see that 57% of the Colorado Basin is actually in an exceptional drought. So this is definitely a pattern of concern. Next slide. The US seasonal drought outlook for the entire country, you see that there's persistent drought for the Western United States with the exception of the Pacific Northwest and Montana. So, kind of the same story that we've been seeing unfolding. We're still in this period of persistent drought. Next slide. In the Colorado River Basin, snow water equivalent and precipitation to date is still below average in most of the catchments represented here. It's not quite as bad off as we've seen in recent past and as we've seen in the Sierras, but it's we're around 80% of capacity typically in many of these, or 80% of historical average in many of these basins. Next slide. So Molly covered the long-term outlook. The immediate 8 to 14 day outlook for precipitation is below average for California and much of the western southern US. So although there are some small events passing through, we're still seeing less precipitation than average. Next slide, and I think this is my last slide. 8 to 14 day outlook is for near average or below average temperatures. Thankfully not what they're seeing in Chicago and in Texas and those areas. So, and I believe that's it for me. I'd be happy to take any questions, and we can also address questions about drought planning if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Ms. Riddle, anything further?
No, I just want to say thank you to all of the presenters today. We appreciate them staying for the beginning of the board meeting and being here today to present their information. It's very helpful, I think, to start to have some of these discussions about the hydrologic conditions. So yeah, I think that's all, unless you all have questions.
Yeah, just thank you to you as well for setting the table very well for us here and inviting our federal partners in. This has been very useful for me, certainly, and I think useful for all of us because this is just the start of many conversations and particularly if it continues to be dry, and it looks like we're seeing projections for as much. And so will serve us well in having just a common understanding of the challenges we're going to be facing, not just this dry year, but in future droughts. And I think that that's a theme here as well, is that much of this is, again, it will serve us all well, even if we get a miracle March or an incredible April. And we can always hope for that as well here. So thank you, and echo your thanks to our federal and state partners here. This is, again, we saw in the last drought, and in here it's a team effort amongst us all, and trying to just demonstrate the good governance that we have an opportunity to walk through. And I think that, for me, some of really if there is a silver lining, is that this was just 5-6 years ago that we were in the middle of very difficult circumstances, difficult decision-making processes. I know I said that I really want to see, again, this growth of the transparency of those discussions. I'll just candidly acknowledge that the tension there is the time it then takes to make then decisions, and that there's a balance, certainly in the middle of a drought, when we will, as Vice Chair Diadamo and Board Member Dodek well know, have to be making decisions quickly. And so, as we move through the months ahead, it's going to be that balance that we're looking to strike here as a board, to continue to be transparent in our decision making and with our partners, but also expeditious, knowing that decisions often have to be made quickly in the midst of incredibly dry conditions. And so just again, thank you everyone for their time. I don't know, I don't have, I think, any specific follow-up question other than just look forward to, again, the continued collaboration amongst us all here.
And Chair, I will point out that we do have a speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Yes, we can go to the speaker here as well, but board members, though, thoughts and or questions for our panelists?
I was going to ask if there's, I know at the last hydrologic update, you were able to give some kind of overview around groundwater storage. And I'm wondering if you have some supplemental slides on that you could share.
So we have those slides. They haven't changed substantially from the last meeting. But we are mindful of the questions that you asked at that last meeting, and we will follow up with you for some additional information on groundwater storage.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. And we'll know, I know our next two items, and we'll take a 30-minute lunch and just to prepare folks, and then move on to our items thereafter. But are around drought and preparedness and discussions on the water rights side. And when it comes to groundwater levels, but also the impacts to drinking water systems, we know that that is very front of mind too. And I know we've had good conversation, board member, around that preparedness, and look forward to your question, getting more information on groundwater levels, but then would suggest we also have, similar to the items we'll be having here today, a couple items on drinking water and drought to really focus our attention on what we know is an incredible part of the challenge moving through dry conditions here, not just project operations and environmental considerations. So thank you, board member. Any other thoughts from folks or questions, things we'd like to explore further as well? We can always preview that here. And then hearing none, we can move on to, I think we have one or if not two commenters here. So first, I'd like to call up Nicholas Arozmina.
And Chair Esquivel, Nicholas had joined us earlier for the public forum, and it appears he has left the Zoom platform.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Then next we will call up Fritz Durst. Good afternoon, Mr. Durst. Good to see you. Oh, you have a bit of a lag.
How about this? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Esquivel and board members. So I'm Fritz Durst. I'm a farmer and an avid conservationist, and I'm also on the board of Reclamation District 108. I'm here today to offer you the thoughts as our chair of the NACWA Dry Year Task Force. In 2014, our chairman at the time, current chairman, Bryce Lundberg, had a saying that hope was not a strategy, and he put together a drought year task force, and we worked in 14 and 15 to help facilitate problems and work forward through the drought years. And Bryce has again asked me to chair this task force along with Brent Hasty from the Yuba County Water Agency. And this task force represents every major river and creek in the Sacramento River Basin. We've included many people on this task force, including Mr. Sean McGuire here, who's participated in several of our meetings. We began in December, and Sean has invited some fellow members of the state board over to share some of their thoughts. And we have a culture here in NACWA, which is to fix, not fight. And we feel we have a common sentiment with many folks here today, and that is we need to have early communication, and we also need to share common data. And good data is important for having a constructive conversation. So these communications include not only the many members of the tributaries here in Northern California, but it includes people from state and federal agencies, not only the water managers, but wildlife managers as well. And as Brent and I described several weeks ago in a blog, we have excellent water managers throughout our region who are listening today. And they're prepared for this year and hope that all parties can continue working together. Let me offer you a couple of thoughts as we head into 2021. In years like 2021, the State Water Resource Control Board has several processes that we encourage the board to activate. First of all is Term 91. We've appreciated the board's efforts for more real-time action, imposing and lifting on Term 91. The Term 91 is increasingly important for water preservation, but it's also important for fish food programs and to help reactivate our floodplains for salmon. We also need to look into water right curtailments. Looking at the emerging hydrology, the fact that the Bureau just called this a Shasta critical year, we encourage the State Water Resource Control Board to issue notices to post-1914 water right holders in the Sacramento River Basin. Water right holders pay nearly $21 million a year into the water rights fund, with the expectation that the state board will implement the water rights priority system in years like 2021. This early notification is really important for a lot of agriculture. Many folks have lenders, and they need to put their lenders on notice that they might not receive a full water allocation, and there might be they might have to be improvising. You don't have to. You don't need a regulation. You have a process that worked well in 14-15, and we encourage you to do this again. MBK engineers are available to continue working with your staff to refine the water supply and demand analysis, which we think are fairly straightforward in the Sacramento River Basin. With the CDP and the State Water Project, it appears that we are heading for a dry year. As I just said, the CDP just made that announcement, which means there's going to be a reduction in the contracts on the river, both the Feather and the Sacramento. On the Sacramento River, we appreciate the improved communication between the board, Reclamation, and National Marine Fisheries Service. Encourage all the parties to continue working together. The toolkits that you heard about earlier will be very, very helpful. And I hope that everyone remembers that we're all in this together. It's a team. And that for the state folks just to think their thoughts, they kind of go down a rabbit hole. We as agriculturists, I'm always telling my team that we need to be aware of the rules and restrictions that many of the regulators, I shouldn't say the regulators, the water managers have. we oftentimes get very, very narrowly focused and think just about our watershed and our area. And we forget about the Delta. We forget about water quality elsewhere. So that's really important. And that's part of what our task force is about. Bringing people on, the water managers and also, again, the government water managers to help us all understand the concerns that we all have. With respect to drinking water, we've assembled the North State Drinking Water Network, for which the past several years we've been linked the needs in the communities with funding and assistance from the State Water Resources Control Board. There are less red dots on your map as a result. This network is nimble and helps us prepare for these types of years. We appreciate the board coordination with the Drinking Water Network. Adam Robin with NACWA just recently put a blog on this last week. And the other important tool to remember are water transfers. So I think they were foundational in 14 and 15, and it helps balance the supplies and the demands in the state. We'd like to thank DWR for their leadership. We commend Carla Nemeth and Ted Craddock and the whole DWR team. This is one of those things, as was mentioned earlier, you just don't go out in 1 week, come up with transfer criteria. It takes some time to prepare that. We're also working with folks there at the State Water Resource Control Board. They've done a great job in the past of processing these transfers, and that's why we're trying to get the information to you earlier so that, again, you can make timely decisions. I really appreciate you focusing today on the drought and this task force and letting people be aware that we're actually trying to be fixers and not fighters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Durst, for being a fixer. And I know your long engagement in all these very complicated challenges that we face. But to your point, we can have a common basis and understanding amongst all the agencies and water managers and actors and individuals in our watersheds and see it all as a common endeavor. And that it can be premised off of good information amongst us all that leads to better decision-making and policy discussions that can be honestly disagreed around, but at least at the very least have a common basis of discussion and understanding. This last year in some of the water rights space, to your point about the more open and earlier discussions having benefit, we saw that I think in the Russian River watershed where early flagging and really beginning to signal as things begin to get dry that we need to start having discussions and sharing information. What is the current hydrology? Who's diverting what and where? And again, that's all information that can just lead to maybe better options and voluntary agreements amongst water users and watersheds that ultimately help us all do this common work of protecting the public trust and helping ensure that the water rights system actually works in a time of drought as opposed to not. And it is difficult, as we saw in the last drought to curtail, and we'll actually be shifting into some of that discussion here in our next item as well. But just, yes, thank you for your good comment and continued engagement around all this. Any questions from fellow board members or further thoughts or comments here on the hydrologic update?
Since my name was invoked, I just want to add briefly. I just want to thank Fritz, Mr. Durst, and Bryce Slumberg, and David Guy, and others with NACWA for really having the foresight to recognize that, California's hydrology is it's a tough nut to crack. We just don't know every year, how things are going to shape up. But recognizing back in December, that things are already starting to look dry potentially, and it was time to gather and start to talk about what does that toolbox look like, whether it's for an individual farmer, for the watershed as a whole, for the state as a whole. So. I also was not on the board in the last drought, so I've come into these dry years just advocating for preparedness and transparency and close coordination. And so far I'm, we don't know where this year is going to land yet, but I'm seeing that, and I'm really appreciative of these early conversations about what are the options that we have, how can we work better together this time. So thank you, and I look forward to ongoing discussions.
Thank you, board member. Any other thoughts generally, otherwise, or in response to Mr. Durst here? Okay, well, hearing none, I think that wraps up our discussion on item number 6. Again, just incredible thanks to all of our federal and state partners that came in and had today's discussion, and look forward to what I know are going to be continued and intense discussions. And so just thanks for the continued commitment around just good governance and process here. Okay, with that, we can go ahead and take a lunch here. I'll give us, we'll come back at 1:10, give us 30 minutes. And then at that point, we'll continue on to item number 7, which is our water rights drought effort review. It's a summary report of a series of interviews that our Office of Water Rights conducted around drought and how we can actually do better in times of shortage on the water rights side. So thank you everyone for a good morning. Have a good lunch here, and we will see everyone at 1:10. As the clock counted down to 0, I was going to say Happy New Year, but no, it's just happy welcome everyone back from lunch. And we're back and ready for item number 7, which is our water rights drought effort review for the Maui Order summary report. And I think we have our head of the Division of Water Rights, Mr. Eric Ekdahl here.
Great.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Eric Ekdahl. I'm the Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights. Today, the Division and Office of Public Participation will present an overview of recent interviews the Division and Office conducted related to a report that we call the Water Rights Drought Effort Review, or WARDER report. WARDER was an effort to solicit feedback and recommendations on the Division of Water Rights actions and efforts during the historic 2012 to 2016 drought period. The goal of the WARDER report was to better plan and prepare so that the board and division could better implement dry year activities when they're needed in the future. The feedback and recommendations that were received as part of these interviews have been summarized in the draft WARDER report, which we'll describe as part of this information update. The update will provide a brief overview of the motivation behind WARDER, why we did it and why we think it's important. It will also describe the process and the participants. We'll describe major themes behind the feedback and recommendations and conclude with some overarching thoughts and lessons learned that we can start implementing, and in some cases have already started implementing right away. The WARDER report is timely given this year's dry conditions, as were just described during the multi-agency hydrologic update immediately preceding this item. While it's too early to say definitively where this water year will end up, and it's too early to declare a formal drought, a major stakeholder recommendation received during the WARDER process was that better planning and preparation are key to effective dry year management. Before moving on, I'd like to highlight that the WARDER report is specifically focused on the Division of Water Rights. Drought, as we're all well aware, affects numerous interconnected systems, and many of them are overseen at the board, whether it's drinking water, funding for drinking water and related actions, urban water conservation. However, this project was very specifically focused on just the Division of Water Rights. We'll return more to this issue later in the presentation, but we wanted to note at the start that the division's efforts here are but a small part of a larger statewide set of actions and responses that are needed and implemented during any critical drought conditions. So with that, let's go to the next slide. I want to briefly acknowledge the staff that helped out. And they did more than help out. It's really the thanks of these staff that the report has done it all. Jessica Bean and Jenilyn Guzman in the Office of Public Participation not only helped set up the whole process, helped kind of manage the project, but also wrote most of the report off the right from the start. I also want to thank, even though he's not listed here, Jeff Sanchez, who was formerly in the Division of Water Rights, but has moved to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. His input and writing were also critical in getting the report done. And then, as always, our Office of Chief Counsel staff, Andy Sawyer and David Rose. Next slide. A little bit of very quick context. We've seen these slides before, but just to kind of circle back on why 2012 to 2016 was so spectacular in terms of drought conditions. 2014 was the hottest year on record for California. 2015 snowpack, the water content was 5% of the state's long-term average. And if you looked at 2013 to 2016, it was the driest, warmest 3-year period in about 1,500 years of record based off of tree ring proxy paleoclimate data. So it really was kind of historic and massive in terms of magnitude. Next slide. That magnitude of drought also resulted in kind of a correlative magnitude of response. The division issued over 9,000 curtailment notices in the Bay Delta watershed in both 2014 and 2015. There were temporary urgency change petitions for the CVP and SWP operations in both years. The board issued several information orders, including information orders for diverters in the Delta to provide information on their basis of right. The division's enforcement staff over a 2.5-year period conducted over 2,200 field investigations. They really did, kind of the hero's work for a lot of what the division did. Normally we do about 100 or 200 per year. So that was almost an order of magnitude greater than what we do on a year-to-year basis, often with relatively short notice and the need to move quickly. We also conducted emergency in-stream flow regulations on several creeks, Mill Deer and Antelope Creek, also some tributaries to the Russian River, although a slightly different flavor for those Russian River tributaries. And although it's not under the division's purview, the urban water conservation regulations, I note those here because even though we tried to narrow the focus of the water report, that was the topic that most often came up that was outside the division's direct purview. So I did want to acknowledge it here. With that, I want to turn it over to Jenna Lynn, who's going to run through kind of the process, what we did, and then the outcomes from the report itself. And then I'll join back in at the end.
Thank you, Eric, and good afternoon, board members and all. As we heard earlier today, the water year 2020 was the 9th driest year on record and was dry across much of the state and still continues to be dry. As of June 1st, 2020, the statewide average snowpack was about 39% of the average, the North Coast region averaging only 15%, and the Russian River watershed reported its 3rd driest year in 127 years of record. And while many reservoirs in the state entered the summer of 2020 with near average storage, there were questions about the likelihood of ongoing dry conditions and how we can prepare if dry conditions continue. And to answer these questions, the Division of Water Rights and the Office of Public Participation, with direction from the board, set out to collect input from those affected by the previous drought on how the division could better prepare for future dry conditions. And we titled this engagement effort order, which means the Water Rights Drought Effort Review. So part of this, we interviewed 23 groups over the last 6 months. Participants ranged from academia, non-governmental organizations, former staff, water rights attorneys, water users, consultants, and water rights holders. While this number of participants is relatively low, the spectrum of participants and their feedback appears to adequately capture the recommendations that would be received from the larger survey group. And just to add on to that list, we did meet with a tribal government as well. So after the interviews, we synthesized participant recommendations into the draft report you have in front of you today. The intent of this report, as I've mentioned, is to capture recommendations from interested parties related to water rights activities during drought or dry conditions. And we welcome any additional recommendations to the report, and we'll go over the submittal process for that towards the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So each interview was 90 minutes long, and these were free-flowing conversations on topics that fell under these 6 broad categories. How should the division determine available water supply? How much water is diverted for beneficial use? How much water is needed for the environment? What should the division's process for curtailments be, if any? And how can the division improve its communication and outreach during drought? And what legislative or policy changes are needed to better manage future drought? Next slide, please. So in total, we received over 500 unique comments and recommendations from participants that we organized into the following categories: communication, data, legal and policy, and collaboration. And over the next few slides, we'll be diving deeper into the common themes we heard for each. Next slide. So there was unanimous input from participants stating the need for more frequent, comprehensive, and varied communication on water availability during dry or drought conditions. And many expressed the desire for more regulatory certainty in advance of dry conditions or drought. That roughly aligned with either needing data and hydrologic information that could affect planning and other decisions related to water supply, or the second is the need for a clear understanding of how the division will respond to dry conditions or drought with its policies, regulations, or actions. And the idea behind these comments is that if the division can provide earlier communication, data, or regulatory certainty, users can better adjust demands and prepare for potential water shortages. One of the reoccurring suggestions we received was for the division to establish clear drought protocols far in advance of potential implementation. And this could include hydrologic thresholds that trigger voluntary or mandatory response actions. Another reoccurring suggestion was to create a publicly accessible tool that evaluates supply and demand data to show real-time watershed conditions. We also heard from participants that we should communicate information in ways that the message is clear and understandable by the diverse range of interested parties. And these communication strategies could include using visual tools, graphics, and narratives, like data stories to explain the complex analyses used to make decisions like curtailments and water availability determinations. Participants also emphasized the importance of building relationships with interested parties and the regulated community to facilitate trust, data, and information exchange and collaboration. Next slide, please. So for data, many of the comments drew connections between taking more targeted, timely, and effective communication and implementation, and the need for better data. So data are critical to the division's drought management actions, which are reliant on estimating initial water supplies in a watershed, calculating user and environmental demand, and then evaluating supply and demand against each other to determine whether water is available at any given point of diversion and priority. And we heard pretty much unanimously that data is an issue for everyone. There are challenges with the quality of the data submitted to the division. The division's electronic reporting systems, the RMS and ERIMS, lack modern features that identify and reject clearly erroneous entries. For example, preventing entries that have the wrong unit of measurement. Participants also highlighted the need for the systems to better understand water contracts to eliminate any double counting of water diverted during a water availability analysis. Many participants also highlighted the challenges of annual reporting because it essentially creates a lag time for the division's response. And in the communication section, we heard that participants want more frequent communication, and in order to deliver that, the division would need to receive data more frequently. Generally, participants highlighted the need for more stream gauges and the role telemetry could play in facilitating data collection and reporting. Following on sub-bullet 3, we touched on that a little bit earlier. But in addition to communicating early and more frequently, we also heard that we should improve communications on how reported data is being used and to make that data available so that others could check our analyses. And other suggestions, including being more clear on how data informs our methods and regulatory actions. Many participants brought up the concept of curtailment triggers, which would be established thresholds that when reached could initiate predefined response actions like curtailments. And some of the potential benefits could be increased regulatory certainty, and this may encourage more voluntary agreements. And with all of these recommendations, participants stressed that the board and division needs to provide opportunities for the public and tribes to weigh in on what data is being used and how it's being analyzed during any decision-making process. So next, I'm going to hand it back to Eric to dive deeper on the division's data issues. Next slide, please.
We can go to next, yeah, great. I did want to highlight a couple of the data challenges that the division does face. If we look back at 2012 to 2016, the curtailment processes that we adopted in 2014, 2015 originally were based off of data that was reported for 2011, because that was the most up-to-date data that we had. There was no requirement to meter or measure your diversion generally across most of the state's almost 40,000 plus water right holders. And so you can imagine how difficult it would be to try and manage your checkbook, to use that analogy, when you don't really know how much is going in and how much is going out and when it went in or went out. In 2015, there was legislation, Senate Bill 88 or SB 88, that requires diverters, or rather it provided the board the authority to pass regulations for metering and measuring diversions. And the board did so, pass those in 2016, and they're tiered based on the size of the diversion and require diverters to report data files specific to their measurement or metering device. This is in addition to their annual reports, which describe their monthly diversion volumes. The goal behind this regulation was to address some of the key criticisms we received, which was a monthly time step is inadequate for making curtailment decisions. And if you don't actually have a good handle on how much is being used, then that also kind of constrains your ability to make curtailment decisions. What we're seeing, unfortunately, is that we're having very low compliance with those regulations. And so for 2018, there were about 13,800 diversions that we believe were subject to the SB 88 metering and measurement regulations. Only 2,500 submitted an actual data file, which is an initial compliance of just over 18%. It's actually much worse than that when we look at what's in the data files themselves. And the compliance rate, we think here between 3 and 4%. A lot of what was included was either not what was asked for, or sometimes kind of incoherent, or sometimes even blank files. If we look at 2019, maybe do the next slide. I don't have a map for this one, but we broke it out by table because it illustrates the lack of compliances across all size diversions and scope and scale. We actually have a lower compliance rate here of only 13% for 2019. And so if we look forward, it's very difficult to do some of the things that the stakeholders are talking about, where they want better communication, they want better information and data. And we'll touch more on this in kind of the wrap up section of the presentation, when there's already such low compliance with these requirements and the data coming in. And so that's a challenge for the division. We're working on how to address that. And we'll talk more about that at the end. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Jenna Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. I am moved to just say how disconcerting that response rate is, given that the diversion that happened in the previous year is a pretty fundamental piece of information for a water rights system and the adequate management thereof. So it's kind of hard to emphasize just how an important a task this is. And I would actually clarify and say, this isn't just for the Division of Water Rights to figure out. This is actually something for the state of California as a whole to figure out. And that includes our water rights holders, because as I think had made points prior, the water rights system needs to work in times of curtailment and drought. And this data point is so fundamental to even being able to have any further discussion therefrom. So just wanted to emphasize, and thank you. I'll let you continue on now.
Oh, great, thank you. Jenna Lynn, back to you.
Thank you. So for your legal and policy recommendations, just want to start by saying that the division generally does not verify the validity of riparian and pre-1914 appropriative water right claims or the accuracy of claimed quantities. And as a result, the volume of water diverted by senior claimants can be highly uncertain, which can make estimating water availability and implementing the priority system challenging, particularly in watersheds where riparian and pre-1914 claims represent a large portion of the demand. So participants largely agreed on the need to resolve uncertainties regarding riparian and pre-1914 rights. And we heard from a tribal government that the board should acknowledge federally reserved water rights and work to validate them. Some participants highlighted the board's increased collaboration with other agencies involved in transfers as important. Though participants generally thought that the division's transfer process was fast and effective, and that there were fewer concerns with its transfer processes relative to other state agencies. Participants also highlighted the importance of protecting public trust resources when approving transfers. We also heard that the division should prioritize satisfying water rights, including federally reserved rights, prior to approving any transfers. Commenters noted that improvements in conjunctive management of surface water and groundwater can lead to better outcomes for supply and environmental and in-stream uses. and that a combined accounting system that includes surface water and groundwater storage and use, along with standardized methods, could reduce burdens on regulated entities. We also heard that the division should take meaningful action during drought conditions, but some participants also expressed concern that the division's regulatory actions during the last drought, like curtailments and emergency regulations, conflicted with right holders' due process protections. And I just want to note here that if you read the report, you'll notice that in this section, some of the recommendations we received may not accurately reflect current water rights law. Next slide, please. So as expressed earlier, data can limit how early or effective we can communicate watershed conditions and potential dry condition actions or drought actions. Many participants emphasize the value of the division increasing or expanding partnerships to bridge data, resource, and experience gaps. One example of this is identifying partners that could assist with data gathering and analysis, developing visual tools, and spreading our messages. The most recent drought highlighted areas where additional collaboration and coordination between the board and its sister agencies was critical in protecting water resources, but also highlighted where coordination was missing or needs improvement. And participants recommended that the board works with its sister agencies like the Department of Water Resources and the Department of Fish and Wildlife to start planning an interagency drought protocol during non-drought years that would define roles and responsibilities, establishes lines of communications, identifies goals and priorities and timelines, plans on coordinating messaging, and improves data sharing. Next slide. So at the end of this process, we realized some things. The first is we received direct input that the division board should acknowledge that tribes with reservations created by federal executive order may have federally reserved water rights and jurisdictional authority to manage such rights. Some of these water rights are unquantified yet senior to other water rights and may be harmed during times of drought. Tribal governments are valuable partners that can help work through difficult issues. And at this time, we were only able to meet with one tribal government, which is not enough. During our initial outreach, there were several emergencies which were particularly difficult for tribes and may have affected our response rate. But we are committed to continuing our outreach so that the tribal perspective is better reflected in this report. We recently worked with the Cali PA Tribal Affairs Committee Chair, Sarah Ryan, who is the environmental director of the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And she helped us identify tribal networks to contact. And with her help, we contacted these networks and gave them a draft of the report and offered a few options for providing their input, which are a 90-minute government-to-government meeting. We offered Zaf and Eric to attend one of their existing meetings. And lastly, emailing any recommendations or additions to the report to staff. And we will revise this report based on comments and recommendations we receive from tribal governments or tribal representatives as they become available. And with that, I will pass it back to Eric.
I'll pick up on a few more things, including to sound a little bit like a broken record, maybe go back a slide, the data limitations, and then a few things that we're working on and ongoing challenges kind of all wrapped up into one. Earlier I noted that this effort was very much focused on the division of water rights. And occasionally we did hear a few comments on non-division activities. Where possible, we referred those participants to the appropriate either board or other state agency so that they could continue those discussions. The most frequent one we saw was the urban water conservation regulations, which came up a number of times. But in general, we did want to try and make this contained and to move it forward. It's very easy to spiral because so many drought topics are interrelated and interconnected that if you start addressing everything, it gets pretty difficult to kind of wrangle the whole process going forward. But in no way are we meaning to imply that those other efforts aren't equally or more so important than some of the elements that we touched on through the water report. If we look at kind of general lessons learned, the border effort was immensely helpful for the division. It helped us better understand key issues. It helped us understand just how nuanced and variable the various watersheds are across the state. There's no one uniform kind of response that you can use watershed to watershed. You need to have a little bit of flexibility and adaptability to be able to address things and to be able to work with stakeholders and participants. But that being said, there are some universal things that will help all those questions, and one of them is the data issue. And I want to kind of tie together the data issue and the communication issue. What we heard every single participant say was they wanted better communication, and particularly focused on the need for understanding when the board or the state was going to take action. And so if there's reference to things like curtailment triggers, what people are asking for is understanding, when supply reaches this level or demand reaches this level, is the board going to take action? And the board needs to provide that information, but it can't provide that information if it doesn't have the data to provide it. And what we're seeing here is a little bit of a never-ending circle or Mobius strip, maybe, where we don't have the data, we need to provide the data, we need to provide that information, and it really is the basis for all the communication that we need to do going forward. So that's definitely something that we can focus on and have already started focusing on in the division. How do we get better compliance with SB 88? Maybe taking a look at those regulations themselves and trying to understand what are the regulatory hurdles or the compliance hurdles. What can we do to maybe make those a little bit easier? Do we need some education and outreach campaigns to really get the effort there? And where needed, do we need to look at enforcement a little bit more firmly? So we're working on identifying and addressing data issues far in advance so that we can really message that and communicate that to all of the stakeholders going forward. The other thing that I think is worth pointing out is that, if we look at how we get our data, when we get it, the 2018 data doesn't come in fully until July 1st of 2019. So in some cases, 18 months after that actual diversion was used, or when that water was actually diverted. And in that context, it becomes very difficult to make real-time planning decisions based on real-time water use. When you combine that with a lack of gauges, maybe statewide, it's kind of a double whammy effect, if you want to call it something like that. Just is difficult to do real-time planning. And so we're reliant on the quality of our previously submitted data from 2011 through 2018 to the best that we can. But what that means is that we're always looking at drought historically. We're always looking in arrears, and we need to change our perspective and start looking at drought from not only that historical precedent, but start looking prospectively in real time. So how can we adequately plan and understand what conditions are like in every watershed statewide, or at least the critical watersheds, and message that to water users in the watershed, message it to the public and the stakeholders and the others that are going to make informed decisions at the local level on how that water is used or conserved or managed appropriately. And when we combine that with the recent water resilience portfolio, that's essentially the core tenet of the resilience portfolio, understanding what our supplies are like and planning for how to manage those supplies in the face of climate change and increasing demand. Division can't plan ahead if it's only able to ever look backwards, essentially. And likewise, stakeholders can't plan a resilient supply if they can't understand the thresholds and the triggers that drive the state's drought management actions. So kind of what's coming up, we want to continue to identify barriers and challenges. As Jenilyn mentioned, we are continuing our outreach efforts to tribal governments, and we have put the report up online so that others, as Jenilyn mentioned, we were only able to contact 24 groups or individuals. We got 500 comments out of that, which is a fair number, and we feel relatively confident that we got a very diverse set of opinions and recommendations. But we always want to leave the door open for additional dialogue and continued discussion, and we want to offer that opportunity as best we can. So the report is online, and people are welcome to submit comments and questions to us. We're not proposing a formal kind of formal public response to comments. We do have other dry year related activities that we're looking at this spring and summer. And so it may be a while before we formally get back to revising the report, but that is our intention over the next year or so. And in terms of ongoing challenges, I think the report does identify a fair number. There are some legal questions related to riparian and pre-14 diversions, and how do we better quantify the demand for those based off of what they've reported versus what their statement of right is. And we can work to better quantify and understand those through the data lens as well. And with that, let's go to the next slide. If folks who are watching the presentation do have interest in reading it, the report is available at the drought website linked above. And if you have questions or something you'd like to add, there's an email address where you can send your questions to directly. We're asking that folks do that by March 31st, just to kind of put a bookend around it a little bit, and we'll respond in time. And with that, I think that concludes our presentation, and want to turn it over to the board and others for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ekdahl, and thank you to everyone that was involved in this effort. It was a really great comprehensive review here. I appreciate that this is actually in draft form and that it's open broadly for folks to read. And if we miss something, please suggest, as Eric said, and submit to us your thoughts and further insight. Again, we can only benefit from that engagement. So just thank you again for all the great time, staff time that went into this, I know. Any thoughts and responses or comments from fellow board colleagues here? I'll note we have about 5 commenters as well that we can go to, but just right off the bat here, any first thoughts from folks? And hearing none, we can transition to the comments.
I might ask a question.
Yes, yeah, please, board members.
Yeah, I mean, and this, builds on what you were saying, Chair Esquivel, on just the really pretty disturbing challenges we have around SB 88 compliance and the challenge that poses to administering a water rights system in this state, and also just being able to respond more effectively in the drought. So I'm just wondering if there are things more immediately that the division feels like they could do to help bring forward how to maybe identify and address barriers to to getting good compliance, and at least from the big water rights holders, and having just a better picture in terms of that. So just wondering if the division could elaborate a little bit more on how we could get how we could follow up on this problem.
It's a great question, and it's one that we're asking kind of ourselves internally. Staff have gone through the SB 88 regulations and have identified a number of things that we think will help the overall effort of compliance. And when we look at the regulations, they're pretty complicated, to be frank. What can we do to make them a little bit simpler in terms of implementation? What can we do to make them just even a little bit easier to understand? And there are probably some low-hanging fruit type actions that we can take, and we're actively looking at those right now. I think the other question about the larger diverters is a really good one as well. When we look at some watersheds, and we're still partway through this analysis, what we find is that a relatively small number of diverters account for the vast majority of water use in a watershed. And so in the Russian River watershed, I think the top 7 or 8 diverters account for the next 85 diverters combined. In some of the North Coast watersheds that we've been looking at, the top 12 diverters account for the next 125 combined. When we look at Bay Delta, it's really a couple hundred probably users that are the vast majority of the water use. And so that actually does make it a little bit more achievable to kind of look at a coherent set of submissions as opposed to all 14,000 and trying to get all of those wrapped in. It's really maybe a couple hundred that I think if we focused our efforts on, we'd have a much better understanding of what compliance looked like and what diversions look like on a kind of, in some cases, day-by-day basis, which is what we were really looking for to address some of the demand questions that came out of the last drought. So we're actively engaged in kind of that level of analysis and trying to better understand it. But even then, there are still challenges. We look at what if there was perfect compliance under SB 88? Well, what we would have gotten was 14,000 Excel spreadsheets. And that presents challenges on its own, even a couple hundred Excel spreadsheets when they're all a little bit different, when they're all a little bit, different numbers, formatting, organization of the data fields, that makes it pretty difficult to kind of go through and compile that data quickly. And so I think long-term, we do need to look at what tools we need to better, synthesize that data, compile it on a faster time frame, because otherwise it's going to take us a long time every year to do that effort.
Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would love to for staff to keep us updated a bit on how we're addressing those, sooner rather than later. I know this is somewhat of a long-term process, but I think it sounds like there's, some areas where ensuring we have compliance with maybe the largest diverters and some of the most critical watersheds might be important to focus in on, and just make sure that we're working towards addressing. It just seems so fundamental. I'm not quite sure how we deal with any of the challenges in terms of managing drought and water rates in the state if we don't have that. I have a couple other questions, but I see, Vice Chair, you may have something along.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. On a different topic somewhat. So I really appreciate, first of all, the overall effort that staff have done on outreach here. It's a great model of really proactively going out and listening. And I also know that a lot of my fellow board members have really helped to prioritize that for us as a board. I am happy to see just that we are continuing to follow up with tribes in particular, because I know we weren't able to get as much information as we would ideally like to. I'm really interested in understanding how we could or will be following up on the federally reserved water rates, and just thinking about how we're incorporating that into our system, particularly in light of drought. I know there's challenges, but I'm interested in how we are working to address that challenge in particular. And if you don't have answers now, I'd love to have you come back and share some of that.
No, I can give you maybe a partial answer now, and then we would look forward to coming back at some point or briefing board members directly. It is a challenge. It's very similar in some respects to environmental or public trust flows, where they're there, but where they're not quantified, it's very difficult to kind of actively integrate or directly integrate into permits or into kind of, dry year management efforts. And so I think one of the things on the division's end is we need to actively be engaged with our tribal governments and tribal partners to understand, where the federal reserve rights are. We do have that record, but I think really just making sure that we're airtight on it is really critical in a narrative kind of way, where that reserve right is more of a narrative than a quantitative standard. It does raise challenges, and it gets directly back into that data kind of question. To quantify it, my understanding, and I'll look to maybe if anyone from OCC is on as well, you do need to go through an adjudication type process, and that can be fairly lengthy in scope and expensive in scale. And usually it's on the stakeholders to pay for that type of adjudication, which I think has been a little bit of a barrier to entry. But there's definitely things we can do to kind of make sure that we're considering and aware and as best informed as we can be when we start any process.
So yeah, two questions kind of following up on that. One is just, a really core theme throughout is better and earlier and more regular communication. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to prioritize really developing more regular and early engagement with tribal governments, especially where there's federally reserved water rights, so that as we're having to react in, rapid timelines, that we're able, even though maybe, we have this quantification challenge in that we're able to be in a more timely and real-time fashion, really improving communications early on and throughout. And I think the challenge with even just being able to connect with tribal governments through this process is sort of an indication that there's more we could do on having a more regular communication channels with tribal governments. So that would be an area, I think, maybe just early in the similar how the divisions, I think, has been able to highlight, and I know is actively working towards really already putting things in practice to try to improve our ability to communicate with stakeholders in general.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think there's, definitely steps we could take, and we need to kind of work with our tribal partners to figure out what those are. One is just asking, and to start there. But I think as we start to put other pieces in place, including data visualizations and some other tools that division staff are working on, that will make it easier going forward. But we can definitely kind of highlight, and I know that Jenalyn and Jessica are actively working with Adriana on kind of, at least in the water context, how to better get the report out there and solicit that. Yeah. And I think that will provide some additional insight.
Yeah, and even hopefully also establish some more regular contacts that we can use or communication channels. Yeah, I think just lastly is, I think throughout all of our work at the Water Board, we're really trying to be more intentional about thinking about how our decisions and actions and kind of the information we're gathering and sharing may result in exacerbating racial inequalities in our state. And so some of these tribal, I think, impacts are within that context, I think, important to look at. And I also, I think within water rights, there hasn't been as much, there's a lot more to untangle there, I guess. But I do really encourage us, especially as we're thinking in drought, there are just such acute challenges. There's really quick decisions that are being made. We have a difficult system to administer, and it's especially difficult when we don't have adequate data. And I would just encourage us to try to reflect on how we can start to build that in more deliberately, and then maybe come back, as we're continuing to iterate and sort of reflect on, Division of Water Rights work and the many challenges, if there's things that we can do to at least be able to analyze that a little bit more, and understand where our actions may be exacerbating that racial inequality. I think it's one of these where I think it feels very separated from that. And I think it's not as separated if we actually were able to, not being very articulate, but I think if we had a better examination of how our actions may be feeding into that, that we would just be able to make sure that we're understanding that in the actions that we have. I think if we can't see it, we can't do something about it. So, and again, I think tribal rights are probably the ones that are clearest to me within that context. But I think there's more we could continue to do, and I do just really appreciate the overall process here that we're taking and the practice that we're doing of reaching out to stakeholders and really listening and understanding, and then continuing to reflect and iterate as we're, working to try to navigate these really challenging work.
Thank you, board member. And thank you for the exchange and emphasis on tribal water rights. I would just flag that to Mr. Ekdahl's point, you can go through the courts and that can take time, but then there's also simply going to the federal legislature, the Congress, and having a tribal water rights settlement passed there. And that's where a majority, I think, of at least the quantified rights that are out there, like the Pechanga, the San Luis Rey, the 5 bands in the San Luis Rey, that is, have seen them. So working with our federal leaders as well there, and the new administration, I think, is a space to say, let's prioritize these unquantified federally recognized rights. Again, it's through the federal trust obligation at the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Department of Interior that a lot of that work happens. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to just build better bridges to that information. So I really appreciate that exchange and that comment there, board member. And on equity, I think, to my mind, just to add, is, the public trust lens ultimately in the water rights system and its, greater expression in discussions at this board. I think huge equity nexus there too. But thank you. I just felt moved to add a few thoughts as well to the good comment. Other board members, comments, thoughts at this point, and we can have further discussion as well after hearing further public comments. So
I'll just say, just to echo all the great discussion here and comments, I completely agree with everything that's been said. I really appreciate this process. I think I've signaled frequently and often on many occasions that dry year preparedness is a really important issue to me. And I'm happy to see that we're chipping away at that. And I know there's a lot going on, a lot of efforts, and it shouldn't be clouded by the uncertainty of this year. We've already had a lot of discussion on that today, and there's a lot of wheels in motion on that. And what I'm hearing a lot about, though, is that even from the last drought, where we learned so much, we took so much action in terms of Sigma and even the measurement regulations, albeit not wholly successful yet. Conservation as a way of life. We've done so many good things and learned so much out of that last drought. There's still a long way to go for us as a state to really, harness the potential of us to balance these limited resources that we have. And so, I think, even without perfect data here, it's going to take some time, obviously, to get through the measurement regulations, to figure out what's broken, to work with stakeholders to get that data in better state. We shouldn't let that be a barrier to thinking through where can we make progress in other areas, whether it's thinking about those triggers and what those look like, because that could really provide, I think, useful information in any year to help water users, voluntarily make actions. And I think just look at the Delta as one example. I think in the last drought, I had heard about Delta water users entering into some voluntary reductions in water use during that time. And so I think those kinds of actions can make a difference, even while we have numerous other aspects going on. So also just teeing off of some of what we heard from the Bureau and DWR earlier, we heard references to drought toolkits and drought contingency plans, and I mean that's kind of where I'm going here. It's sort of a menu or a plan. I don't know if it's formal or informal, but a list of tools that we have at the board within our authority or through collaboration with stakeholders that we can enact in any given year. Because what I feel like is, in climate change, there was an article just a couple days ago, actually, in the LA Times that talked about the start of the rainy season, about how since the 1960s to today, we're actually seeing the start of the rainy season 30 days later than we were a few decades ago. And that, I think, adds to that uncertainty in that every year, almost, I feel like we're going to be in this situation where we feel unease about the water year and how it's going to develop and materialize. And so it's just critically important to have tools in hand and ready to go for any of these years, which could shape up to be dry, could take a turn for the better, which I'm hoping for this year, and turn out average or better, but we just don't know. And so I know we all know this, but I just feel like it's important to emphasize here for this report, and as we heard from so many stakeholders already, that there's more to do, and just continue to support that, this being a priority for the board.
No, I thank you, Board Member McGuire. I absolutely agree. And some of the actions that we are taking are hopefully going to address those very issues. How do we know on kind of a year-to-year basis where things stand at the start of the water year, at the start of a planning season? It's really critical information that we get right now from some of our agency partners on a grand scale, right? CVP allocations, state water project allocations, but for an individual watershed or some of the watersheds that aren't connected there, that's information that's not always readily available. How do we get that information available, not just in dry years, but every year, so that people can kind of understand where the data comes from, why their reporting matters? It's all kind of tied together. And we do need to be taking actions now, planning for the future, at the same time, not kind of waiting for the perfect. The perfect is the enemy of the good, is the saying. And we do need to be able to manage the system and to take actions with the information and data that we have.
Well said, Mr. Ekdahl. I'll just jump in and chime in on what's been said, but in particular, Board Member McGuire's comment about whether it's a drought toolkit, formal, informal, just using all of the resources that we have. And I think we ought not to be afraid of what we don't have. It's pretty clear to me over a period of years just how things have built. And, even though we are somewhat restricted by some actions that have occurred in the past, at the same time, we are building and moving in a forward direction. And so I'm just excited about those opportunities. I think that through discussions with stakeholders, we can utilize additional opportunities, for collaboration and voluntary agreements, suggestions. There's a lot of really good engineering firms out there that and water suppliers in the last drought that offered their services. And as Board Member Dodick pointed out earlier, we were moving so quickly and, just doing the best we could, but really didn't have time to come up for air. We've had the opportunity to come up for air now, and I appreciate the report and all of the really good feedback, but, honing in on some of the key areas where we continue to move in that forward direction. And I just want to thank you for your work on this, the division, and for all the stakeholders, and look forward to hearing some of the comments that we'll be receiving today and any of the ongoing comments as you collect information to help wrap up the report.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Dodick, we can go to public comments unless you would like to say something particular at this point. You're good. Okay, thank you. All right, just wanted to make sure and check. Let's go ahead and we'll call up Dante John Nomalini.
Am I unmuted?
You are now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Dante John Nomalini. I'm the manager and co-counsel for the Central Delta Water Agency. I've been practicing in this field for over 50 years. And fortunately or unfortunately, I've witnessed the transition of the State Water Resources Control Board and the operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. I know the dark underbelly as well as the politics of the situation. I've been very disturbed at the direction, and this isn't personal to anybody, but it's more an institutional comment. The State Water Resources Control Board, in the case of Stanford Vina, used emergency authority to pass legislatively a determination that the current water use, which was agriculture at Stanford Vina, was an unreasonable use, thereby depriving those parties who held senior water rights of the right to compensation for the water that was taken away from, as well as an adjudicatory hearing. So we have three segments of government. We've got the administration, we have the legislative, and we have the judicial being carried out by the State Water Resources Control Board, primarily related to emergency authority of the government. Now, droughts are not emergencies. Droughts were planned to be accommodated in the development of the Central Valley Project, I'll call it the Federal Central Valley Project, as well as the State Water Project. The 28 through 34, which was a 6-year drought, was a critical part of the planning of those projects. The federal project did not intend to meet all the water needs in the Central Valley. It started out as a kind of a homestead project with a 160-acre limitation. And the 160-acre limitation is gone now. Transferability among the water contractors is facilitated. People can sell the water and profit from the subsidized water sale. So things have changed dramatically. Again, not an emergency to be short of water. There never was a plan to fulfill all the water needs of the state. The State Water Project came along with a pay-as-you-go proposition. The water contractors of the project were to pay the entire cost to develop water as it was needed. Now, they plan to have North Coast Development produce 5 million acre feet a year to the Delta seasonally, so that would probably come in the winter in many cases. But they were to do that by the year 2000. They didn't do it. So the State Water Project is additionally bankrupt of a water supply. You had the San Luis unit come on with the federal government, in addition, adding greater demand in the Central Valley than was conceived. So there is no plan. There was no plan to meet water needs throughout the system. The plan was to provide firm yield water to some people based on the ability of these projects to deliver water during a drought. Now, what I have experienced, the projects go water bankrupt in the first or second year of a drought. There is no plan to get through 6 years of drought. The 28 through 34 was the planning period. Somebody needs to determine who has in the contract area of the two major projects that are driving water in California, who has the priority right during a drought? Who among the water contractors has the primary right? There are different levels of right in the federal water project. And in the State Water Project, they have what they call Article 21 water. Article 21 water is supposedly surplus water. Now, what have they done with Article 21 water? The original contracts, which were supposed to be the template, required that there be an assurance that that temporary delivery of water would not result in permanent demand. Permanent demand, I'm using the term loosely, but for example, tree crops have to be irrigated every year for the life of the crop. And that's the way the farmer looks at it. Water that goes to development in the desert, and people living on that water are going to need water all the time. So we've run fast and loose in our water system on committing water, which is not firmly available. What needs to be done is we need to require, you people can do it. I'm pleased to see the attitude of you newer members to the game and the older ones that have done very good work over the years. But you've got to get to the bottom of what is the availability of water that you're dealing with during a drought. It's not an emergency. It was planned for. We've deviated from that trying to get everybody a water supply when it's not available. Now, water
Thank you, Mr.
transfers have been a
Thank
real
you,
problem.
Mr. Nomalini. I just wanted to flag, you have gone over for a minute or two here from your 5 minutes. So
I
if you could wrap
apologize
up,
for
sorry.
that.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. I'll speak on the next item, I guess.
Okay.
Unless you want me to continue now to finish.
If there's just a finishing thought that you have, then yes, please.
All right. Maybe I could save it on the next one. All right. Water transfers, in my opinion, are being abused. We're not being careful about what we're really saving in terms of the water transfer that can take place. Transfers that go from one watershed out of that watershed to another are where the problems are. The in lieu use of groundwater is a big problem, as well as the fallowing, as to what the real effects are. And the
Okay.
effects on the community are also ignored. The last point I want to make is term 91. Term 91 takes the natural flow of availability away from senior water right holders because the projects release 1 acre-foot of water from storage to meet the water quality standards. That is an unfair imposition and gives an elevated position to the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. Anyway,
Thank you, Mr.
very much.
Nomalini.
I'm sorry I ran over my time.
It's okay. I appreciate it. And thank you for providing the comment. Really appreciate it. Next, we have Rebecca Ackroyd.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members and staff. My name is Rebecca Ackroyd on behalf of the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to have your staff meet with interested parties to help better prepare for future droughts. There are obviously a large number of recommendations highlighted in the water report and in staff's presentation. Going forward, we would like to request transparency from the board and its staff regarding which recommendations are going to be prioritized in the short term and what the plans for action are on each of those items. As was highlighted, there are several recommendations for which there's broad consensus and a likely ability to implement in the short term that warrant careful consideration. Stakeholders are interested in reducing uncertainty and improving data, as was discussed, and a number of recommendations in the water report do support those goals. So for example, to highlight a few items that could be implemented in the short term, the board could quickly designate division liaisons by geographic region to develop relationships and local expertise prior to drought. It can daylight current water supply estimates for different watersheds and regions, and it can work to improve SB 88 data gaps prior to drought in some of the ways that were already discussed. These are just a few suggestions for items to prioritize, but we encourage staff and the board to move forward in implementing some of the recommendations. And again, thank you for undertaking the effort. We do look forward to working with the water board and its staff going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your good contributions and looking forward to that continued discussion here. Much appreciated. Next, call up John Eric.
I pushed the right buttons. Am I on?
You're on. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Thank you. John Herrick for South Delta Water Agency. I appreciate that future efforts by the division include requests to South Delta and Central Delta to participate. Without blowing my own horn, I won't, but not having Dante involved in that sort of discussion would seem to be a fruitless effort. I think the report should have begun with what went wrong last time, rather than just a list of things that may or may not be done. We know specifically a number of the calculations of water availability and demand were wrong, and they were clearly wrong by, tying demand in one area to supply that couldn't reach it in another one, and then concluding there's not enough. I would like to say, after all the bad news about the reporting, I believe the water master will confirm that in each of the years, this Delta has over 90% compliance. We're not failing to reply. We're cooperating as best as possible. I'd also like to mention that I think on page 15 of the report, it talks about alternatives to the priority system of water rights. And although those may be the subject of discussion sometime, I don't think they should be included in a report as they're just contrary to law. Things like it's not an ideal way to allocate water during a shortage. That's not what the law says. The law doesn't say we want the state board to figure out how to even out everybody. People have certain rights and those should be respected. One of the main points I'd like to make is we're already too late, and I don't want to be too critical of staff or whoever's responsible here, but during the last drought, there was significant discussions about we need to figure this out ahead of time. We need to know when, on the basis of which people will be curtailed. And today we see in the presentation things like we should start planning drought protocols and we should open communication avenues with the other departments. This is kind of shocking to me. I mean, we could have curtailments in 2 months if there's no more rain. It seems to me that there should be some system that we can make up. It's a mathematical calculation. You say, if the storage is this much in this watershed and the snowpack is this much, and demand in that area and is X amount of much, then right away, if you reach a certain point, there's not enough water to meet standards later. And if there's not enough water to meet standards in 2 or 3 months, then when you're exporting water, you're ensuring that we won't meet standards. And so it's kind of bizarre that we have a water priority system and we have exports prior, during, and immediately after a drought. I don't think that's the right way to handle these things. Basically, I was going to mention illegal diversions again. I don't know how much of a problem that is, but I can tell you that as far as I know, there are 3 Term 91 diverters in the Delta, and they divert less than 5 CFS. So if anybody's concentrating on increasing the water supply by making sure that 5 CFS in the Delta is not used, I think they're wasting their time. The report barely even mentions the temporary urgency petitions. And that's one of the big problems, because those petitions under the statutes are not public. You guys made them semi-public, but they're not public. As Dante said, droughts aren't emergencies. We know they're going to happen. And you can't say, oh, it stopped raining suddenly. We need to do an urgency change petition because you knew that time was going to come. The modeling, D1641, all of that included critically dry periods that were coming, and they set minimum flow standards. So if you've already modeled the fact that there are going to be times when there are, basically flows are down to 0 in some places, and you've set minimum flows for fish, what does it mean when that time arises and then the board grants a temporary urgency change petition to change that? It doesn't make any sense to us. It needs to be planned for so we can count on that. Making last minute decisions or real-time decisions in the middle of a drought simply makes everybody else's plannings ineffective. You can't wait for the middle of a drought and then say, oops, this large group of people are going to be curtailed, because they've already planned on stuff. Now, if we have a system whereby we say, here's the data we use, here's the calculation we use, and it's all available, that everybody's own engineers or attorneys or whoever, they can go through that calculation, they can figure out, we may have a problem, so you're taking the risk if you plant this crop. But right now we don't have anything like that. I'm surprised that after the last drought and all of the discussions at that time, that we don't have that outline. And we were promised to be part of the process to go over how they would do those analyses, how they would come up with the numbers, and that hasn't happened. I'd also like to say, I'm out of time here, but let me just add one last thing. Emergency orders in the drought, I think, are backwards. In the middle of the drought, the state board is trying to determine who to shut down. We don't really agree with that to begin with, but they're trying to determine who to shut down. So last time we got an order, and for Dante and I, it included hundreds of people, hundreds of diverters, and it said, provide your proof of your water right. So we tried to have a truncated water adjudication in the middle of a drought to determine who should divert. That can't work. When we go through court actions on water rights, it takes us 2 years and a couple $100,000 to do the water right research. And you can't do that with an emergency order. So anyway, I know I'm over time. Thank you very much. We will be submitting comments. And I would just like to encourage everybody, all of this discussion about openness and talking, that's what we should be already doing. Let's not plan on doing something that post the information, send me the links to the databases, and we'll criticize what's going on. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to go over.
No worry in the least, Mr. Eric, and I appreciate your good comments. And would just, say that the natural tension in there ultimately is being provided the basis of demand and data from our diverters that makes us, decision makers. And again, note taken, I know our Delta Water Master, Mr. Michael George, has done incredible work, and that the compliance rate is good within the Delta. But here, again, I think our lessons and our perspective is the state as a whole and how we do. And there's many a watershed, and that exercise that you spoke of to better understand who actually has, quantification to what is using what, is data that isn't in a lot of our watersheds. And again, such a key part that is missing, to your point, if we're going to have just a cogent basis of curtailment and discussion during drought. So look forward to all of our continued work in that space. And just thanks for your good comments.
Thank you.
Can I have staff just on on this? I mean, thanks. I think that this really is a first step, right? Or not even a first step. This is a more formalized step here that we're starting. It's not like this is a finalized report that now we're done and this is the answer. I think this was really a chance to go out and listen and start a process of really of being deliberate about how to maybe prioritize next steps. I feel like and just reflect a little bit on what we're hearing from stakeholders. What I heard from Mr. Herrick and Mr. Namalini and probably others is continued is interest in being more part of the process as we go forward. I think that's, we have an opportunity. I know you highlighted around just how to provide public comment, but I think we are going to be continuing to meet and talk with stakeholders beyond just that. And so I'm wondering how, I know staff already are doing have been working through improved early communication. It's not like you're waiting for anything. Can you just highlight a few of the ways that division staff are thinking about this and opportunity, work you're undertaking more immediately, and then opportunities that you're going to continue to engage with folks?
Yeah, no, those are all really great questions. And we can touch on some of the things that we are currently working on and planning on, and then maybe some of the challenges to what both Mr. Herrick and Namalini raised, which are admittedly, challenges and issues that we need to think through. One thing maybe just to start right off the bat, Mr. Herrick raised this issue of, why aren't we even starting? The report says we should start doing X, Y, or Z. We have to remember those were stakeholder comments. And so, the stakeholders said we should start doing X, Y, or Z. It doesn't mean that we're not doing them or that we haven't started doing them. We've been coordinating with agencies in some cases for the last 9 or 10 months. Or longer. So those are active and ongoing processes. And I appreciate the comment, and note that we probably need to describe that a little bit better on our end, just to note that there are things that are always kind of going on not behind the scenes, but just as part of normal, agency to agency communication efforts. The issues that were raised about how do we provide the information and kind of this numeric threshold or equation so that we understand where we are. I 100% completely agree. That is the goal. That's where we want to get to. And what we're finding is that we can't get anywhere close to that. Now, maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic for context or effect, but that is the data question. That is this reporting question. When we get into looking at what's coming in, how do we use that to estimate demand? If our demand estimates are off significantly, Mr. Herrick raised this issue of letting the attorneys and engineers and consultants start to look at the methodology and the data sets that we use. It makes it really, really difficult to implement or kind of manage any kind of related effort, because you're no longer considering the broader context or the need of the effort. You're looking at, basically you're litigating or you're analyzing every piece of data and every methodology and every step. And we have to be as accurate as we can. That's not saying that we can't be accurate or that we need to just kind of wave our arms and somehow we're going to come up with a magic solution. But we're talking millions and millions and millions of pieces of data. And to kind of go through that rigorous vetting, it very often gets over complicated or difficult to kind of manage. So that's something that we're going to have to kind of figure out as we go forward. To address those questions though more specifically, we are attempting to come up with a defined methodology for how we clean up our own data. And our intent and our goal is to put this methodology out for public review and comment in the next couple of months. We want to say, look, here's the data we get in, here are the challenges, here's how we're going to propose to clean it up. What do stakeholders think about that effort? We're also looking at a similar action for how do we calculate supply in a watershed. And there's still some challenges and issues that we're looking at that. But again, we want to put this methodology on paper. We're piloting it now in one watershed. Can we expand it? Can we look forward and apply it in other watersheds as well? It needs to be public. It needs to be vetted. It needs to have that opportunity for people to weigh in and do exactly what was cited. Here's an issue. Here's something you need to think about. And we're also trying to do that same thing for this geographic issue that I think Mr. Herrick raised, where there were circumstances where we were kind of doing a watershed scale mass balance, but didn't account for sub-tributaries and whether a junior or senior right, was on one of those sub-tributaries and whether there was water there. That's a really complicated ask. It sounds so simple in practice, but you have to balance this tremendously complicated set of priorities, water availability, the accuracy of your data, and this due process challenge that is out there as well. I think it's probably worth highlighting how complicated it is for the board to take a curtailment action during a drought under our regular process. We first have to have a set of data and calculations that we feel confident about. And we had that in 2014 and 15, and I think we still have it now. We might need to kind of dust it off, and it's more than dust it off. We've been actively engaged in this effort for a while, but we need to address those data challenges that were identified, and we're trying to do so. Then we have to provide a notice of water unavailability to whatever scale or watershed that we think is appropriate. That notice is what it says. It's a notice, and it gives diverters information, but it doesn't require them to stop diverting. And then it's kind of on the division to go out, actively find folks that are still diverting when we believe that they aren't, rerun that analysis again. It's a voluntary inspection, so we don't have the authority to do surprise inspections, which makes it, again, very easy for people to say, turn things off 2 days before we show up. Then we have to run through the kind of legal enforcement process, provide the opportunity for hearing, at which point all this methodology and process is vetted again in a quasi-adjudicatorial setting. What that means in practice is that if this full process plays out right by right, there's no staff on earth that could do this for more than maybe one or two rights at a time. And it's very difficult to actually have any meaningful effect within anything less than a 5-year time period, because you have to run this whole process out, which is very lengthy and very complicated. So the questions about, do we need regulations to address this issue? The regulations change the narrative from, have you vetted this methodology 3 or 4 times in some circumstances, to, are you complying with the regulation? And that is a question that the board and the legislature and others will need to wrestle with, because the current process is very, very cumbersome to do anything quickly on. And I might have gone on a little bit of a tangent. I'm not sure if I answered your question directly. We are working on a number of things, and we're trying to move them forward quickly. We are looking at our existing tools, and the report itself is reflecting stakeholders. It's not a reflection of where we are currently.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member, and thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. I think tangent or otherwise, it was helpful for folks to hear. So thank you. Well, next we'll go to Lauren Bernadette, and then last commenter on this item we have is George Hartman.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. I'm Lauren Bernadette with the Association of California Water Agencies, and ACWA has 3 comments regarding the water report. First, thanks to the board Mr. Ekdahl and his water team for the time and effort it took to meet with Aqua and other stakeholders to help better prepare for drought. We appreciate the collaboration and outreach, and we look forward to working with staff on this continuing process. And I've really appreciated the conversation that's happened at this meeting already regarding this process. Second, the report incorrectly states at page 2, footnote 7, that California water law has not reconciled the priorities between riparian and appropriative uses. We'd like to see that statement corrected to reflect that California water law does address how to deal with riparian versus appropriative priorities, but available data doesn't always allow for implementation. Again, that citation is page 2, footnote 7. Third, a common point of interest has obviously and clearly been the need for more data and a cleanup of existing data. Aqua agrees with these points and would like to see the board directed staff to clean up and close the data gap in a transparent process that allows for substantive input from water users and others. Aqua looks forward to continuing to work with staff on this process, and thank you for hearing our comments today.
Thank you, Ms. Bernadette. I appreciate the comments. I don't know if Mr. Ekdahl wants to make comment on the first point, but I'll just note, when it comes to, I think the intent there is that we certainly see in the water rights system, oftentimes water rights diverters pivoting from, say, a riparian right to a pre-1914 right, and it being unclear when is it that they're exercising their right under pre-1914 and or appropriative, post-1914 for that matter, or riparian rights. And it's kind of that needing to better reconcile that component, I think, as opposed to, yeah. And to your point, you said it was probably more tied to a lack of data there, but just to further clarify. So
thank you. That's exactly right. What we're trying to get at is this overlapping claims of right issue. The Delta Water Master has really led some interesting work in the Delta, looking at trying to reconcile that and how it might be reported more coherently. It's really difficult, again, trying to do that demand analysis when are you trying to figure out, is this the same right? Is it two rights that are in fact different and used differently, or are they being essentially double counted? And we need to figure that out and kind of rectify it if we're going to have accurate demand data.
Yeah, and thank you again for the comment. I think we can definitely put a finer point on that. So, and I'll note then, it looks like Mr. George Hartman is not on the platform here with us. And so I think that actually concludes our comments on this item.
Chair Esquivel, I'll just point out that Ms. Burr has raised her hand, so I'm going to unmute her and give her a chance. She may have intended to address this item.
Certainly, thank you. Ms. Burr.
Am I there?
Yes, we can hear.
Very kind of you. Thank you so much. I just was listening in on your whole meeting today. It's been very interesting. And on this last item, I just really want to thank staff and your board for continuing to work so hard on this water rights problem. It's just it seems to me there's a lot of, I don't know, it seems sometimes unfair. And so I'm glad that, trying to get our arms around it a little bit. I mean, there is a lot of entitlements out there. And so, and it's not necessarily always been a perfect system. So I'm glad you guys are trying to get your arms around it. And I encourage you to continue down that road and work fast. I mean, I think the science is really on your side. So I think that people have had notice that you guys have to deal with, sharing these resources equitably. It's your job, it's your responsibility, it's your duty. You have no choice. And so I'm very much supportive of your work and hope that, the water is shared fairly and that we can sort of modernize California's, water rights system. And I know a lot of people, and even, the senior water rights holders are very working constructively, and I hope they continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Burr. I really appreciate the good comment and support. And again, I think what part of the message here is that there's going to be further space and room for discussion and particular specific projects, but this was a good way, again, to synthesize a lot of the comments, at least we were hearing, and flagging where we do have existing work, and some of these flags could communicate better. So look forward to doing that. Well, thank you. I think that concludes comments for item number 7 here. Any further thought, follow-up here from board members? I'll note as we transition then to item number 8, a very similar theme discussion insofar as, this was really about a review of interviews that we had done about and around our last drought sort of efforts and where we could do better, trying to synthesize that. This next report is ultimately about climate change more largely, where drought is but one aspect of climate change. And I think, there's a lot of cross-pollination between some of what we discussed here on item number 7 and what we'll be discussing on item number 8. So unless there is any further comment, we can go ahead and transition over to the next item. And again, would flag, that this discussion was on drought and a review of feedback. And then now we're transitioning to just a bigger picture, even climate change impacts writ large. And there, I will just start with saying that our water rights system can either be one of our greatest tools to actually adapt to climate change, ensure that our water rights system is accounting for a changing hydrology and allowing for good decision making from there on. And so anyway, it's going to be a critical component of our work, and I'll let Mr. Ekdahl continue on now.
Great. Well, I'll just start very quickly. I've already introduced myself, but I just wanted to kind of quickly connect this item to number 6 and 7. Although Joaquin, you did a fantastic job of doing so already. That the actions we looked at under current hydrology and really in many respects the water report are looking at, how do we address drought, which is a significant component of forecast climate change, into our existing water rights system, and how do we plan ahead for incorporating those droughts directly into how we implement the existing rights and even how we develop future rights. The climate change report, it does touch on existing rights, but it's really looking prospectively at how do we incorporate climate change into future permits. And with that context, I want to hand it over to Amanda Montgomery, who's going to lead the conversation with her staff.
Great. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, board members. This is informational item number 8, proposed actions for water rate responses to climate change. This item will present a report of staff recommendations. Oh, can we go back one slide? Thank you. The report was released a couple of weeks ago, and I'm going to go over the report with one of my staff. So I'm going to start with introductions. So I'm Amanda Montgomery. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Water Rights Permitting Program. With me today is Jelena Hartman, our Senior Scientist in my program and lead on the climate change effort. And also joining us is Andrew Derringer, our attorney from the Office of Chief Counsel. For those that are in the audience who haven't seen the report yet, it's included as a link in the agenda item, and we'll also have additional information at the end of this presentation. Next slide. So let's get started. Why are we putting forth this effort? The bottom line is that we're already experiencing the impacts of climate change. Annual mean temperatures increased by almost 2 degrees Fahrenheit statewide in the 20th century. And we're seeing increased frequency and intensity of extreme events. Droughts will become longer and more severe, punctuated by very wet periods. Due to warming alone, California will continue to see a long-term shift in baseline hydrology. The wet season is projected to become wetter, but shorter, and the dry season will become longer, even with stable amounts of total precipitation. Total amounts of precipitation could go either way. Some models indicate a decrease, while others point to an increase in overall amounts. However, the continuing warming creates an unambiguous trend towards diminishing snowpack. We expect that the arrival of warmer temperatures earlier in the spring will cause snow to melt earlier, and warming will cause a greater share of precipitation to fall as rain instead of snow, which contributes to earlier runoff. And changes in runoff are already documented. As Board Member McGuire mentioned in one of our earlier items, we're seeing that the peak of average monthly runoff has shifted by nearly a month earlier over the 20th century. And that is from a recent article and also from work that was done in the Sacramento River system. With warming, the pattern, the volume, and the timing of runoff will continue to change. These changes in hydrology are of particular relevance for water management and water rights, with today's discussion primarily focused on how we permit new water right projects. The question is, how do we plan and use these changes in hydrology to get to a more resilient future? The staff report recommendations offer a suite of options for moving forward. Now I'll hand over to Yelena to provide background for the report and continue our presentation. Next slide.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Amanda. I'll just start with what motivated this work. In 2017, the board adopted a resolution that, among other things, directed the Division of Water Rights to identify data needs and evaluate and make recommendations on regulatory and policy changes regarding the use of models to account for projected impacts of climate change when conducting water availability analysis and shortage analysis. So this is really kind of like why we did this work. And there are two pieces here. The division was directed to look at water availability analysis, which is what we do during permitting. And it takes a long view in asking a question, is there sufficient water available for a new appropriation? So after accounting for existing senior water rights and pending water rights and environmental needs, is there water available? And given the nature of this availability and climate change, as Amanda already kind of summarized, there is a potential that this availability can be affected by climate change. And the other piece is this shortage analysis. And shortage analysis are really looking at managing the existing water rights. And it's taking a more narrow look at, is there sufficient water availability in the immediate term to cover the existing demand? And so the staff report on climate change really focuses on this permitting aspect of water availability analyses. Next slide, please. And so when we talk about permitting in water rights, a permit is really an authorization to develop a water diversion and use project. And in determining whether to issue permits, the board has to make a finding that there is unappropriated water to supply the applicant after accounting for those demands for senior water rights and for environmental needs. And this finding is made by relying on the information that we developed during the application processing. And then this permit will have important pieces such as priority date, but also will specify the quantity, rate of diversion, season of diversion, how and where the water will be taken and used, and then reporting, monitoring, and other terms and conditions, such as terms to protect in-stream flow resources. And so if we look at this list of items that we developed during permitting process, pretty much all of this has the potential to be affected by climate change, because climate change in California will change how and when we get the water. So if we think through these components before application submittal, we can have kind of like a twofold benefit. One, we can improve the long-term feasibility of projects that are supported by this water right. And then two, we can ensure that terms and conditions can provide continued protection of those environmental needs. Next slide, please. And so going back to that 2017 resolution, which directed the division to do this work, we identified data needs and approaches to incorporate climate change into water availability analysis. But we also, for completeness, included other actions that are related to water rights and climate change, wanting to have in one place a suite of actions that could more broadly support an effective response to climate change. And so the report provides a bit of water rights overview. It's a complex topic, but we aimed to have it really easy to understand. We give some background on permitting water availability analysis, and then review some of the climate change and California water resources issues. And after laying out some of the challenges and opportunities in managing for the future, the report concludes with staff recommendations. And we really sought to catch all the big issues within the existing water rights framework in California that we can kind of look at and assess what it is that we can do. And so we encourage people to read the report, but today we'll go straight to recommendations, which start on the next slide. So there are 12 staff recommendations, and we really set them up as a menu of options, looking for an approach to be able to pick and choose, because we can't do all of these at once, but we can start with some of them, and just want to make clear that these staff recommendations are really preliminary. We wanted to, for transparency, just put out these staff recommendations, but to fully implement them, it would require additional stakeholder engagement with the board, and really to explore where it is that we can go. But this is really a step to maybe a symbolic move to clearly communicate what it is that in water rights are issues and what it is that we can do about them. And so among these recommendations, there's a raging complexity and workload. Some of them are pretty straightforward, and others are pretty big items that will require scoping and quite a bit of work. And some are already underway. And so for today's meeting, we're going to present these 12 recommendations organized into 3 themes. One is, how do we account for climate change in our permitting, in the water availability analyses? The other one is, how do we improve water availability evaluation? And these are issues really related to data. We've heard quite a bit about that, but this is a recurring topic, and there are also some recommendations related to that. And then continue planning and coordination. So we can go to the next slide, please. So we start with the permitting. The first 4 recommendations are directly addressing how do we incorporate climate change and bring it within the permitting. So we can generally implement these types of improvements to analysis within our existing authorities by applying them on a case-by-case basis, so on individual applications. And number 1 is really to start to require applicants to use existing climate change data when they do their water availability analysis. So kind of like a scenario planning thing where we're adding that to whatever we would get by looking at historical data. Number 2 is to base the complexity of this required analysis based on some project characteristics, such as larger projects or in locations that are more susceptible to impacts of climate change or on type of beneficial use, that we could make a nuanced approach in some projects that are smaller can pass at the screening level, while some larger, more complex projects would require more nuanced and sophisticated analysis. And then recommendation number 3 is to include adaptive permit terms in new permits. So develop new permit terms, especially for projects that may be relied on climate change data to develop aspects of that project. So those permit terms could include triggers when something comes into effect, or it could be triggered by drought proclamation or things like that. But make sure that those permit terms can be adaptive and that they can respond to changes that we observe in hydrology. And then final thought here on this slide is that we should in some way strive to help this process along by working with applicants. And one example is to prepare a fact sheet that explains how climate change can affect projects and why we would want applicants to consider this before they submit their application. But the key here is to start by, at the minimum, using readily available data for California. Next slide, please. And a lot of information is already out there. The state has invested a considerable amount of research to understand how a changing climate would affect water resources and to find ways to build resilience and prepare for impacts of climate change. So the report highlights two sources of existing data. Both of these sources have data from models that cover a historical period and then also include projected climate conditions with a variety of hydrological data. So one of them was developed by the Department of Water Resources first for Prop 1, but then now they're providing, Department of Water Resources is providing data, tools, and guidance to groundwater sustainability agencies. And it's really in supporting the implementation of SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. That data can be downloaded. And the other one is CalAdapt, which is an online platform that was developed by UC Berkeley with oversight and funding from the California Energy Commission and California Strategic Growth Council. And it offers both interactive tools that are fairly easy to use for somebody to just explore what sort of impacts of climate change there might be at their location, but it also offers data downloads, and these data were developed and used during the fourth climate change assessment. So as a starting point, really what we see is that a party applying for a water right might be able to use some of these data and include those climate change data in their application without having to run complicated models or develop additional data and information independently on their own. So we kind of would like, at the minimum, for applicants to rely on these data that were developed by the state. Obviously, in some watersheds and more sophisticated applicants might have their own modeling and other access to other resources. But generally, looking at these proposed actions related to permitting, we recognize early on that we should simply get started. So let's get to the next slide, please. We already went ahead and put together a fairly brief website for water rights climate change information. We have links to these data sources, and the page now also includes the staff report. And we also prepared a fact sheet for those who are considering applying. And the fact sheet provides information both about why climate change is important and why we should think about it before applying. And it provides a bit of information that might aid in selecting an appropriate season rate and quantity of proposed diversion to improve the long-term feasibility of these projects that would rely on the water right. So these kinds of resources are helpful not only to applicants, but also to permitting staff by addressing some of the questions up front. Next slide, please. The next 5 recommendations are broadly in this group of improving water availability evaluation, and it really goes back to data. We've heard quite a bit of issues related to data, both gaps and challenges in doing it. And generally improving and strengthening the water availability analysis would position us to better understand what's going on regardless of climate change. So as we already gleaned, estimating the supply and demand can be quite challenging. And it's a necessary part of demonstrating that there is unappropriated water available for a new appropriation. And so if we look why characterizing supply and demand can be challenging, it can help kind of explain some of these, provide context for some of these recommendations. So the gist is really that the typical water availability analysis is based on the observed records to estimate supply. But when we look at statewide, only a small fraction of the state's significant segments are really well gauged. So when we have an applicant at a location, they might be, maybe they don't have a gauge, but maybe the entire stream system is not really gauged. Or maybe there used to be a gauge there and we have a very short period of record for several years, but the gauge was there. So when we're trying to estimate water availability, we often have to rely either on a nearby stream or a downstream gauge or a short record. And sometimes these patchwork approaches are not sufficiently comprehensive to capture the full range of hydrologic variability that we have today. So we sometimes can't even quite wrap our hands around what it is that the supply is today. And then on top of that, we have climate change with rising temperatures and changing hydrology that's going to make that future availability even more difficult to estimate reliably. And then the other crucial component of the demand are in-stream needs. And even if an applicant can show that there is unappropriated water after accounting for senior diversions, well, there may not be water available for appropriation if there are impacts to fish or riparian resources. And so when we think about this component, only limited areas in California actually have the in-stream flow standards that help with this part of the analysis. And we have parties who have to develop their site-specific information for their project. And in looking through these recommendations, they vary in scope and level of effort, but generally, when we are recommending to add climate change or to improve these approaches, this is really not to make things more complicated, as it already is challenging, but to make sure that the permitting water availability analysis has more comprehensive data set, more thought put into it, so that when we have an outcome of that availability analysis, we can generally take a better stock of what we are working with. Next slide, please. And we actually come to the final 3 recommendations. They are under this banner of continuing planning and coordination, and for a good reason, because we actually have quite a bit of work underway to plan and prepare for a drought, as we've already heard. And it's not a done deal. These are massive undertakings with a lot of parties working on them. And we also have similar going on in the flood area, where we can prepare for and capitalize and capture those high flows and flood flows and store them underground. And this really is a critical piece, because with warming temperatures and changing hydrology and the changing climate, we do have our challenges cut out for us. And we will never be able to make the drought not come. But we know that droughts are coming. It shouldn't be an emergency. It's always going to feel uncomfortable when we are in a drought. But we can plan and prepare, and then we can, in a more resilient way, weather that drought episode. And recognizing these kinds of things, the board has already done quite a bit of work in this flood area. I mean, high winter flows generally, in recognizing that those high flood flows can help build resilience. We already issued a guidance on water rights permitting beneficial uses that are related to the groundwater recharge. And the board also developed temporary permits, which are then allowing diversion and use of available high flows that have not yet been claimed by a water right holder. And then there's also a streamlined permitting pathway for standard permits that are also looking at diverting those high winter flows and flood flows and storing them underground. And then I feel like I've been going on for a really long time, but we are at an end. This number 12 is the closing of the report. The final recommendation is to coordinate with agencies and other partners. And this number 12 should be highlighted as a cross-cutting recommendation that applies broadly to any of the recommendations above it. Just in the space of drought planning and preparation, there are active collaborations. The same is related to the efforts to leverage the ongoing studies and research that a number of agencies, but mostly Department of Water Resources and others are doing to prepare for flood management in the Central Valley and for implementation of FloodMAR. And even when it comes to tools and other things, this recommendation to coordinate has the potential to strengthen everything we do. And we can partner on research, on tools, possibly aiding in doing some sort of tool that helps with water availability analysis, funding, innovation, voluntary solutions. There's a lot of people who are focusing their energies in helping all the work and inform all the work of the board. And coordination and collaboration have challenges of their own, but they are really a key in making that sustained progress and achieving some of the more lasting outcomes. So sometimes it's troublesome, but it's worth it because it really does set us on this path of buying and more collaborative solutions. So next slide, please. With this, we will end with a few of the next steps and a brief recap. The report, as Amanda said, is available on our Water Rights Climate Change website, along with the fact sheet for applicants. We have released this report earlier this month, and we shared the information about the report with our permitting electronic listserv. We have about 2,000 subscribers, and we invited parties to provide comments on the staff report. We really are looking for the ideas, how to advance implementation of these recommendations, or ideas that are not in the report. We put a deadline as March 10th, just to put some sort of bookmark, as Eric mentioned, for the water report. But really, if there are good ideas, if there are good solutions, there is no deadline for those, but we do want to actually just continue to implement some of these actions versus finessing the report or language. We also plan to do outreach to main consultants, and we have been working with a couple of pending applications to add climate change into their water availability analysis. And then we also plan to work with new applicants to encourage them and aid them in including and evaluating climate change in their applications. Next slide, please. Okay, so as a recap, here are all the 12 recommendations in one place. It really is, again, a menu of options. At the very bottom, there's the link to the Water Rights Climate Change page where this report and instructions to submit comments are included. And we can leave the slide up and just open it up to questions and discussion at this point.
Just, of course, thank you so much, Ms. Hartman. Again, good to see you here in the water rights context now. And I know just it took a number of folks to pull this together, and appreciate the good synthesis and just the transparency. You know, again, none of this would be self-implementing or gonna be something we can do right away. And we'll all be subject and to further discussion with folks. But this is our attempt to try to at least cogently list out what folks are seeing in the program as needs, to your point, to really adapt to climate change. And again, the water rights system can either be something that helps us adapt and create resiliency in our decision making and management of a ever-changing resource here, or it can actually really hinder us and hurt good decision making if we don't appropriately begin to consider what it means to administer a water rights system in a changing hydrology, and as we heard today, an increasingly uncertain one. So just do appreciate this. You know, I would note that the last menu option is less an option, and it is really what is a core principle that we've heard continued to be, you know, a need, and that work is ongoing and coordinating, but that we need to continue to maximize and make sense, make sure we're making sense, particularly between us governing and regulatory agencies about how it all stitches together. You know, the water rights system and its administration, but then project operations or other considerations in watersheds. how do we make sure we're communicating it well so as to invite others to come in, understand the challenges, and work with us on finding the solutions as well. And so again, just great work in synthesizing this, and don't have much further question at this point, but welcome thoughts and questions from fellow board colleagues. And would note as well, I don't believe actually, I don't know if we have any further commenters now. I believe Mr. Nomalini, apologize, provided the rest of his comment in the last item, and but we may actually have Ms. Bernadette, so there may be like one commenter. And we can transition to those if board members don't have any further discussion, at least on this item.
I can ask questions, although Sean, go ahead, you can start.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say, having worked for the Division of Water Rights at one point, not too far ago in my career, I have a very fine understanding for the complexity and the challenge in thinking through, new water right appropriations and permits, and how difficult it is to really determine, where there is water available these days. And so, I'm looking at this list and, just appreciate the caveats in terms of, some of these items can be implemented right away. And in fact, you already are, others are going to take some additional thought in terms of how much work, should it be implemented at all? And if so, what does that even look like? And so, I know you're in the public comment period now, but I guess I would just ask, as you go through this kind of next iteration, to think through, one, the priority of the different actions, and in terms of, what fall to the top of the list, and what might be because of resource challenges or other challenges might drop down a little bit lower, and the urgency. We've talked a lot today about drought and preparedness for dry years. And, the same here, when we're thinking about these projects that are significant, huge undertakings, a water right permit application process often takes many, many years, sometimes decades, to go through the planning to even get a permit and be ready to implement a project. So, thinking through how does this affect those projects already in the process, and how soon do we need these resources in order to make this a reality? I mean, that climate change is happening. I appreciate you mentioning the article I mentioned earlier. I think there's two things happening that I've heard, and what is that the hydrograph is shifting in the spring and winter, and there might be peak, higher intensity peak flows, but also the hydrograph is shifting from the beginning of the rainy season is actually starting later. So we've got this kind of compressing of the water year. And I think the fact is that, we're already seeing that. It just begs the question, how much of a crystal ball should we be taking to these projects in terms of long-term vision? Some may be able to provide yield and benefits over a shorter window, and others might be longer, multi-decadal new projects. And so I'm not looking for an answer today so much as just thinking through these different dynamics and how we can prioritize. I know what are fairly limited resources here, and making this a really productive process. So thank you again for all the work. Appreciate it.
I agree with your comments, Board Member McGuire. This one's, for me at this point, probably more academic than anything. I think it's important for us to look at these issues, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness in coming up with a menu of options. The concern that I have is that we have quite a big backlog already, and it's already kind of challenging to get through the system. And we do know with Sigma and sort of our increased focus here on regional self-sufficiency and being able to pick up additional flows during peak periods that, overall that's a goal that we have. But of course, we're supposed to be implementing climate change analysis in everything that we do. And so that's an important goal as well. So how can we move forward with both? Also looking at, with new permits, public trust, and some of the things that we didn't do in the past. So how do we incorporate all of this and still be able to be nimble and move, maybe not quickly, but with, deliberate speed. And so I am anxious to hear what we hear from stakeholders on this one, and probably want to just reserve judgment until, picking up on some good, thoughtful ideas on the outside. So thank you for doing this. It's important that we look at these issues, I think, from a comprehensive perspective.
Thank you, board member, and thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, let's see. I was wondering if staff might be able to, there's a lot in here, and we're still in the process of getting input, just if there's, maybe just, to highlight again some of the areas where I think we talked about, similar to the last agenda item. There's things that we're kind of already doing. Like developing a fact sheet. We already developed a fact sheet, is an obvious one. But, or coordinating with other agencies and partners. We're doing that. We're not waiting till we're finalizing a report. Would staff be able to just highlight maybe some of the things where we're already working on these, we're not waiting to finalize a report, and others where, to the point of Vice Chair and board members before me, these are big projects, and we need to prioritize, staff resources. And so can you just highlight how you are currently thinking about, staff is currently looking at that?
Sure. I will just start kind of backwards. So we talked about the preparing for floods and prioritizing permitting of those high flows, which, it's meant to aid the resilience, support groundwater sustainability. And also we heard extensively on the drought work. And as we all recognize, we have already been working with agencies. So these pieces are underway, and there's more thought being put into figuring out how to add value to those as we go forward. The part where we are getting really, we don't mean to trample our applicants. There is a backlog, but we're working through it. I think the situation is now probably a little bit better than it used to be a few years back, but we are aware of it. And we really want applicants to think about climate change for the same reason that somebody else mentioned. Sometimes it takes quite a while for a permitting process to complete. And we want to make sure that by thinking about some of these issues upfront, by the time somebody's permitted and by the time that project takes off the ground, so that that project still has some options left for it, even with climate change and the change in hydrology. And yes, board member McGuire is describing the shift in the hydrograph, but it really is that the wet season is starting later and it's ending earlier. And that moisture is compressed into a shorter period of time. And we have kind of lost those shoulder seasons before and immediately after. And it's all in this peakier peak. We want to go into permitting, as complex as it is, and as challenging it is to do all the analysis, to add to what an applicant would do without considering climate change, to add this scenario of, well, what happens if all you can do is, instead of sustained diversion over a longer period of time, divert at a much higher rate during a period when water is available, or plan what it's going to be when there's nothing to divert. Because as much as we can plan for droughts and prepare for them, it's always going to be hard to actually live through a drought. So the idea here in these first 4 recommendations, and we actually did the low-hanging fruit one, was to develop a fact sheet. But when we look at these first 4 that are including climate change considerations into permitting water availability analysis, that is really the idea, to support applicants in thinking about their project and embedding that ability to remain climate resilient into the project itself before they submit an application. Once an applicant submits an application, there is no way to increase the season or the amount of diversion. So we want to make sure that we work with applicants ahead of time. And we actually meant this part really as working with applicants to come up with stronger projects. I kind of went over there onto a tangent here there, but I hope this answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, I mean, even just with how you are framing that, are we doing some kind of proactive outreach or workshop with applicants to kind of talk through this? I know it's not finalized, but this is an overall goal and need beyond just what's in this report. And so what are we doing? What are we planning to do in terms of following up with applicants, even just from the standpoint of how you just frame that around helping them be able to submit more effective applications given this context?
That's really the key. I think if this remains a report that we don't use to inform our actions, then it just remains so theoretical. But the idea is really to do an outreach with the applicants. We have released the report just maybe 10 days ago or so, and we have followed up with our listserv. Many of our consulting firms that work with water rights applicants and agencies are subscribing to this listserv. We have alerted them both of the report and today's item, and that's one way to share information. We plan to outreach to the main consultants. We have 3 big firms that represent almost 40% of all our water rights applicants. But really where it comes down to is the majority of our applicants are for relatively small amounts of water. These are regular people who are not following State Water Board meeting and maybe are not going to read this report. And their first contact with the water rights process and the board might be through the appropriated water right filing. And so to reach out to those, we plan to include information about climate change in our online application form. We have a new online form that got launched just a couple of months ago, and we plan to definitely share information to educate applicants, to direct them to the resources, and to make sure that as they're embarking on this process to apply for a water right, they're considering these things. We also might hold additional items. For example, we could do a webinar to offer for people who would like to hear more about the report, digest it. We only talked about recommendations here during today's meeting, but there is quite a bit of other information and discussion that could come from looking in more detail at the report. So we could offer a webinar for sure, but again, some of the small applicants don't have the capacity to attend webinars and things like that. But if it's recorded resource, and also working with applicants one-on-one, case-by-case basis, that's the best we can do to actually support those smaller applicants. But we would probably want to start with larger applications who have more wherewithal and more resources available, and then those can probably serve as examples also how to go about doing some of this work.
Yeah, and this, a big portion, and I think a lot of the really hard stuff in here is kind of what we laid out, or we've discussed in the last item around planning and preparing for droughts and improving data in our systems. And so just, I think certainly this board in our priorities discussions and, in both this effort and the Warder report effort and just ongoing efforts, I know right now in particular are really prioritizing that piece. And even though it's super, maybe more staff intensive than maybe some of the other issues and many things that we need to be doing, I know that's a big priority for us. And I guess I would just say, as we look at these recommendations in particular, it'd be great to hear back over time, reporting back on what we are what we are implementing that's, aligned with both of these efforts, in particular with drought and with improving data quality and use. And I guess lastly, I would say I just really appreciate the link back to our climate change resolution as to why, what motivated actually this report, because I do think the board, we set forth so many priorities and we adopt resolutions giving direction to staff a lot. And it's nice to circle back to those things that we've adopted and just check back in on how are we doing on that? How are we following up on all those efforts like climate change, like some of the data stuff that we've done. So just appreciate that and look forward to hearing more updates on all this work. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. I think we can go to our comments here. Oh yes, by all means, board member. Apologies. Didn't see you.
Thank you. I'll add my accolades to those of my colleagues, to staff, not just for this item, but really for all three informational items that we've heard today. Without minimizing the other two, I'll have to confess that this one is the one that excites me the most. And in many ways, I see the parallel between this effort and the cost of compliance effort that we started 10, 12 years ago. And the idea that, while, certainly looking at cost should not hamper our ability and our responsibility to protect water quality and do the things we have to do. Likewise, looking at climate change, looking at the impacts of climate change should not impede our work on water rights, but enhance, supplement, and aid it, because knowledge is power, and knowledge will allow us to manage and implement the water rights program in a much more hopefully efficient, better manner as we go forward. And for all intent and purposes, as we all know, climate change is here. We know the hydrology is changing. We know these are factors that needs to be issued. We don't have all the details, and this is by no means going to be an easy task. There is much to be done. There is much information to be gathered, much collaboration to be done. But the fact that we are starting the discussion, we're starting to integrate consideration of climate change into water rights permitting, I think is a very good step, similar to the way that 12 years ago, we wanted to start thinking about cost of compliance and how that might inform our decision-making process going forward. So I really applaud the staff, and I have to do a shout out to former board member and vice chair Francis Spivey Weber, who championed the climate change resolution, which led to this effort. And the entire issue of looking forward and considering climate change in all of our activities. And I think too often we focus on our water quality activities because water rights is it's difficult. Water rights has archaic rules and regulations and processes. And to me, that indicates even more the need for forward thinking and forward planning. So I, for one, am very encouraged by this report, by the recommendations, and strongly support us moving forward, obviously, in a cautious and collaborative manner. But I believe it is very important to make these considerations and start the integration of climate change into water rights, just as we did cost of compliance in water quality.
Thank you, board member. Really good summary and good comments. And actually, just it occurred to me, and Ms. Hartman, can you explain actually the opportunity in the next climate assessment to actually maybe tuck away or how that kind of fits in with this work, knowing that in the fourth climate assessment, I know there was trying to link back to some of those efforts. To board member Dodek's point, board member Spidey Weber's real focus, and even in the what is known as the WETCAT, the Water, I think, Climate Action Team, and it's the Water Energy Nexus. Some of these groups, are there, what are the opportunities in some of that larger official work, if you don't mind?
I can take a stab at this, Chair Esquivel. I can't give a full response related to where the fifth climate change assessment is for the state. But you're correct. In the fourth climate change assessment, there were two articles, two reports that came out, and they were looking at drought and also water rights administration. And so I'm not sure if the scoping for the fifth assessment is already wrapped up, and if the research proposals are taking shape already. We can follow up and circle back on that with you. But certainly out of the fourth climate change assessment, quite a bit of information came out, and including the hydrology data that are on CalAdapt, and those climate simulations continue to be improved. The Energy Commission is the main driver and funds a lot of this type of work in California. And we actually do work with CalAdapt team when they're developing new tools. We are offering information and types of functionality that might be useful for us, and then they take it and do with it as much as they can. So there are opportunities in the continued work, both for the fifth assessment and as other groups across California are working to leverage those efforts. I want to say that there's quite a bit of potential to leverage the work of Department of Water Resources. They're doing quite a bit of modeling to inform the update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. So we're hoping to work also with the Department of Water Resources as they're working on their efforts, if it's possible to synchronize that effort with our needs so that we have something that helps more than one agency and all our stakeholders that we work with. So we are actually keeping our ear to the ground, looking for opportunities, but in terms of specifically fifth assessment, we would have to come back to you with that type of information, but definitely just fine-tuning those data is always helpful, and we try to encourage people to consider types of information that are useful for our questions.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I look forward to hearing what folks feel are those opportunities and making those cross connections. I think it's to your point, it's maximizing these opportunities when technical work is being done, even particularly through sister agencies, knowing how sometimes poorly resourced we might be to conduct the work in-house, how we kind of do more by better considering one another's needs in this space. And I think I'm here to help. So look forward to further discussion around that. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you. We can move to, we have, I think we do actually have three commenters here. So Dante John Nomalini. Mr. Nomalini, it'd be great to see if you have further thought.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Okay, thank you for allowing me extra time on the prior item. I would just like to say with regard to the application for permits, one of the difficulties that exists is for watershed of origin applicants to exercise their priority with regard to taking water back from the various projects, the two in particular, the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. And the term 91 is a feature that obstructs that process. And although it was heralded as some type of a real benefit, the problem with term 91 is that if 1 acre foot of water is being released by either the Central Valley Project or the State Water Project to maintain their obligated water quality standards, that means no other water is available that is produced by natural flow. So you will see in some years, there's ample natural flow over and above what's being extra released by the projects that should be available for watershed of origin priorities to be exercised to achieve a permit. And I would hope that the look at climate change would incorporate a look at some of the defects in the process. And of course, the exercise of watershed priority can be done by contract with the water agencies, but when the water agencies don't want to negotiate a contract, then there's an obstruction to it that should be available on an avenue for an application to the board. Anyway, thank you very much for the extended opportunity to comment.
And thank you for your comments, Mr. Nomalini. Well received. Thank you. Next, we have Lauren Bernadette.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. Again, I'm Lauren Bernadette with Aqua, and again, we have 3 comments on this report. So first, thank you for undertaking this effort. Climate change planning is important for any agency or water user in California. Second, as this report and effort develops, we'd like to raise the point that current climate change models have disparate findings, and many are calibrated for a global scale, but not regional areas. This can make the models difficult or confusing to apply, and the board and water users should work together on clarifications regarding how to use these models. Third, we'd like to point out that some of the current recommendations, including 7-1 and 7-2, insert significant uncertainty for any person or agency applying for a permit. Aqua plans on elaborating on these comments during the written comment period for this report, so thank you for opening up that comment period. We appreciate your work on this important effort, and that concludes my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernadette. Appreciate the comments. And then lastly, we have Kimberly Burr.
Oh my gosh, thanks you guys for putting in all this time today.
Of course.
This is what I've been waiting for a long time, so I just wanted to chime in at the end. But yeah, we've known about climate change for a long time. I think that people who are, concerned about water have been taking steps to sort of, prepare. And I think that we need to recognize those efforts, and people who didn't take steps to prepare, they shouldn't be holding back your progress. I think that we have a lot of information. We know a lot, and we can see the future pretty well. So I just want to encourage you guys to not be beholden or slow down, because this does affect everything. And I think the governor is rightly saying, we need to incorporate this into all of the agency's works. So, we have vulnerable communities that are not going to be able to fight as some of the other communities might be able to fight. And we have a collapse in our biodiversity. So I'm strongly encouraging you guys to move quickly on this, to be serious about it, to follow the science, and just be clear to the developer communities that you know, there is a finite amount of water. We have to prepare for the worst. We have to move forward with a great caution. So, you know, to the extent that, you know, there's needs for more studies or, you know, more dialogue or more this, more that, I think we've done a lot of that. And so I'm really want to encourage you guys to trust what we know already and can move forward. And this kind of goes back to the whole drought thing. You know, it's so, I've been doing this for many, many years. And I'm a member of the North Coast Streamflow Coalition. You know, I think it's 18 groups, and we've been watching this process for a long time, and it's difficult to watch because it just seems like there is so much that still needs to be done. We have emergency regulations and things because progress has been slow, and I don't think it's necessarily your staff's doing. Your staff's been working really hard, and they're incredibly smart. So I just think that we need to move forward. We need to get people on board. And if that's not possible, we need to fulfill the duties to, you know, protect endangered species and vulnerable communities and public trust. I know you guys are committed to that. And I just wanted to just support you and encourage you to just keep moving forward. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you as well, Ms. Burke, for your good comments and continuing to follow along in that work. And so yes, thank you. It's hard to, there is a lot of work to be done, to your point. And so, you know, it can seem overwhelming, but I think there is a lot of great groundwork and a good commitment ultimately to making sure that the water rights system is going to adapt and is going to be here for us when we need it most. And it's not going to if we don't resource it or have the difficult discussions therein. So thank you. Thank you for your good comment. Okay, well, that brings us to the conclusion of at least public comments here on the item and what has been an incredible tranche of informational items with a common theme here of drought, preparedness, the water rights system, the challenges we have there, and how we're gonna begin to really map out what are some priority projects here, and thank the good attention from all of my fellow colleagues on the board here just today, but also in the months leading up to now, because it has been with a lot of good prodding and poking that we continue to know that there is a lot of discussion to be had on the water rights side in just the challenges that we face in administering it. And then adapting it to the very real threat of climate change here before us. So just thank you all for today's good discussions, but kick it over to my colleagues. If there's anything further to leave us with, thoughts, highlights on this item, or just, you know, the general theme of the last three. Okay, well, good. Thank you again for what was good comment during all that discussion. We are now coming toward the tail end of what has been a longer day, I think, than some of us anticipated, but needed for the good discussion and back and forth that it provided us here today. So just thank everyone's good time and work. We now are done with item number 8. We're moving to item number 9, which is board member reports. I don't have really any public engagements to report on. Just a lot of intense discussions, I know, around these common themes around drought, you know, the months ahead, the opportunities with the new administration. And I just want to, if anything, just acknowledge the harm and suffering that many communities are facing throughout the Midwest and Texas and other places where they've been without power in some incredible weather conditions here. And just want to give my thoughts to folks out there, knowing that there are troubling times certainly here, but, you know, look forward to even finding commonalities between the challenges that our state has faced in climate change. And I know that many of our partners and colleagues and family and friends, importantly, in other states, similarly experiencing, although perhaps with different specifics. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Board member reports from my colleagues.
I have a couple of items. So this is going back a bit because I missed the last board meeting. At the end of January on the 26th, I participated in, well, actually kicked off a panel that the California Building Industry Association, in conjunction with the Southern California BIA, they had a seminar on the construction general permit. And it was a really good discussion. Even though we didn't have our staff participate, there had been some recent discussions with their technical team that's been working with our staff, and they really appreciated the ongoing open dialogue and the fact that staff released an informal staff draft. They did spend a lot of time talking about, I think, what's been flagged for us in our briefings, and that is the whole TMDL issue, the issue of the numerics, and ongoing monitoring and costs. So I learned a lot. It was a really good discussion, and I appreciate the opportunity. I know Board Member McGuire has been involved in some of their webinars as well. And then on the 29th of January, I participated in or I joined in on a training that the Office of Research Planning and Performance had put on regarding economics in the regulation rulemaking. And we have on staff a very bright and talented economist, Dan Liu, and she did a really good job. It was incredibly detailed, down in the weeds. There's a lot of really good handouts that she provided. And so for those of you that might be interested, there, you could, without having to go through the whole training, you could go through the handouts. I will say, however, that the focus really was on sort of the determination of that $50 million marker for economic impact, and not as much sort of the area that Board Member Dodick and I've really been trying to drill down on and kind of look beyond the sort of those requirements. I did follow up and had a really good discussion with James Knockbauer and Dr. Liu, and looking at ways maybe for just to sort of flag what is required versus what's not required, but that we may want to look at. And so hopefully they'll mull over that a little bit more and at some point provide for briefings for all of us. And then I was able to follow the Sac River temperature modeling and temperature dependent mortality modeling webinars. I felt like I learned a lot, but I also felt like there was so much that I didn't really understand. It was a very high level, intense discussion. Kind of my takeaway was this is just an exciting area of science, and there's probably a lot more uncertainty, but it was a really good discussion. And I just appreciate our staff working closely with the Bureau and others on that opportunity for us to have a more open and transparent dialogue, and look forward to continued discussions in that area. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Others, board members?
Just a quick report from the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board meeting that I attended. I feel good using the word attending these days, but I just want to report on the fact that there was an election, and Chair Jim McGrath and Vice Chair Jane Batty were re-elected to their post. And then the other thing was that we said our sad goodbyes to former board member Nusha Ajami. As you may know, she was appointed to the San Francisco PUC, and so resigned from the Regional Water Board. And of course, we all wish her well. And I took the opportunity to make the plug for the fact that we really look forward to having her on the SFPUC, given how engaged that agency is on some of our Delta water rights activities. So I think she'll be obviously an excellent member of that body, as she has been with the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board.
Thank you, board member.
Go ahead, Sean.
Okay. Well, I think it's the season for regional boards to update their chair and vice chair positions. So I'll update the ones I'm aware of. So I did attend the Santa Ana Region 8 regional board meeting on Friday and provided my liaison report. And I know they had a larger item on PFAS, generally just recognizing that PFAS is a huge issue in the Santa Ana and San Bernardino, Riverside area. And so just signaling ongoing interest there, from our staff in terms of those issues that I want to make sure we're continuing to get updates and continue that conversation. But in terms of their chair, Bill Rue was the chair previously. He did an excellent job in that position, and now the new chair will be Lana Peterson, and the vice chair will be Chris Murray. So very happy that they were willing to take that baton for this year and take that responsibility on. They both have been on the board for a bit, and so just looking forward to their contributions, and thankful to the regional board members who already had that role. And so the same goes for the Los Angeles Regional Board. Chair Munoz stepped down, and Larry Yee is now the chair, and I'm Cynthia Guzman is the vice chair. So it just popped back into my head. So again, happy longstanding board members, and very good that they're taking on those new roles. And they also have a few new board members who started, and sorry, I'll have to get back to you with that. David Nahai is certainly one of them, and sorry, there's another new board member who his name is
Michael Mendez.
Thank you. From USA Irvine, and he seems to be excellent and jumped right in. So again, happy that board is now at its full complement of 7. I know they had been going up and down, bouncing around for a while, and it's good to see that they're fully staffed at this point. That's all.
Thank you, board member.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there had been a change in that chair of the board at LA. So that's a great update. I mean, echo the thanks to the outgoing chair, and it's helpful to follow that, since I don't always follow every other region. So it's nice to take this time to do that. And I'll just note, in terms of the regional boards, 7 and 9 that I work with, that there hasn't been a change in leadership, but there's, I will say there's a lot of vacancies on the Region 7 board down in the Colorado region. So I know there's a lot of work to try to get some appointments there, but I think they're actually starting to be concerned about being able to keep a quorum. So encourage people to apply for that. Let's see, I guess what I wanted to do is use this time to just share a few things on my mind that I've been, not necessarily like a meeting. I mean, I've had some meetings about, but just, I can't remember, Sean, if you and I reported back, but we were part of a discussion after the COVID information item on water debt with many of the stakeholders that helped that survey be successful, and trying to think through, how do we use that survey to think about federal funding that's coming to address household debt forgiveness, that still hasn't there's not a lot of direction yet coming to the states, but we do expect to be able to get, I think we're estimating around 60 million. And there's another maybe 50 million that's being contemplated that could come to us if the current version of the next stimulus is there. So anyway, I've just been really trying to hear from stakeholders and think about, and mull over and listen to how we can best use that funding here in California. It's like 95% of the debt is not going to be able to be addressed through that. So it's a very small drop in the bucket, but I think it's an opportunity, and I think it was really helpful to listen in on the discussion and just share thoughts. I think, Sean and I think both encourage stakeholders to think about, in terms of coming to a common vision around prioritization of the limited funding we have, and ideally prioritizing that for at least starting with some of the systems, the systems that are really financially fragile, with operating budget, where it could address both the stability of the systems financially, as well as and then fundamentally to the water customers. Another thing I think just on my mind, again with related to SAFER, is that I was part of a meeting for I just saw it. I just saw there. I think I missed the elections going on in San Diego, but we do have a new chair. Oh, that's really exciting. I like missed the elections. So San Diego has a new chair, which is really exciting. So Celeste Cantu and oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. Betty
Olson.
What is it? Olson?
Olson, yeah.
Olson, yeah. Betty Olson is vice chair. So thanks for that. It's exciting. So many different new changes in regional board leadership. John, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to remind the board that the first meeting of every year, the regional boards need to elect a chair and a vice chair. So that's why they're all happening now.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Sorry. The last thing I wanted to highlight was just that with SAFER program, there's a lot of kind of, we're in the point where with CV Salt, they're about to submit their early action plans for the management zones for drinking water. And so there was a discussion I think different folks have been having both on the ground and with regional board and state board staff around how to make sure that the SAFER program and the early action plans are best coordinated and best making utilization of resources and getting the best outcomes we can for communities. So I look forward to seeing how that continues to develop. And I think the other thing is I think we're all going to get briefings on this, but there's a lot around the needs assessment happening with the SAFER program. So there's a workshop coming up on the cost analysis methodology and funding gap assessment, which is, where kind of fundamentally what we're getting to in terms of what the needs are in the state and how we use funding and what our options are and what the gaps are. So looking forward to that. And yeah, I think lastly, both related to COVID affordability or COVID debt and financial issues, as well as just thinking about SAFER and the many discussions that are going on right now around water affordability. I think I'm really trying to think a lot about how the many ways that we are addressing drinking water affordability within our programs, how we think about it between system level or household affordability, community affordability, system financial capacity, and just wanting to keep helping to really crystallize how that work is moving forward and evolving, and we continue to work with stakeholders and our resources to figure out how to best address it. That's what's on my mind these days.
Great, thank you so much, board member. I appreciate the good thoughts, and thank you. I think that wraps up our board member reports, and our last item is item number 10, our executive director report, and we have Ms. Eileen Sobek. Good to see you, Ms. Sobek.
Yes, nice to see all of you. I didn't have anything to elaborate on the executive director report. Obviously, would be happy to answer questions. I did want to just offer up a couple of other things, though. We'll go ahead and put together the list of the new regional board leadership changes and circulate that to everybody and make sure it gets posted on the web so that everybody knows who the current leadership is. That was number one. Number two, I wanted to follow up on something Board Member Firestone mentioned, which is our giving you all an update on the climate resolution. And we do have an update planned for later this spring on some of the other subject matter areas. We talked about maybe doing it in conjunction with either this meeting or the water rights climate report, but it just seemed better to group the water rights items together, and then we'll do the other climate action or climate items a little bit later. But that's a preview of things to come. And then the last thing I wanted to say was that today is the first day that our new legislative director, Ana Melendez, is joining us. So I think she's been watching the board meeting online. I don't know if she is still on. I don't know if she's built up her stamina yet to be a full-time board member of the employee of the water board, but she will now be an active participant. And I did want to thank Charles Delgado, who has been doing a really great job of filling in between the two directors, because this is a busy time in the legislative system, a lot of bills being dropped, and a lot going on for that office to organize and manage, and setting up meet and greets for Chair Escobar. So yeah, so I just wanted to let you all know that you might be seeing Ms. Melendez showing up at various briefings. I'm going to ask her to join us to get herself up to speed on some of our most our most contentious and interesting issues. So that's it for me, unless you guys have any questions for me.
Just thank you, Ms. Sobek, for highlighting that. Rob Eagle, our previous legislative director, did an incredible job, and looking forward to the leadership that Anna's going to bring to the office here. To your point, we have no shortage of issues certainly before the board, and our partners in the legislature, the leaders there, are part and parcel to all of that. And our legislative director is such a key part for the work that we do, a key position here. So looking forward to her contributions here, and thank you for acknowledging her start. Thank you. Anything on the board executive director's report, or a comment for Ms. Sobek here from fellow board members?
I was just going to ask follow up. I know you met, I think both you mentioned Eileen, and you had also during the other item, Chair Escobar, that we're looking at doing an additional maybe information item on drinking water drought preparation, or and I'm just wondering, do you think that timing is sort of similar? Anyway, I feel like there's a number of different resolutions and updates and a lot coming, but just curious on what we're thinking about that.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm pretty flexible. I think that what naturally comes up are like the needs analysis and other safer sort of intersections that make sense to kind of report on. But I'll let Ms. Sobek talk about any thought further. I think I just want to make sure we do it relatively soon to have some good relevance here and sort of the drought framing that we have. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the calendar in front of me, but we do have a couple of safer related items that we need to give the board updates on. And so I think we'll try to group all those together with any other drinking water related updates and make it a meatier info item. And I don't know. Yeah. So I'll just leave it at that. We'll just see how much we have and what else makes sense to put into that. So we'll be happy to talk to you about that as it gets closer. I think that is likely to be in April rather than in March. I think that's sort of the timing of the safer item.
Great. Just on your executive director report, I just want to call out the, 5 systems that moved off the human right to water list in January. It's always good to see. Of course, 4 more went on, but but no, it's really wonderful to see. And I know some of those have been, I certainly know Sequoia Union Elementary School has been on that list forever. I guess not ever, but for a very long time. So it's great to see that movement. Just wanted to celebrate that a little bit.
If I could actually, that is good, very good news. And I saw the same table in the executive director's report, and I'm somewhat reluctant saying this, but I feel like I should, and that is that it's good that we're seeing the systems come off the list, and it's unfortunate that we're seeing ones come on the list. But I find myself just wanting to know a little bit more about why that is. What are the reasons? I see the systems listed, but I don't know. Was it because of direct engagement with our SAFER program and providing assistance? Was it due to another effort that system took to come back into compliance, or is something else going on? And so I'm not asking for maybe, if a briefing's easier or some small tweak to the report, just to provide a little bit more context. Because, I'm hoping over time what we'll see is more and more of our, state board engagement with the SAFER program showing that benefit, showing how we're actually pulling systems off that list, and maybe even systems on their own, moving through different efforts. So it would be helpful for me, just not having that information handy is I think we should all be aware of how things are changing over time.
Okay, sure. I will pass that along to Division of Drinking Water.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Good note. And I know as the whole goal is the better tracking ultimately of systems, and I know that there's data systems being developed that hopefully allow it to be a little more of an easy thing to be pulled up to get a little more information, to your point.
And I'll just highlight, because I can't help it, but the SAFER program has the SAFER website. So if it's all, I don't. Our website, there is, if you go to this,
watch out with the website discussion.
/SAFER. I know I don't want to start that, but that there is a link to this really great interactive map clearinghouse that staff have been working on. It's updated every quarter, and you can search not only all the systems that are on the human right to water list or have come off, but also exactly what kind of assistance they're receiving from the water board, including where they are in the process, if they're receiving technical assistance, how much money they've gotten, which contaminants they have, if they're on track to solutions. So anyway, it's a really great resource. And I mostly just, I don't know how much the public is actually still watching this anymore, but I want to make sure that we all know about it and can share the news, because I think a lot of times people don't know about the great resources that we have to get good information.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. We're still working on it, and we're trying to make it better and easier. And to your point, Board Member McGuire, systems come off the list for all kinds of different reasons. Sometimes completely unrelated to any assistance that we provide. And sometimes it's, after years and years and years of various kinds of assistance. And that's part of what we're trying to do is just try to figure out, there are no cookie cutter solutions for these systems. That's part of the challenge. Everything really has to be kind of tailor made. To both of your observations about systems coming off and going on, that is also part of the problem, is that we have at-risk systems that bounce on and off, or just a whisker away from perpetually being on. And the idea is to try to get really try to find solutions that are sustainable and are going to keep a system off the list, if not in perpetuity, at least for the foreseeable future. And the whole idea is to make them, going to the drought question, to allow them to make it through a few dry years and not have every emergency, every new contaminant, or every one drought year be the a factor that kicks them into a point where they either can't deliver services or are not, or no longer in compliance and are back sort of on our violation list. But yeah, big problems and dynamic. But yes, when they go off the list, especially if they go off the list because we've helped them find a permanent solution, then that's the best. So we should be a little bit more. We'll try to be a little bit more complete about that.
Thank you all for the good exchange. Anything further for Ms. Sobek? Okay, hearing none, then I believe that concludes item number 10. And with that concludes today's board meeting as well. And again, here we are at 4 o'clock or so. It was a good day worth of discussion, a really critical one. And I think, again, the message there is more to be discussed and a lot more specifics around the work. But this was really good table setting, and appreciate everyone's just good contributions and stamina to go through what was, again, a lot of information, a lot to absorb, and still a lot more to follow up on. So thank you, everyone. Have a good 2 weeks here. We will see you next on March 2nd. And until then, this meeting is now adjourned, and be well. See you soon.